Hey guys, I'm back with a new episode called What If Naruto Was the Reincarnation of Indra, Ashura and Hagoromo Part 5. Like and subscribe, it motivates me to keep doing these. Thanks. The next morning Naruto sat on top of a tree waiting for Kakashi to appear. The Jonin had called him the previous day to the training ground. He was not the only one who was at the training ground, Sasuke was also there. Sakura was not called to the training ground. Naruto figured that the Jonin wanted to speak about training. Sakura did not make it to the finals, so Kakashi would not have a reason to call her. It was obvious that Kakashi would be forced to train his team since they had made it to the Chunin exam finals. Naruto did not want to train for the month before the Chunin finals. He wanted to clear his thoughts and make plans on what he would do after the exams. He could not just continue living as he was, he needed to change things. Naruto jumped out of the tree and landed on the ground because Kakashi had appeared. Kakashi did not have his book at his hand, but his usual bored expression was still worn. It disappeared for a moment when Kakashi flashed an eye smile to his students. "First, I want to congratulate for making it to the finals, as your sensei I am very proud of you, and I knew that you could do it," Kakashi said. Some could interpret his words as that he knew that Naruto and Sasuke could do it, but he did not believe that Sakura could do it. He had said that he believed that his team could do well in the exams, but Naruto highly doubted that he believed Sakura would make it to the finals if it involved fighting on her own. "I called you here today so that I can tell you about your training for the month before the finals," Kakashi said. "Unfortunately Naruto, I won't be able to train you, but I have asked for someone to train you. He will be training you in chakra since I have never seen you use it externally, and I know that you have large amounts of chakra reserves, which must also be hard to control." Naruto shook his head. "There is no need for that. I will train myself if I see the need to do so," he said. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously but nodded. "Well then, I will be training Sasuke till the finals. Do you have a problem with that, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, not wanting to be seen like he was favoring Sasuke. Naruto was his sensei's son, he did not want the blonde to have any reason to resent him. Naruto shook his head. He had no problems with it. Sasuke needed to be trained more than he did. And he was positive that the council had something to do with Kakashi training Sasuke. The reason Kakashi was training Sasuke was because the Sandaime knew that if they wanted to keep Sasuke inside the village they had to train him. Orochimaru had already marked the Uchiha. It was a matter of lack of training that would drive Sasuke towards him. To avoid that, Kakashi had to train Sasuke to make him see that even Konoha wants him to get stronger. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. "I will see you at the finals then," he said as he touched Sasuke's shoulder and disappeared with him. A swirl of leaves. The next day, the streets of Konoha were relatively quiet, unlike the days in which the first and second test of the Chunin exams were being carried out. It was mostly because a lot of people were busy preparing for the finals. Even the villagers and leaders of villages watched the main event of the Chunin exam finals. It was no wonder why the finals were held at a high regard. Naruto walked slowly to Ichiraku Ramen. He rarely went to the place to eat. He ate home-cooked meal most of the time. Today he had felt that he needed to eat somewhere else. It would also help him clear his thoughts. With a lot going over his head, it was necessary to get some fresh air. Naruto arrived at the ramen stand and took a sip. There was just one other customer beside him. People did not go away from the ramen stand when he came now since most of the villagers had stopped glaring at him. Tucci smiled upon seeing Naruto take a sip. "Ah Naruto, it has been long since I last saw you. How have you been, my boy?" the old man asked. "I have been well, just a little busy," Naruto replied. Tucci nodded. "Naruto is here," he called out to his daughter. "Can I have 2 bowls of miso ramen, please?" Naruto said to Tucci. Tucci nodded and went away to the kitchen to get Naruto's order. Came out of the kitchen with a brightened smile. She was happy to see Naruto. After she had made him promise that he would not disappear without telling her and that he would visit the ramen once in a while, Naruto came at the ramen stand once or twice in a month. She was just happy that he had kept his promise and did not forget about her for months. "Naruto, I am so happy to see you," almost yelled out. Naruto nodded. It was good to see her too. He might not care for a lot of people, but the Ichiraku family was a family who he would never forget. They had done a lot for him without expecting anything in return. They were good people, as such he respected them for their kindness and love. "Did you make it to the finals?" Naruto nodded. "I'm going to place my bet on you to win," said with a grin. Tucci came from the kitchen with Naruto's ramen. "There you go," he said, handing over the ramen to Naruto. He went back to the kitchen, leaving Aim to chat with Naruto. Aim talked with Naruto for some time while the blonde was eating his ramen. She asked him a few questions which Naruto answered. Aim was happy to see the blonde again, and she couldn't help but notice how handsome and more mature he had become. Naruto finished eating his ramen and paid Aim for the meal. He said his goodbye to the girl and left the ramen stand. Later that day, Naruto was sitting alone at the Hokage monument thinking about what he would do during the 1 month he had until the finals. He entered his mindscape to talk to Kurama. The fox told him to work to summon a dragon and go to the dragon summoning world to learn Dragon Sage mode. Since he had already learned and mastered Fox Sage mode, Naruto said that it would be a great idea, and he also wondered about some other things he wanted to try out. Note: Naruto also has Forest Sage mode, just like Hashirama. He learned it from Ashura. End of note. Naruto was thinking about creating something new. Kurama snapped him out his thoughts and told him someone was approaching outside, so Naruto left his mindscape. Naruto then heard someone speak. "The village looks lovely from here, doesn't Naruto?" Slightly turned to see who it was. He saw a tall man with waist-length spiky white hair tied to a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. The man wore a green short shirt, kimono and matching pants, under which he wore a mesh armor that showed out of his sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side and a scroll on his back. This person was Jiraiya the Toad Sannin, and Naruto's supposed godfather. Naruto already knew about the man and how he was supposed to have been there for him as a child, but he didn't hate him, he just would never look at him as family. He betrayed the trust of his parents, and he couldn't forgive him for that. Naruto looked back to Konoha, taking his eyes off Jiraiya. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya? Have some respect, Gaki. I am the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and you should address me as Jiraiya-sama," Jiraiya said aloud while trying to pose. Not that Naruto bothered to look at the Sannin. Jiraiya looked down. "Nobody appreciates my greatnesses," he thought sadly. Silence was born as Naruto waited for Jiraiya to answer his question. While Jiraiya did not know how to start the conversation with Naruto, he sighed and sat down beside Naruto. "I heard you made it to the finals," Jiraiya finally said while looking at the village. "You heard correct," Naruto responded. He did not like going around the bush, nor did he like people doing it when they wanted to tell him something. But he was going to tolerate it just this once. He had nothing to do anyway. "When do you start preparing for the finals? I heard there are some tough competitors." "I'm already prepared for the finals," Naruto responded dismissively. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment before finally getting the main reason he had come to see Naruto. "It is my responsibility to train you and teach you your father's jutsu. I know you said you are already prepared for the finals, but what do you say to training with me? We could make up for lost time," he said with a grin. "I don't need training from you, Jiraiya, I'm already strong enough," Jiraiya let loose of a sigh of frustration. By the tone Naruto used, he knew he was not going anywhere. Naruto was not going to allow him to train him. "You know, most people would rush at the opportunity of being trained by a Sannin," Jiraiya said. "Do you hate me for not being there for you? Is that why you are refusing my help?" Naruto shook his head. "I bear no fangs for you, Jiraiya," Naruto responded. "Then why are you refusing my help? It could do you well than bad." "I have my reasons." Jiraiya let loose of another sigh, but this time it was a sigh of defeat. "Fine, but I'm not going to stop trying to get you to allow me to train you," he said. "I'm going to leave you for now. I have to do some research." Jiraiya spoke with a lecherous grin and disappeared in a puff of smoke. "That is one obstacle out of the way," Naruto said to himself. With the Jiraiya issue taken care of, he could now think of other things. Naruto got up and disappeared into thin air. Later that night, a swirling vortex appeared inside of Naruto's bedroom. When it disappeared, a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds and an orange mask which had only his right eye visible. The figured right eye was a fully matured Sharingan. Naruto was alarmed and quickly woke up. It was obvious that the figure wanted Naruto to wake up, as he made no intentions to be discreet when he walked over to a window inside of Naruto's room. Naruto looked at the figure. He now knew about this person from Indra. He also recognized the Kamui technique he used, so that also meant he had a Mangekyo Sharingan. "So you are Uzumaki Naruto?" the figure said, now facing Naruto. The masked man said to himself, so this is Madara's grandson. He knew about Naruto's true heritage from Madara. He told him about Minato, his son, But he didn't know everything about his mother and that she was half Uzumaki and half Senju the masked man, then began to speak, "So you are the nine-tailed." Jinchuriki Naruto calmly responds, "And what if I am the masked man?" replies, "Oh, so you know about the beast that's sealed within you, that's great, so I'll tell you how this is going to go. I'm going to be taking that beast from you pretty soon," he said with the evil grin behind his mask. Note: Naruto knows about white Zetsu and black Zetsu, and he has some of the white Zetsus under his command because due to him getting the Sage of Six Paths power with Indra and Ashura's, they were loyal to him because his chakra was somewhat similar to Kagaya's since she basically created them. End of note. Naruto chuckles and says, "And who are you anyway?" The masked man then says in a deep voice, "I am Madara Uchiha." Naruto then laughs even more, surprising the masked man. "What's so funny?" he asks with narrowed eyes behind his mask. Naruto stops laughing and says, "You're going to need more than your Kamui to do that." The masked man eye widens a little. He starts thinking to himself, how does he know about my ability, yet alone anything about the Sharingan? I doubt this brat knows about his heritage, and I don't think he has even awakened his Sharingan. He the masks, "How do you know that?" Naruto responds with a lie, "I seen Kakashi-sensei use of ability similar to that, so I took a wild guess, and I see I quest right." Naruto wanted to keep his cover for now and play dumb until he was ready to face him. The masked man then began to swirl away. As he was leaving he said, "Remember what I said?" Bratty bought the lie Naruto gave him, so he didn't think too much of it. After Toby had appeared before him, Naruto had decided it was best to be training at the hideout, so when nightfall he used his Kamui and went to the old hideout where he was trained at. He went into a clearing and bit his thumb, then did a couple of hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground and said, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a green dragon the size of a dog appeared. "Hey," Naruto said. "The dragon." "Hey, Tori," responded Naruto, "so what can I do for you?" "I need you to take me to the Dragon's Mountain to train and learn Dragon Sage mode for a month." The dragon nodded. A traverse summoned Naruto to the Dragon's Mountain. Upon arriving in the Dragon's Land he saw all types of dragons in all colors, shapes and sizes, and the place had lots of tall mountains. It also had a lot of nature there as well. It had big open fields of grass and huge lakes that had crystal clear water. Tori began to walk Naruto to the King of Dragons that was located on the tallest mountain, overseeing everything. All the dragons, upon seeing Naruto, bowed as respect. He was the second Sage of Six Paths in their eyes and their superior. After a while Naruto and Tori reached the mountain and entered through a cave-like entrance that wailed throughout the hall and eventually came to two big doors. Tori looked at Naruto and said, "This is it, the King of Dragons is in there." Naruto nodded and walked in. The place was a little dark with torches lighting up some of the huge room, and out of the shadows came a huge dragon the size of Kurama. He had black scales and black and red eyes. The dragon then began to speak. "So you are the second Sage of Six Paths. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Roy, the King of the Dragons, at your service." As he bows his head in respect, Naruto just gives a foxy smile and says, "There's no need for all of that, you know, I really don't mind." The dragon then lifts his head and says, "As you wish. So why have you come?" Naruto, "I came to learn and master Dragon Sage mode and to train and better master my abilities." The dragon nodded and says, "As you wish." He then tells him to get on his back. Naruto does so, and the dragon takes him to an open training ground to train him. When they reach the training ground, Naruto hops of his back and say, "What now?" The dragon rubs some black oil on his shoulder. "This is Dragon Sage oil. I know you're already familiar on how to take in nature energy, so I will watch over you as you master it and guide when you do manage to master Dragon Sage mode. Since I know you will, some of the abilities you will have is to fly, increase in brute strength, and any fire jutsu you use will be incredibly more powerful. Your speed will also increase exponentially along with your senses." Naruto nods and gets into a meditative position and begins trying to master Dragon Sage mode. 1 month later, we could see a Naruto sparring with Roy in perfect Dragon Sage mode. He managed to master it in 2 weeks, giving him time to further train with it, and he was also trying to create his own Sage mode, but he would have to learn one more Sage mode, which would be Snake Sage mode. Note: let me tell you all of the Sage mods he has under his belt. Besides Six Paths Sage mode, he has Dragon, Fox, and Toad Sage mode. He learned Toad with Hagoromo 6. He was close with the Toads. They trained him in private and kept everything away from Jiraiya. End of note. Naruto ended his sparring with Roy and said, "Thanks for your help. It's been fun training with you, but now I have to go." Roy nodded and said, "No problem, and you are always welcome here anytime." Also, Naruto can summon Roy if need be. Tori then reversed summoned Naruto back to the hideout. Upon arriving to the hideout, it was nighttime and tomorrow was the Chunin exams. Naruto used Kamui and arrived at his apartment. He looked around and saw everything was the same. He went to bed. Know that tomorrow would be a big day He would finally reveal his heritage to the world. The next day, Konoha was buzzing with a lot of activities. Everyone within the village wore a smile. All problems were forgotten, everyone chose to be happy. It was as if heaven was showering the village with bliss. Business owners were somewhat those who the happiest of all. People from other villages had been inside the village and were buying a lot of things. More visitors meant more profits for them. Despite it being a profitable time, there was still competition with the businesses. Competition did not go away, it was what drove successful businesses. Most people were making bets. The finals of the Chunin exams had arrived. Some people just wanted to enjoy good fights, while some wanted to enjoy the good fights while making some money off the tournament. No one could be blamed really for making bets, it was what made the tournament worthwhile watching. Well, the streets were full a few hours ago, but now they were all quiet. Only a select few could be seen within the streets of the village. The majority of people were gathered at the stadium where the finals were to be held. The stadium was full of people. There were no empty seats, each seat was taken. To some, the stadium was a bit too small, since not everybody could get inside the stadium. The Fire Lord, as well as other leaders of other countries, were also present at the stadium. Even some leaders of small villages were present at the stadium, all in the name of the Chunin finals. They were present to observe the next generation of powerful shinobi and also to see the strength of genins from other villages. Konoha had the most genins in the finals. It was good because it also gave them a chance to see if Konoha was still producing strong shinobis as it had been over the previous years. Naruto and the other contestants stood in the middle of the stadium where all could see them. They were the main attraction of the finals. Everyone had come to watch them battle, to see their prowess as genins, to see if they had what it took to become Chunin. They were also representing their villages. Performing well would bring glory to their villages, at the same time performing below par would surely take a bite on the image of their villages. Potential customers and allies were watching, it was for the benefit of their villages to do well in front of them. Each of them had trained hard for the past month, readying themselves for the finals. Each was determined to win, it was obvious in each of the contestants' faces. Nobody wanted to lose in front of the whole stadium. It would be hurting to a person's pride to lose while everybody was watching. Especially if one bragged about being a victor at the end of the tournament. Naruto stood with his hands crossed on his chest with an impassive look on his face. Nothing much had changed with him, only his hair had grown just an inch long. Naruto's hair grew at a faster rate while he kept himself hidden for the past month. But today was one of the days that he would surely remember all his life, the day Konoha became aware of his heritage. It would certainly be worth smiling upon seeing the face of Konoha when becomes aware of his heritage. The Sandaime looked at Naruto with questioning eyes. Beside him was another man who was a Kage like him, the Yondaime Kazekage. Two men wearing Anbu gear stood behind the Kazekage, they were his bodyguards. The Kazekage was present as his genins had reached the finals. Sunagakure was the only great village to have participated in the exams aside from Konoha, who were the hosts. It was understandable, the others did not get along well with Konoha. The look the Sandaime was giving Naruto was pushed because Naruto had disappeared from the village for 3 weeks after turning down Jiraiya. He was curious as to where Naruto had gone after disappearing. He was positive that Naruto was not inside the village those 3 weeks. He had his Anbu search for him and the best sensors, but none were able to find him. His chakra signature had just disappeared without a trace. And they had not been able to get inside of Naruto's apartment, not even the Byakugan could see through the walls of the apartment. He had wondered how Naruto was able to make a seal that could make the Byakugan's abilities ineffective. From what he had observed, Naruto showed no mastery in Fuinjutsu. He did not have Jiraiya break the seal, seeing that Naruto would surely notice that they had broken into his apartment. He did not wish to unsettle the blonde any further. Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind the old Hokage with a grin planted on his face. He was to act as the Sandaime's bodyguard for the duration of the finals. I told you he would return. Jiraiya said to his former sensei. The Sandaime smiled slightly without even looking back at Jiraiya. He had been thinking that Naruto had abandoned the village. Jiraiya had said he was sure that Naruto would return to the village. Jiraiya was indeed right, Naruto had returned today for the finals. I guess you were right, though I still wonder why he would disappear like that without telling anyone. He said, is everything set? He asked, still smiling. Yes. Jiraiya replied with a nod. Jiraiya had found out that Orochimaru was planning to invade the village during the finals. They had made preparations to encounter the threat. The Sandaime nodded, good, he said, his eyes focusing on the arena. It certainly is lively here. Don't you agree, Hokage Dono? The Kazekage suddenly spoke. One could not see his face clearly due to the cage robe he wore. The Sandaime looked at the Kazekage and smiled, it certainly is. Before the conversation between the two cages could go further, a man appeared before the Hokage. He had shoulder-length brown hair which hung about his face with brown eyes. He wore a forehead protector like a bandana and a standard Jonin outfit and a senbon in his mouth. Should I start with the finals, Hokage-sama? The man asked. The Sandaime nodded in approval. All the contestants were already present along with other important people. There was no need to keep the crowd waiting any longer. He was surprised though that Kakashi had brought Sasuke in time for the finals. He had thought that the Jonin would be late along with Sasuke, that was why he had made preparations for Kakashi to be looked for if he did not appear in time. He could not be faulted about that given Kakashi's laid-back attitude. Genma stepped forward and jumped in the middle of the arena just in front of the contestants. He smiled at them before looking back at the crowd, which had become settled. "Welcome everyone," he said loudly for everyone to hear him. "My name is Genma Shiranui, proctor of the finals. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chunin Selection Exam Finals." Genma yelled out to the crowd who welcomed his words with cheers. "We will now begin with the matches between the contestants that have worked hard and reached the finals of this tournament." Genma said and made his way over to the proctor's seat. He looked at the contestants of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji. "The rest of the contestants please go back to the contestants' booth." The rest of the contestants left the arena. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance before leaving. He had trained hard and gotten strong during his time with Kakashi. He wanted to test the power he had attained against Naruto. Naruto was someone he was sure would give him a good fight. He had always wanted to fight Naruto. The exams had brought a good chance for him to fight the blonde. Note: Naruto knew about the invasion that the Snake Sannin was planning from Zetsu. End of note. Genma looked between Naruto and Neji. Naruto still had his impassive expression. Neji had the same expression as Naruto. "The rules are the same as the ones that applied during the preliminaries," Genma said. "First match of the Chunin exam finals, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji." Genma yelled, "Begin." He yelled, motioning with his hands for the Genins to begin the first match. Naruto unfolded both his hands from his chest. Naruto then looked in the crowd and saw Ino and Hinata watching him. Hinata was giving him a pleading look that said, "Don't hurt him too badly." Naruto sighed and looked back at Neji. He was definitely going to give him a ass whooping he would never forget due to the way he had hurt Hinata. The crowd began to mutter in anticipation. Some were picking who would win the match. Some were gunning for the Hyuga prodigy, while a select few gunned for Naruto to win. The air in the arena was thick as Neji stared at Naruto blankly. He was confident he could win the match. He was a prodigy after all, and anyone who was fated against him was fated to lose, but Naruto was going to first play around a bit before embarrassing the arrogant Hyuga. A clone puffed into existence beside Naruto. He took a few steps back and sat down Indian style with his eyes closed. He would test his opponent's strength with a clone before fighting himself. He would rather not waste his energy fighting someone who could not defeat his clone. If Neji could defeat his clone easily, he would have his fun. The clone Naruto had made was a solid clone. It had little chakra as Naruto did not want it to drag the fight for too long. Neji seemed insulted by Naruto's actions. Anyone would have been insulted. "What is this, aren't you going to fight me?" Neji asked, looking at the real Naruto. Naruto stayed as he was while his clone spoke. "I will, but that is if you defeat me. I'm just a clone, one hit and I will dispel." The clone stated impassively. The clone's words drew question marks all over the stadium. People were wondering if it was just arrogance to say something like that. Neji was a prodigy, and he could surely defeat a mere clone. None felt more insulted than Neji. But the Hyuga was able to contain his anger. He did not think that Naruto would have the guts to do something nor say something like that. He was not expecting it. But he would not be shown up by someone who was once considered a dead last. "Byakugan!" Neji yelled as veins around his white eyes bulged. Neji ran towards the real Naruto, ignoring the clone. He could not waste time with the clone when he could fight the real person. What Naruto had done was an insult to his skills and his pride as a shinobi. To make him look like he was not worth an effort to fight and have him fight a clone instead was degrading. He could not allow anyone to make him sink any lower than that. Naruto stopped Neji in his tracks by standing in his way. If he wanted to make the real one fight, he had to defeat the clone. With the fighting style of the Hyuga can, his speed would have to keep his distance because a single hit from Neji would destroy him. He was faster than Niji, that would prove to be an advantage to him, but he was not as fast as the real one. Fighting a Hyuga was not a good thing for a clone. The chances of being destroyed in a single direct hit were high. Niji glared at the clone before raising his palm, which was glowing with chakra. He tried to hit the clone Naruto on the chest. The clone jumped back, dodging the blow. Niji wasted no time, he dashed at the clone, making it jump away from him again. "Are you going to keep running away from me?" Niji asked while getting into his clan's Taijutsu style, the gentle fist. The clone responded by charging at Niji. It swung its right leg when it had reached the genin. Niji crouched down to avoid the kick and raised his palm to try hitting the clone. The clone disappeared suddenly and appeared behind Niji. Niji spun around quickly to block the oncoming punch sent towards him by the clone. "The Byakugan gives me clear view of the battlefield, I can see your attacks." Niji stated, his hands still blocking Naruto's punch. The clone responded by making a distance between itself and Niji. It looked at the real Naruto for a second. A second was what Niji needed as he suddenly appeared before the clone, hitting it with his palm and sending a chakra pulse at the clone's chest, making it disappear in a puff of smoke. But not before saying something more to itself than to Niji, "I let my guard down." Niji smirked and turned around facing Naruto. Naruto was already standing up looking at Niji blankly. "I have defeated your clone easily. It did nothing but delay the inevitable," Niji said arrogantly. Naruto gave no response to Niji's words. Niji got back into his Taijutsu stance. "Fate has deemed that you will lose against me. You were once considered a dead last at the academy, but now you are not. I don't believe that you are no longer a dead last. You are still a dead last running away from his fate, but no one can escape fate, as fate cannot be changed." Niji spoke impassively. "What you are now is a mask hiding what you once were called at the academy, a dead last. I will defeat you today and remove that mask, exposing who you truly are, a dead last." Niji said, believing that he could defeat Naruto and remove his mask. Naruto responded by holding a single hand seal. "Fire release." "Great fireball," Naruto muttered as he breathed out a large fireball that sped at Niji. The fireball was twice as big as that which Sasuke could make. Niji, seeing that if the jutsu hit him he would be toast, literally, made a quick escape without getting hurt. Sasuke had white eyes upon seeing Naruto do his favorite jutsu with one hand seal. It bothered him greatly that Naruto could do that jutsu better than him. He had never seen Naruto do that jutsu. Naruto had never shown any skill to use ninjutsu before. Performing the fireball jutsu with a single hand seal meant that he was accustomed to doing the jutsu and had mastered it. It infuriated him. He was an Uchiha. All Uchihas were supposed to be masters of the great fireball. The jutsu had originated from the Uchiha clan after all. It was unacceptable to see someone do the jutsu better than he could. So he is going to reveal his true power, the Sandaime thought with a smile. He too was a bit surprised that Naruto could perform the fireball jutsu with a single hand seal. He was also going to reveal his heritage to the village. This is certainly turning out to be interesting. I heard that Uzumaki did not display any skill in ninjutsu. But seeing him perform a jutsu like that makes me curious. The Kazekage said to the Hokage, curiosity dripping from his tone. He was wondering why Naruto did not use any jutsu in the Forest of Death. Both Jiraiya and the Hokage nodded but offered no words. They just wanted to watch what Naruto could do. Back at the fight. After dodging the fireball, Niji appeared several feet away from the jutsu. Naruto suddenly appeared before Niji. Niji was shocked as he was caught off guard. He had not been expecting Naruto to attack him after sending the fireball jutsu at him. He had not even seen Naruto move. "You are really annoying when you start talking," Naruto stated impassively. Niji had been expecting him to attack him, given that he had been caught off guard. If Naruto had attacked when he had appeared before him, he would have hit him since he was in no position to defend. He was not a bit curious as to why Naruto did not try to land a blow on him. Niji glared at Naruto for saying he was annoying. He smirked, "You had an opportunity to let a hit on me, but you did not use it. Such an opportunity will not come again, and I will make you regret it," Niji said impassively. His palm rushed at Naruto's left shoulder. Naruto shifted aside to avoid Niji's hit. Looking at Niji's face, he was positive that Niji was not going to stop with his attacks. Niji tried hitting his right shoulder. Naruto dodged, forcing Niji to try to hit another target. Naruto dodged all of the attacks while his eyes were firmly on Niji. Naruto then jumped back, creating a distance between himself and Niji. He was doing his best to avoid being hit by Niji's attacks. It would be rather troubling if he were to have his chakra paths blocked. Niji's strikes aimed at blocking his chakra paths. If his chakra paths were blocked, it would make him immobile. But at least for him, for a moment, having his chakra paths blocked was something he could deal with. Niji ran at Naruto at a faster speed than before. His hands were still glowing with light blue chakra. To his shock, Naruto's hands began to glow with chakra. One had to have good chakra control to be able to do what Naruto had done. Niji had been moving at a faster speed than Naruto had thought he would. But it did not mean that he could not handle it. Naruto blocked Niji's attempt to hit him in the chest with his hand. It was laced with chakra to prevent its chakra pathway from being blocked. Naruto continued on to block Niji's attacks for 4 minutes straight. He only received 2 hits on both his shoulders, but he dealt with it quickly by forcing chakra to pass through the blocked pathway. It was a rather uncomfortable process. But other than that, he had no injuries or bruises. Niji, on the other hand, was slightly worn out. He was also frustrated because he had failed to give Naruto an injury. All his attempts to hit Naruto had been fruitless. Naruto suddenly gripped Niji's right hand. He held it tightly, making Niji wince. Naruto spun around along with Niji. Niji spun around in the air while his hand was held by Naruto. He knew that Naruto was going to release the hold on his hand. But if Naruto did that, it would send him flying. Naruto let go of Niji's hand. But before Niji was thrown away from him, he hit Naruto's right hand, making it immobile. Niji was sent crashing towards the wall. He recovered quickly, but his body was slightly bruised and his clothes slightly tattered. He got up and looked at Naruto. His eyes could see that Naruto's hand was immobile because he had blocked its chakra pathways. Your right hand is immobile now. With only one usable hand left, I will easily remove that mask you wear. Niji said with a smirk. Crowd. Sakura looked down at the stadium. Beside her were Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Ino, Tenten and the 3 Jonin senseis of Team 7, 8, 10, and Team Guy, Haddock Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma Saratobi, and Mito Guy. Doesn't Niji realize that Naruto is not wearing a mask and the dead last was the mask? Sakura asked, particularly to no one. I don't think he does. Ino replied with her eyes firmly on the battlefield. The Jonin just continued watching, each with different thoughts in their heads. Kakashi was wondering about something. Naruto did not seem to be fighting the way he usually did. Normally Niji would have been lying somewhere with a broken body at this given. But the fight had been going on for a while, and still Naruto had not landed a hit on Niji. To trained eyes, one could tell that it was not because he could not, but because he did not want to. Kurenai saw Kakashi's thoughtful expression. What is it, Kakashi? Something seems to be wrong here. Naruto is stronger than Niji, that much I know, but why he is not ending the fight is making me curious. I have watched Naruto fight many times, and he never plays when he is fighting someone with genin strength. Kakashi replied. Kiba responded before Kurenai could respond. What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Can't you see that Niji has Naruto on the defensive? He said. After Naruto had humiliated him at the preliminaries, he had learned to resent the blonde. Naruto had beaten him like he was a fly. Guy shook his head. Naruto seems to be holding back for some reason. He is on the defensive because he wants to, not because Niji is forcing him. Guy stated, observing the fight. Why? He did not seem to be capable of holding back at the preliminaries. Kurenai asked. It is most likely he is just playing with Niji. But that would be out of character for him, Kakashi said. Let's just watch and see what happens. He said, getting the Jonins to nod in agreement. Back to the fight, Naruto sighed inwardly and forced chakra on his right hand to open up the blocked chakra pathways. He was better at controlling his chakra because of his Senju DNA. Senju were known to have had perfect control over their chakra. It was easy to unblock his chakra pathways. He disappeared and appeared in front of Niji. He did not attack just as he did last time. Niji smirked as he stared at Naruto. He would make the blonde regret his choice of not attacking him while he could. You are within my range. Niji stated. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji said, his fingers going at Naruto's body. 2 palms, Niji said as his hands hit Naruto. 4 palms, 4 hits at Naruto's shoulders, blocking his Tenketsu points. He hit Naruto with his strikes until he reached 64 strikes. Naruto had taken each strike without trying to block. Remarkably, he was still standing, only his shoulders were slumped and his eyes were staring down at the ground. I have hit you with 64 strikes. Your body should not be able to move. I suggest you stay down and accept what fate has decided, Niji said. You were fated to lose this match, and thus you have lost. Naruto's eyes left the ground and traveled towards Neji. Neji spoke again, seeing Naruto look at him. "Give up, you have no power to defeat me." Neji said, believing that his opponent was weaker than him. "It was not fate that you hit me," Naruto corrected. "You only hit me because I wanted you to, as I wanted to see what would happen if your technique hit me." The whole stadium was silenced by Naruto's proclamation. Some hung their mouths open while others blinked several times and a few just raised their brows. It was just unbelievable to them. No one would dare take on those hits just to see what would happen. That would be unless he was shot of a few brain cells. "You are lying. Even if you let yourself be hit, the damage is done. I can see your Tenketsu points are blocked with my eyes," Neji said, not believing that Naruto had let himself be hit. Naruto released a wave of chakra, forcing his Tenketsu points to open. The chakra he released picked up debris around him for a moment before the dust cleared. Naruto stood still, his Tenketsu points now opened with his eyes fixed on Neji. Naruto closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "The time has come." He opened them, revealing a fully matured Sharingan. A Sharingan he had managed to keep hidden from everyone within the village. Well, the crowd could only see his left eye as his right was hidden by his hair. Everyone within the stadium was shocked. In everyone's wildest dreams they had never imagined Naruto with a Sharingan, the Dijutsu of the Uchiha clan. It was a sight that many had never expected to see. Some did not actually care, they just wanted to see a good fight. Visitors from other villages were greatly surprised as they had heard that the Uchiha clan was massacred. Only a few outside of Konoha knew that there was one survivor, Uchiha Sasuke. While others were shocked, Sasuke was both shocked and infuriated. Naruto was no Uchiha. It meant that if Naruto had the Sharingan, it had to have been implanted. He refused to accept people who implanted his clan's Dijutsu on themselves. It was different with Kakashi because Kakashi had his given to him by his dying friend. He did not know where Naruto got his. Naruto Sasuke growled to himself with his Sharingan activated. Unlike Naruto's, which had yet to fully mature, it only had 2 tomos in each eye. Everyone beside him could see he was shaking in anger. Sasuke was about to storm into the battlefield and demand answers from Naruto, but Shikamaru quickly restrained the young Uchiha with his shadows. He was also curious, but storming in there would only disturb Naruto's match. He was not sure if Naruto would welcome someone disturbing his match. "Let go of me, Shikamaru," Sasuke yelled, trying to break free from his restraints. "This is troublesome," Shikamaru said, his hands held together as he did not let loose of his jutsu. "Calm down, Sasuke, Naruto will come back here after his match. You will get to question him then." "No, I want answers now," Sasuke yelled out again. The situation was becoming somewhat comical as the other participants were snickering at Sasuke's frustrations. Kakashi seemed to have known what was happening as he suddenly appeared in the contestants' booth. He had figured that Sasuke would overreact seeing Naruto wield a Sharingan. Kakashi touched Sasuke's shoulder. "Calm down, Sasuke, I'm sure Naruto has a good explanation." He tried calming his student. Sasuke glared at Kakashi, but he was no longer trying to escape from his restraints. "Did you know?" he demanded. "No," Kakashi replied as he shook his head. Sasuke said nothing, his eyes traveled back to Naruto as he settled for glaring at the blonde. Cage booth. The Kazekage had white eyes, his eyes were bigger than the Hokage's, who also had white eyes. It was unbelievable that Naruto had the Sharingan. He quickly got over his shock and laughed maniacally inwardly. Naruto was proving to be quite an interesting person. The Sandaime and Jiraiya were obviously shocked as everyone else. The Sandaime had not even suspected that Naruto could have already awakened and matured the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan Dijutsu. The Sandaime could not believe that Naruto had hidden something from him and from the whole village. "I thought there was only one survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, Hokage Dono." The Kazekage spoke, snapping the Sandaime out of his thoughts. "There is only one survivor." The Hokage replied with his eyes firmly placed on Naruto. "Then how come Naruto has the Sharingan?" Hiruzen didn't respond and just watched Naruto back to the fight. Naruto ran at Neji at Jonin level speed. He reached the genin and swung his right leg high, trying to kick Neji at his temple. Neji crossed both his hands and blocked the kick. The kick had much power to send any genin flying, but Neji was not just any genin. He was only pushed back a bit but told himself never to try and block another kick from Naruto. Naruto brought his feet down and raised his left leg waist level high. He tried kicking Neji at his waist, but Neji jumped back to avoid being hit. Naruto stopped with his attacks for a moment and stood still as if he was strategizing. The crowd had now gotten over their shock and were watching the fight with anticipation. It was now proving to be interesting as Naruto was now attacking Neji. Neji seemed to be blocking Naruto's attempts. Neji ran at Naruto with his right arm stretched forward. He tried hitting Naruto's chest, but Naruto sidestepped the attack and gripped Neji's arm. Neji swung his free arm trying to hit Naruto. His attempt forced Naruto to let go of his arm and jump back. Naruto dashed towards Neji and seemed to pass him. But he suddenly spun around with his leg swinging at Neji. Naruto kicked Neji in the face, sending the genin flying away. Neji recovered quickly by flipping in mid-air. But when he landed down the ground, a hard kick to the chest welcomed him and sent him crashing towards the wall. Gah! Neji grunted as he hit the wall hard, creating a dent. Naruto gave the genin an opportunity to recover. The results would be the same regardless of what action he took. Neji got up and glared at Naruto. Naruto hit as hard as Lee. But Lee hit harder because of the weights on his legs. He rushed at Naruto again, but this time with both his hands stretched forward. Hit tried hitting Naruto, but Naruto jumped back. He could predict Neji's moves before they reached him. And because he was faster than Neji, it became impossible for Neji to hit him. Naruto blurred out of sight and appeared before Neji. With an almost 360-degree view of the battlefield, Neji was able to see Naruto. He turned around quickly but was unable to block or dodge a kick to his chest. The kick connected with Neji's chest and sent him flying. Naruto appeared above Neji while he was still in the air and brought his hands together. He smacked the genin down the ground. Neji was sent crashing down like a bullet. He hit the ground hard and created a crater. Neji's crash created debris where he had crashed. Remarkably, when the debris cleared, Neji was still standing, but his body was bruised and he was bleeding, albeit not profusely. He seemed to be out of breath as he was breathing heavily. He did not like where things were going, but he refused to be beat. Fate could not be changed. Naruto had been fated to be defeated by him, and he would make sure of that. Naruto rushed at Neji and attempted to gut him. Neji dodged the attempt, albeit barely. He was not given time to catch the breath that was escaping him as Naruto appeared in front of him and kneed him on the gut. Neji coughed bodily fluids while clutching his stomach in pain. The crowd was cheering, seeing the turnaround of events. Naruto stared down at Neji, who was now on his knees still clutching his stomach. There is no such thing as fate. Fate is something you created on your own ideals to escape from your miseries. Naruto said, his tone and facial expression never changing. Neji stopped clutching his stomach and glared at Naruto. You know nothing about misery. He spat, my life has been fated to become a servant to the main branch. As far as I could remember, I have been branded with this, Neji said, removing his forehead protector. There was a seal on his forehead. Naruto knew what it was. It's the caged bird seal. I will live with it and die with it. That is my fate. And your fate is to lose to me, Neji said as he tried hitting Naruto in anger. Naruto punched Neji on his face, sending him flying away from him. Neji winced as he felt the pain the punch inflicted on his body. He hit the ground and gathered his strength to get up. He was still breathing heavily and was now bleeding from his mouth. Despite his condition, he got into his taijutsu stance, signifying that he could still fight. Naruto ran towards Neji, but when he reached Neji, he sensed a buildup of chakra from Neji. He did not stop trying to kick Neji though. Kaiten! Neji yelled as he began to spin furiously, and while he released chakra from his tenketsu points. The chakra he released created a dome of chakra that rotated around him at a fast speed. Naruto's foot hit the spinning chakra and was sent back. He flipped in mid-air and landed down the ground. That was unexpected, he said to himself. Neji stopped spinning, releasing his defense jutsu. He smirked at Naruto, this is my ultimate jutsu, the ultimate defense jutsu. With this you cannot touch me anymore, he said confidently. Those of the Hyuga clan had wide eyes seeing Neji perform the Kaiten. It was a defense jutsu only taught to the skilled members of the main branch. For Neji to learn the jutsu on his own only proved that he was truly a genius. No one could doubt that he was indeed a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. But despite his skill, he was facing someone who seemed to be beyond his level. Ultimate defense, you say, Naruto said, shall we test that? The way Naruto spoke made Neji wish he did not say the Kaiten was an ultimate defense. Naruto did a single hand seal, fire release. Great fireball, another large fireball sped towards Neji faster than the first one. It was just as big as the first. Due to Neji's current condition, he could not escape the jutsu by running away from it. Naruto was aware of that. The only way for Neji to defend himself was to use his Kaiten. Neji saw the fireball coming towards him. Kaiten. He yelled as he activated his defense technique again. Both techniques clashed, but the Kaiten held on. Naruto ended his jutsu, allowing Neji to do the same. Neji was breathing heavier than before and was barely standing. The Kaiten was taking a toll on him. The Kaiten had passed Naruto's first test, but barely. Naruto held another single-hand seal again, readying for another jutsu. Fire style? Dragon Flame Caterwall. Naruto yelled as 5 small flame fish-like creatures with 2 large fangs raced at Neji in 5 different directions. It was a jutsu Naruto had learned from Indra. All creatures seek out their targets till they hit. The only way to stop them was to make them hit something. Neji gathered his remaining chakra and called upon the Kaiten again. One by one the flame dragons hit Neji's defense. When each hit it exploded and the fire it created became one with Neji's rotating dome of chakra. Neji realized this when he felt the heat rise up and stopped spinning to avoid being burned to death by his own jutsu. But he did not get away without suffering slight burns on his clothes and skin. Neji fell on his knees while sweating and breathing heavily. The heat that had surrounded was too intense for him. His chakra was also spent. It is not a perfect defense, thought Naruto to himself. He decided to try another jutsu. He had yet to try it while fighting with someone other than his clones. Neji provided him the opportunity to test the jutsu. He flashed through several hand seals and expanded large amounts of chakra well to others who did not have much chakra as Naruto had. Fire style? Majestic Flame Destroyer. Naruto breathed an unimaginable wave of flames that covered the whole space in front of him, reaching the walls of the arena in width. The wave of flames went straight at Neji, who had white eyes like everyone inside the stadium. Only the Sandaime had seen a fire jutsu that big. Despite it being big, it was not as big enough for Naruto's liking. Still, the flames were powerful enough to incarnate everything they touched. The flames burned everything on their path as they made their way towards Neji's position. The heat of the flames was too intense as everyone close to the battlefield felt the heat. Neji began to fear for his life. He could no longer do the Kaiten. He also could not escape anywhere, the flames had blocked each path he could take. Backwards was the wall, he could not go anywhere. He closed his eyes as the flames reached him. Naruto ended his jutsu and narrowed his eyes behind him. Genma was holding Neji with both his arms. He had saved the genin, but at some cost. His upper right side of his body was burned by the flames. He knew that if he had allowed Neji to be hit by the flames would have burned him to ashes. He was the proctor and could not allow necessary deaths to occur while he watched. Neji was now unconscious. It was because of chakra exhaustion and some shock. He had thought he was going to die. Genma placed Neji down on the ground and ignored his burns. He looked at Naruto, who was still in the same position as he was. He had yet to move, only his eyes narrowed at Genma. Genma let loose a sigh of release after a few moments. When the flames hit him, he thought he too was going to die. But he had made it. It looked like Naruto was trying to kill his fellow genin. First match of the Chunin exam finals is over. Genma trailed off, remembering that the Sandaime had said he would announce the winner of this match. He looked at the Sandaime, nodding for him to speak. The Sandaime stepped forward and cleared his throat. He was going to say something important. The crowd had already been shocked once, but he had to do it for the sake of the village. Naruto turned around. He was the victor of the match. His Sharingan now deactivated as he walked towards the contestants' booth. No one was cheering, the stadium was just full of mummers. Winner of the first match, Namikaze Uchiha Uzumaki Senju, Naruto the Sandaime said in a loud voice. What? Nearly all the people as the stadium yelled out, including the Raikage and Kazukiage. A leaf ninja stood up and said, Lord Hokage, could you please repeat that again, please? The old Hokage Saiti then spoke aloud for everyone to hear him. Up until now, I have hid Naruto's true heritage from the world due to who his parents were and also who his grandparents were, but now is the time to reveal to all of you who Naruto truly is. This explanation will take a minute, so please do not interrupt me. Everyone in the stadium was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. The Raikage and Kazukiage were staring and listening intensely. Here Izan begins to speak. He tells them Naruto's true heritage from being Hashirama and Madara's grandson, and him also being the son of their beloved Yellow Flash and Kushina the Red Devil, and that he is the holder of the four most powerful bloodlines, and that he was requested by Minato to hide his true identity until he became a Chunin. After everyone had heard about Naruto's heritage, to say they were shocked would be an understatement. Everyone turned to look at Naruto and could see the similarities between him and Minato. Naruto just ignored their stares in awe and shock and just continued sitting. The Kazukiage was licking his lips under his hat. Getting Naruto would be way better than Sasuke. He was a goldmine and would definitely be the perfect body all of the other clans and clan heads, other village leaders, along with the daimyo and other rich and zero strong. Political figures looked at Naruto in a new light. If Naruto married their daughters and had children, they would gain much more political power, along with money. The Shinju and Uchiha clan, along with the Uzumaki, were the richest clans in the world and had big status along with power. All of the Jonin and senseis along with Naruto's classmates looked at Naruto differently. Even Sakura started thinking that Naruto was cool, but she still wasn't going to put him over her. Sasuke-kun, Hinata and Temari, along with Ino, were surprised as well. With a lineage like Naruto, he was someone of royalty. Sasuke was having mixed feeling after finding out Naruto was part of his clan and was also the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha to ever live. Everyone was brought out of their thought when Genma began to speak. Now moving on to second match of the Chunin exam finals, Subaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee. Genma said aloud. Both contestants made their way to the battleground. Genma looked between Lee and Gaara. He could tell that the two were going to give the crowd a good match. Are both fighters ready? He asked, earning a nod from Lee. While Gaara gave no response, his face just remained emotionless. Begin. He yelled and jumped to his seat where a medic was waiting for him to take care of his burns. One could tell Gaara was a bit excited about the match because the moment Genma said the match could begin, sand shot out from his gourd and swirled around him. Lee studied his opponent for a moment. Guy had told him that his opponent was dangerous and he should be careful. He had also been told to take off his weights should the situation require him to do so. He did not have to ask for permission to take off his weights this time. Lee got into his Jujutsu stance and motioned for Gaara to come at him with his right hand. Gaara wasted no time as his shot towards Lee at fast speeds. Lee jumped back to avoid the sand. When he landed on the ground, the sand was waiting for him. He was forced to use his great reflexes to avoid the sand from catching him. Guy had warned him to avoid being caught by the sand at all costs. Lee rushed at Gaara, who had been in the same position since the match began. He attacked Gaara on his left side by attempting to kick him. Sand blocked Lee's foot, preventing him from hitting Gaara. Lee blurred to Gaara's right and attempted to kick the sand genin again. The sand protected Gaara again, forcing Lee to jump back. Sand shot towards Lee at a fast pace. Lee readied himself, and when the sand reached him and attempted to kick it away. A mistake on his part, as a part of the sand was blown away by the force of his kick, and a part was not. The part that remained almost wrapped itself around his leg. He did enough to blur away from sight. Lee landed on the ground and studied Gaara. The sand made it difficult for him to hit his opponent. He needed speed to bypass the defense. Lee ran towards Gaara with a plan and thought. He appeared in front of Gaara looking as if he wanted to punch the genin. Gaara's sand tried to wrap itself around Lee, only for Lee to disappear and appear behind Gaara. Lee swung his leg attempting to kick Gaara from behind. But just as he was about to land a hit, the sand appeared and blocked his kick. Lee jumped away from Gaara. Bypassing Gaara's sand was proving to be harder than he had thought it would be at his current speed level. The crowd was cheering as the fight was certainly entertaining, even when none had landed a hit on one another. At the contestants' booth, Kankuro had a wide smile admiring Gaara's sand. No one had ever landed a hit on Gaara. Gaara was untouchable with his sand, and there was no way Lee would be able to touch Gaara. Well, that was according to him. Lee appeared in front of Gaara and attempted to punch Gaara with the strongest punch he could master. The sand tried to block his punch, but the punch broke through. Just as it was about to make contact with Gaara, another wave of sand appeared in its path and this time blocked Lee's punch. Lee did not stop with just a powerful punch. He spun around, swinging his leg, bringing forth his most powerful kick. Gaara brought forward his sand to block the kick. But the sand did not stand a chance against the power behind Lee's kick. Lee's foot marched towards Gaara's face, but again, just as it was about to hit, more sand blocked its path. But the results were different this time. Even the sand shielding Gaara, he was sent flying away towards the wall. Gaara's sand created a cushion before he hit the wall. Gaara smiled maniacally at Lee and walked a bit towards Lee before he stopped. He moved his sand with his hand this time. When he was moving it with his hands, it was moving at a faster speed than before. The wave of sand almost wrapped Lee from behind, but Lee disappeared from sight, dodging the sand, albeit barely. Lee rushed at Gaara, dodging waves of sand that were trying to wrap themselves on him. Lee dodged each sand attack skillfully. When he reached Gaara, he was unable to attack the Jinchuriki as he found large amounts of sand waiting for him. Lee quickly disappeared from view, avoiding the sand. If Lee was going to break through Gaara's defense, he would have to step up his game. Lee looked at his sensei as if asking for permission. Guy nodded, making Lee smile. Despite Guy having already given him permission to take off his weights during his fight, it felt right asking for permission again. He took off the weights on his legs and held them with both his hands. Gaara only raised an eyebrow, wondering what his opponent was up to. Lee let go of the weights. Boom. They hit the ground and shook the stadium slightly. The weights created 2 craters on the battlefield. Almost everyone had white eyes at the effects of Lee's weights. It was just unimaginable how a young lad like Lee could be able to wear such heavy weights and still move as fast as he had been moving so far in his match against Gaara. Guy just smiled proudly at his student. It was not easy for Lee to be able to wear such heavy weights, but through hard work they did it. It was his efforts along with Lee's dedication to being the best Taijutsu user that made Lee become what he was today, a shinobi he was proud to call his student. Lee took a Taijutsu stance with a serious expression on his face. Lee vanished from his spot. Only a select few saw him move. The others just blinked a few times looking around the battlefield. Their efforts were rewarded as Lee appeared behind Gaara. Gaara turned around with white eyes, showing his shock at Lee's speed. Lee swung his right leg at Gaara. Gaara's sand was unable to react fast enough to leap into his defense. Lee's kick connected with Gaara's face. Gaara was sent flying, but before he could hit the walls, Lee appeared above him facing down and kicked him hard on the face. Gaara crashed down the ground, creating a crater. Lee landed on the ground gracefully and waited for his opponent to recover. Gaara stood up from the crater and brushed his fingers against his mouth. He looked at his fingers and saw blood. To some it was most shocking because none had ever seen Gaara bleed before. It was shocking to see that someone had the speed to bypass Gaara's sand and hurt Gaara. Not even Jonins had been unable to hurt Gaara, but a genin from Konoha had just done it. It was unbelievable. Gaara smiled maliciously. "Blood, my blood," he said to himself, then looked back at Lee. "Mother wants your blood," Gaara said maliciously. "I must feed on your blood to prove my existence and erase yours." Lee looked at Gaara, showing a bit of confusion, but he later shrugged it off and dashed towards Gaara. Only small gusts of winds could be seen upon where he had been standing. A large wall of sand appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Lee jumped up, passing the wall. While he was still in the air, he began to rotate furiously towards Gaara. "Konoha Senpyu!" Lee yelled as he delivered a spinning kick to Gaara. Gaara's sand came to the rescue and blocked Lee's kick. Lee spun around and attempted to kick Gaara with his other leg, but the sand blocked his kick again. Lee flashed out of sight and appeared behind Gaara. He swung his right hand and delivered a punch at Gaara's face. Gaara had been unable to block due to the speed on the attack. With his full speed, Lee was able to bypass Gaara's defense. The punch sent him flying, but Gaara quickly recovered and landed down the ground gracefully. Lee watched with white eyes as sand around Gaara's face began to peel off. Gaara's thin layer of sand reformed again on his skin. It was his secondary defense mechanism. Lee gritted his teeth in frustrations. So far he had not been able to damage Gaara. It was like all his efforts were pointless. To win he had to risky measures. Lee suddenly blurred out of sight. He was running at his speed's peak. Lee kicked Gaara into the air and used the shadow of the dancing leaf to get behind Gaara while still in flight. He let loose of his bandages and wrapped it around Gaara, restraining him as gravity began to pull them down. "This should end the match," Lee exclaimed confidently. He and Gaara began to rotate furiously while they fell down the ground as a spinning vortex. Gaara hit the ground head first. Lee was also hurt as the technique was a double-edged sword. But Lee, being the user of the technique, received less damage than his opponent. Lee panted as he watched the debris where Gaara was lying. The crowd began to cheer, applauding the technique and also thinking that the match was over. But everyone's celebrations were cut short as Gaara let out a maniacal laughter. Lee could not believe what his eyes were showing him as he watched Gaara stumbled up and stood up with a maniacal grin and blood dripping from his mouth. His sand swirled furiously around him. "I must really drink your blood, mother wants it." Large torrents of sand began to fire at Lee mercilessly. Lee did his best to dodge all of the attacks. But keeping up with Gaara's sand was tiring him. Gaara was sending the sand at Lee tirelessly without even taking a break. With the smile on his face, it was obvious that he wanted to crush Lee with his sand. Lee found himself backed against the arena's battle floor. He was left to only think of defense as Gaara attacked him with his sand furiously. A wave of sand appeared in front of him, stretched as if it was welcoming him for an embrace. Gaara grinned and made a fist encasing the sand around Lee. "Sabaku Kaiju," Gaara said as he seemingly wrapped itself around Lee. Nothing happened, there was no blood that fell down the ground. Gaara was aware that he did not catch Lee because he did not feel him on his sand. Lee appeared a few feet away from his previous position. Some let out a sigh of relief seeing that the match was not over. "It seems that I cannot defeat as I am," Lee said, seriously looking at Gaara. "Then I must," he trailed off. "First gate. Gate of opening." Lee yelled as the aura around him began to change. "Second gate. Gate of healing." His skin began to change its normal color. "Third gate. Gate of life." "Fourth gate. Gate of pain." "Fifth gate. Gate of limit." Lee yelled. He was surrounded by a blue aura, and veins around his body had bulged. Gust of winds picked up where Lee was standing. The crowd was awed at the power Lee was emitting. "It was definitely not the power of your normal genin. This will surely end it," he said and disappeared. Only Jonins were able to follow his movements. Others did not see him move. Naruto was able to see him. He had his Sharingan activated. The next thing the crowd was Gaara in flight. Lee was striking him at inhuman speeds. It gave Gaara no chance to defend himself. Lee suddenly appeared above Gaara, reverse lotus. He yelled as he hit Gaara with a final powerful punch and kick at the same time. Gaara was sent crashing down like a bullet. He hit the ground creating a large crater. Some with experienced eyes saw that Gaara's gourd turned into sand and created a sand cushion before he hit the ground. Lee landed at the unwelcoming ground harshly due to the use of his technique. He had already closed his gates as he could no longer contain them. His body was bruised and his clothes were tattered. His breathing was labored and he was on his knees as he was unable to stand. The technique used too much power at once and left him without strength. It was why he used it as a last resort. The crowd cheered gracefully at the power of Lee's attack. They thought that it was surely over, as they believed that no one could stand again after crashing down the way Gaara did. The dust cleared, revealing Gaara lying down in a crater. Sand was peeling off his skin, and more blood continued to drip from his mouth. His sand had absorbed much of the damage he could have suffered. "Sand coffin?" Gaara said with his hand raised while he was still lying down. Lee found himself at the mercy of Gaara's sand. He tried to escape, but his muscles were torn apart, and he was out of strength because he had opened 5 gates and used reverse lotus. The sand caught Lee's left leg and hand, crashing them. "Arg!" Lee screamed in pain as Gaara's sand crushed his hand and leg. He landed on the ground harshly. Gaara got to his feet slowly, looking slightly worn out, but had no significant damage on his body. Gaara chuckled darkly. "Mother will now have your blood." He yelled like a crazy person. Gaara's sand shot towards an immobile Lee. Guy tensed, knowing that Lee would surely die if Gaara caught him with his sand. In his condition, Lee could not do anything. It was now up to him as a loving sensei to protect his student. He rushed to the stadium to save Lee. He was not alone. A bandaged Genma had the same thoughts as him. Guy was able to get to Lee before Gaara's sand. He took Lee out of the path of the sand while Genma appeared before Gaara. "This match is over," he said sternly. Gaara ignored him and looked over to Guy and Lee. "Why did you save him?" he asked, his features having returned to his emotionless and cold facade. "He is my student, my pride and joy," Guy replied, almost breaking into tears as he walked away, taking Lee to the medics. Lee had pushed himself too far. Opening the gates did damage to his body, and Gaara's last attack did further damage. He feared the worst, looking at his unconscious student, who had passed out because of pain that had gripped him. Genma looked at the murmuring crowd. "Winner, Subaku no Gaara." The crowd applauded as they had witnessed a truly great match. Gaara silently made his way back to the contestants' booth. He did not need a medic, as he was fine. Naruto was somewhat pleased with what he had seen. Both Gaara and Lee were capable genins. Lee had reached an amazing feat. To be able to compete with a Jinchuriki at the level he was. The boy was truly something, possibly the best genin in terms of hard work and dedication. "Will Subaku no Kankuro and Uchiha Sasuke step forward, please?" Genma called out. Sasuke smiled excitedly and went into the arena. He was finally going to test himself against capable opponents. After watching Gaara fight, he now wanted him also. Kankuro stepped forward but stopped before reaching the middle of the arena. "Proctor, I forfeit." His words were welcomed with boos all over the stadium. Kankuro seemed not to care about the jeers. The crowd had been waiting for Sasuke to fight to see what he the Uchiha had, but their attention had moved from Sasuke to Naruto. He was more interesting than the last so-called Uchiha. They wanted to see what he could do. Genma looked at Kankuro without interest. He thought that if he did not, he should have never come to the stadium. Sasuke was now fuming. He wanted to fight and would do anything to get that opportunity. He turned and stared at Kankuro with his Sharingan eyes. "Why? Are you afraid of me?" Sasuke said with a smirk, trying to get Kankuro to reconsider his decision. The crowd seemed to think the same way as Sasuke. However, it had no effect on Kankuro. He turned around and walked away. Sasuke gritted his teeth, seeing that his attempt had failed. He held out his right hand, and lightning began to sparkle on his palm. No sooner than later, a sound of chirping birds rang throughout the stadium. Jonins recognized Sasuke's jutsu as Kakashi's trademark assassination jutsu. "Chidori!" Sasuke yelled as he ran towards Kankuro. If Kankuro did not want to fight, he would force him to. Many did not see a problem with Sasuke's actions, in fact they cheered. Kankuro was alarmed and turned around. He saw the jutsu at Sasuke's hand and widened his eyes. He did not actually think that the brat would go that far. Lucky for him, Genma knew how dangerous the jutsu was. Genma intercepted Sasuke and gripped his right tightly, making him lose control over his jutsu. The Chidori burst into sparkles of lightning before disappearing. Sasuke gave Genma a death glare, but Genma ignored it. He stared at Kankuro. "You are lucky I stopped him. If I had not, that jutsu would have killed you." Kankuro scoffed and walked away, earning more boos from the crowd. "Let me go!" Sasuke yelled as Genma was still holding his arm. Genma ignored Sasuke again and looked back at the crowd. "Ichiha Sasuke will proceed to the next round," he said. Kakashi as Sasuke's sensei appeared beside Genma and Sasuke. Genma let go of Sasuke. Kakashi touched Sasuke's shoulder and both disappeared in a swirl of leaves. They appeared where the rest of the Konoha 12 were. Genma sighed. "Will Nara, Shikamaru and Temari step forward please?" Both contestants walked into the ring. Temari looked up toward Naruto, who gave her a smile and a wink that seemed to warm her heart and give her confidence. Shikamaru had his usual bored expression. Genma looked between both fighters. "Are both fighters ready?" he asked, earning nods from both fighters. "Final match of the first round begin," he said and jumped back to his seat. Temari, being the only one who seemed to be eager to fight, charged first at Shikamaru. She had seen him fight once and did not think that he could beat her. She did not believe that she was going to get an easy win. Her large fan was in her hands as she attempted to smack Shikamaru with it. Shikamaru dodged her attempts and landed down as he began to compute ways of winning the match. After a minute, he had already computed several ways to end the match. The fight continued on as Temari showed her skills with the fan. The fan was used to generate powerful wind jutsus. Temari was certainly a skilled wind user, which was no surprise as Suna was famous for breeding wind users. Wind affinity, despite being very powerful, was very rare. Not a lot of people had a natural affinity to wind. It was a joy to see someone such as Temari demonstrate her skills with a fan. While Temari was on the attack, Shikamaru was running around the battlefield, dodging Temari's attacks and throwing explosive tags at the girl. Luckily for Temari, none of the explosives tags hit her. She was not once caught in the explosions. Despite dodging most of Temari's attacks, Shikamaru was unfortunate and was hit by one of Temari's attacks. Luckily for him, it did not give him much damage, all did was to give him a few cuts. Shikamaru was also trying to catch Temari with his shadow possession jutsu. He was skillfully trying in the best way he could to catch her. It was most surprising at how hard Shikamaru seemed to be fighting. None had ever seen Shikamaru try anything that hard unless a life was in danger. The results had gone the way Shikamaru had predicted. He finally was able to catch Temari and restrain her with his shadows. He forced her to pick up a kunai and point it to her neck with his shadows. He was controlling her movements and could make her do whatever that he wanted her to do. Temari had thought that the match was over and she had lost, but Shikamaru ended up forfeiting the match. She was surprised that he could forfeit the match when he was in the position to win. His reasons were that it was too troublesome to continue on, he had little chakra left, and he just wanted to get the promotion. Temari could have refused to accept that she was the winner of the match, but she accepted it. Her pride as a kunoichi had taken a bite because she did not proceed to the next round because of her skills, but because her opponent had chosen to give up when he had her backed against the wall. The match in whole was rather worth watching. The crowd loved it and cheered at the end, despite Shikamaru forfeiting when he could have won the match. Genma stood in the middle of the arena. "We will now take a 20 minutes break before he trailed off as Gaara shunshined into the battlefield. "I don't need a break, let us continue now," Gaara said emotionlessly. Genma sighed and looked at the Hokage as if asking what to do. The Sandaime just smiled at him, telling him to do what he felt was right as the proctor. Okay, since one of the competitors seems not to need a break, we'll begin the second round, Genma said, earning cheers from the crowd, which seemed not to want the break. The matches will be as follows: winner of match 1 will face winner of match 2. And the winner of match 3 will face the winner of match 4. Genma said. The first match of the second round will be you, he trailed off, remembering something important. A young woman from the crowd sitting at a seat near the fighting area of the arena spoke for him. Namek is Uchiha Uzumaki Senju Naruto, she said with a smile toward Naruto. Naruto looked around and saw how a lot of people were watching him, along with a lot of women looking at him with looks of lust. Genma coughed to get everyone to return their attention to him. Thank you, he said, looking at the young woman. The match will be Namek is Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Now since Gaara is already here, will Namek is Naruto step forward please? Naruto appeared in the middle of the arena in a burst of flames. You can begin. Genma said, returning to his seat, and everyone began to silently watch the match. Gaara grinned maliciously at Naruto. Mother has been waiting to feed on your blood. Naruto raised a single brow. It was not the same time he had heard Gaara say mother and blood. He figured it was the Shukaku whispering things to his mind. Given what Zetsu had gathered about Gaara's childhood, it was not surprising that Gaara would give in to Shukaku's influence. I have seen the extent of your power, thus I have no reason to test you, myself, Naruto said, not bothering to reply on Gaara's words. I will not hold back. Naruto said. Naruto did a one-hand seal fire release. Majestic fire destruction. Naruto expelled a stream of dense flames that ignited upon reaching their target, Gaara. The fire expanded, covering most of the fighting ground of the arena. Naruto held the flames for some time, wanting to see how Gaara's sand would hold on. Gaara was in the middle of dense and intensive sand. A few were starting to fear for his safety. It was like he had been thrown in a pit of flames. Gaara had seen the flames coming and had his sand created a dome of sand around him. The sand held on, but the intense heat of the flames heated his sand and made it unbearable for him. The intense heat inside his sand made it hard for him to breathe. The heat was sulking out the oxygen inside his shell. Naruto stopped his jutsu before he cooked Gaara alive. The flames cleared and Gaara's protective sand crumbled down into dust. Gaara fell on his knees with white eyes, sweating and trying to catch his breath. Once he had caught his breath, he got up from his knees and stood up. Cage booth. Your genin certainly is brutal, Hokage done. The Kazekage said. The Sandaime nodded, yes he is. Still I am interested on how he will do against my Gaara. The Kazekage said. I think he will win the match. So far we have only seen him use fire jutsu perfectly, and I don't believe that is all he can do. I believe there is much more we will see from him. The Sandaime replied. Jiraiya nodded, agreeing with his sensei. He heard when Naruto said he would not hold back. He wanted to see what he could do when he was not holding back. The Kazekage said nothing further. He chose to admire Naruto's skills and eyes. Back at the fight. You did well surviving that. Naruto complimented. He felt he needed to do so. No one could take his jutsu not be incarnated. But Gaara had defended himself well against his intense flames. It was worth complimenting. But will you be able to stand after my next assault? Naruto asked rhetorically. His Sharingan morphed into its Manjikyu state. Most who knew of the Manjikyu widened their eyes. To see Naruto wielding the Manjikyu at such a young age was definitely shocking. Not even Itachi, who was a prodigy and a master of the Sharingan, had awakened his Manjikyu at a young age. The Kazekage's eyes lit yellow for a moment upon seeing the powerful Manjikyu Sharingan. He knew full well what one had to do to awaken it. He had done a lot of research about it. The Manjikyu made him admire Naruto even more than he was currently. He would be so feared if he could have both Sasuke and Naruto by his side. He wondered if Naruto had the Manjikyu when he fought him in the Forest of Death. Naruto crossed his hands on his chest while Gaara just watched him. A silver chakra the same color as the moon began to form around him. The chakra became dark silver with some black in it and took the form of a skeletal humanoid that surrounded Naruto. The beast's head, though skeletal, had dark black eyes and a thin skeletal chin. The beast grew to a larger size and unleashed a roar. Its size was enough for Naruto, as he wanted to be able to move freely in the confined space. The beast stretched out both its hands as silver chakra blades formed. Susanoo. Naruto said. Naruto's Susanoo shocked many who had never seen anything like this before. At the cage booth, the elder shinobi who knew what it was just widened their eyes. The Kazekage chuckled darkly inwardly and sat at the edge of his seat, along with the Raikage Jiraiya, And the Sandaime did not notice, as their eyes were firmly on Naruto. Gaara just continued to watch Naruto emotionlessly, with his sand swirling around him. The crowd was awed by what they were seeing. They never expected such a thing from a genin at the Chunin exams. It was like watching a Jounin exam, not a couple of genins displaying their strength. My incomplete Susanoo vs your perfect defense. Shall we'll see which is the stronger? Naruto said to Gaara monotonously. He was not expecting Gaara to answer his question. Even if Gaara wanted to answer, Naruto did not give him a chance as his Susanoo began its charge. The Susanoo swung its right blade towards Gaara. Gaara created a wall of sand on his left to protect himself from the attack. The blade had much power and broke through the defense. Gaara reinforced his defense with more dense sand. This time the blade hit a wall but still pushed him. Naruto's Susanoo swung its left blade at a fast pace towards Gaara. His sand was still holding back the blade on his left, and much of his effort was focused on holding back the other blade. He could not block the next attack. He jumped back, abandoning his sand. The Susanoo's blades returned next to Naruto. Gaara sent a wave of sand towards Naruto. The Susanoo swung its blade and propelled the sand away from it with its blade. The Susanoo fused its blades, making one long blade, and wielded it with its right arm. It swung the blade towards Gaara, who created a dense wall of sand in front of himself to avoid being hit. Naruto's attack broke through the sand and hit Gaara. The power of the attack sent him crashing towards the wall of the arena. Gaara created a large dent on the wall with his crashing. He winced as he felt like Lee had thrown his weights on top of him. The Susanoo brought its left hand and created a fist, sending it towards Gaara. The punch hit Gaara dead on and broke through the wall. Gaara let out a scream of pain as he felt the impact of the huge punch that hit his whole body. His second protective layer of sand was starting to peel off due to the damage his body was taking. The Susanoo dragged Gaara from the wall and dropped him in the middle of the arena. His mouth was pouring out small amounts of blood. While Gaara was still lying down, Susanoo raised its right hand and slammed Gaara down the ground. The attack created a large crater on the battlefield. The Susanoo did not stop with its attack, it picked up Gaara from the crater and threw him towards the wall. Gaara's gourd burst into sand and created a cushion for him to hit, but he still created a large dent on the wall. All of his sand had now peeled off his skin. His body was heavily bruised, and parts of his body were now bleeding also. His breathing had become labored. Had he been a normal person, he would not have been conscious right now. The ferocity of the attacks were too intense for a normal person to take them and remain standing or alive for that matter. Because of his sand, he only had a few broken ribs. Feathers began to fall inside the stadium, and the crowd began to fall asleep. Genjutsu, I guess the invasion has started. Naruto said to himself. No sooner than later, fights began to break out inside the stadium. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo. When he looked at Gaara, he saw the genin siblings running away from the stadium with him. He looked at Sasuke and saw the genin going after them. Naruto shook his head. Gaara was in no condition to fight unless he used Shukaku's chakra. The chakra would heal and make him stronger than he was. Naruto then found himself surrounded by 10 shinobis. The shinobis smirked at him as if they promised him pain. They were all sound ninjas. Judging from what Naruto could sense from them, they did not seem to be strong. Do you wish to dance with me? Naruto asked nonchalantly. He did not wait for a response as his Manjikyu activated. A second later, his Susanoo flared to life. With a single swipe of its blade, the Susanoo blew the Jounin away from Naruto. The sound ninjas were hit hard as they did not have time to react. Naruto had attacked instantly without giving them a chance to ready for his Susanoo's attacks. The Susanoo's size receded, and it became a rib cage surrounding Naruto. The shinobis Naruto had attacked got up and prepared to fight Naruto. Naruto sighed, placing his hands on his waist. He was almost embarrassed for thinking that his attack had incapacitated the ninjas. By the clothing the ninjas wore, Naruto could say some of them were Jounin, but their level of strength paled in comparison to the strength of Jounins from Konoha. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo. He flashed through hand seals. Fire style? Majestic flame destroyer. Gathering chakra inside his body and turning it into flames, he expelled a large amount of flames that spread out like a wave of water. It was just as big as the one he had used on Niji. It was a good thing for him, as he had never tested the jutsu on many people. One of the Jounins tried protecting himself and his comrades. Water style. Water encampment wall. He yelled as a wall of water tried putting out the flames. However, the flames spread out wide and were impossible to contain or dodge. One Suiton jutsu could not stop the dense flames. The flames reached the Jounin and began to eat away their flesh. They let out screams of pain as the flames began to incarnate. Naruto just watched him passively as his jutsu incarnated the sound invaders. He turned around and jumped on the roof of the stadium. Looking around, he saw a purple barrier on top of the academy building. Naruto figured that must have been where the leaders of both sides were fighting. Naruto looked carefully inside the barrier and found that it was Orochimaru fighting the Hokage, not the Kazekage. He concluded that Orochimaru had impersonated the Kazekage as he did with the Kusunin at the Forest of Death. Naruto was sure that the Sandaime could take care of himself, even if Orochimaru was his opponent. Despite the Sandaime being old and just a shelf of his former self, he was still capable of defeating even the likes of Sanins. He was by no means a pushover because he was old. Naruto acknowledged that the fact about the Sandaime was still strong despite his old age. The barrier was set so that no one could enter nor leave. It was a perfect place to fight without annoyances interrupting. At the walls of the village, large snake summons were destroying the village's walls. Konoha shinobi were trying in vain to stop the summons from entering the village. As Konoha shinobi tried holding off the summons, large toad summons puffed into existence and began to wrestle with the snake summons. It was given that Jiraiya had been the one to summon the toads, given that he was the only one who had the toad contract. Naruto activated his Susanoo again. It was still a ribsage surrounding him. He wanted to fight and deal with some sound and sand shinobi. Earth style? Mud dragon. A mud dragon hit Naruto from behind. The jutsu crashed into his Susanoo and sent him crashing down the ground from the rooftop. Naruto was so busy with his thoughts he forgot that he was in the middle of an invasion. Naruto hit the ground and created a larger crater. He was unharmed from the attack. His Susanoo shielded him from being hit by the earth-style jutsu. The Susanoo absorbed any damage Naruto would have suffered. Naruto was sent crashing because the Susanoo was not rooted down to anything but to Naruto. It went everywhere Naruto went. Naruto got up from the small crater unharmed, his Susanoo still protecting him. He looked up at the room to see those who had attacked him. I tend to be careless knowing that my Susanoo is active, guess I should deactivate it. He said to himself. Deactivating would also save him from using too much chakra. Susanoo consumed a lot of chakra from its user. Despite his vast pools of chakra, Naruto was not above acknowledging that keeping a Susanoo activated for longer periods would take a huge bite off his chakra. Two ninja jumped down from the roof and surrounded him. Naruto did not move at all, his Manjikyu scanned them while his face remained impassive. Orochimaru-sama has some business to attend to with you. He wants you to come with us. If you refuse, we will take you by force. That attack earlier was just to show you we can take you by force. The one at Naruto's front said. He wore standard Jounin attire and a sound forehead protector. Oh. Naruto muttered with a raised brow. I would prefer if you refuse because I want to see what the Great Sharingan can do. The one at Naruto's back said sarcastic while walking into his front. I bet I can take you on by myself. He exclaimed arrogantly. Naruto observed both Jounin were stronger than the previous ones and seemed confident of their abilities. However, underestimating the power of the Sharingan was a foolish thing to do. That is rather foolish. Naruto said, turning his one visible eye to the Jounin who dared to mock his Dojutsu. Foolish? Naruto gave no response. He pointed at the Jounin, Tsukiyomi. The sound Jounin found himself warped into another world. The world he was in was bloody red and black, even the sky was all red and black. All sides are just endless void of red and black. Under his feet a giant eye in the same form as Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan appeared. The look of the eye was menacing, cold, and devoid of any emotions. The eye brought fear to the Jounin. He was suddenly pulled up into the air with both his hands stretched. He was nailed on a cross. Naruto appeared before the Jounin. This is my world. In here I control everything. I see everything for 365 days. I will put you through an uncomfortable situation because of your arrogance. The sound Jounin stopped screaming after a few hours. Naruto cancelled his jutsu. In the real world, the Jounin Naruto had put under Tsukiyomi fell down to the ground unconscious. Only a second had passed in the real world. Tsukiyomi along with Kotomatsukami are the most powerful genjutsu in existence. Only those from the Uchiha clan and have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan have a chance at using it. These techniques are rare. Only Itachi and Shisui were known to have one of the two abilities. The torture done in the world of Tsukiyomi affected the mind, bringing psychological trauma which was almost impossible to cure unless one was a medical expert. It only requires eye contact to be casted. However, it consumes a lot of chakra and put a lot of strain on the eyes, but in Naruto case these consequences don't apply, he only lasted for 32 hours. Naruto said to himself. The other Jounin bent down to see his friend on the ground. He touched his neck and felt his beat, albeit barely. He turned and faced Naruto, glaring at him with all the anger he could will. His best friend was down, and he did not know what had happened to him. What he knew was that Naruto must have been there one to harm his friend. What did you do to him? He demanded. Naruto was unfazed by the anger of his opponent. Nevertheless, he did answer the question, I tortured him. He replied simply as if it was insignificant. The Jounin gritted his teeth in anger, you little bastard, I will make sure you pay from this. He said, forgetting his mission. He took out a kunai and rushed at Naruto blindly in anger. He tried stabbing Naruto with his kunai several times, but Naruto dodged the sluggish attacks. The man was blinded by his fury that he could no longer fight at his level best. Naruto disdained weak-minded shinobi who could not control their emotions. As the Sound Jounin grew frustrated, his anger reached new heights. He could explode at any moment as his frustrations added to his anger. Naruto made eye contact with the Jounin, Sharingan. Genjutsu. He trapped the man in a genjutsu. He hated fighting enemies who had no fight in them. It was a waste of his time and efforts. The Sound Jounin found himself trapped in another world. The world's sky reflected a rather huge eye version of Naruto's Manjikyu Sharingan. This made the world appear blood red. The Sound Jounin quickly realized that it must have been genjutsu. However, before he could try to dispel it, a monstrous shadow with 9 tails appeared before him. The Kyuubi stepped forward slowly in a menacing form. Its large bangs glared at the Jounin, and its blood-red eyes looked through his very soul. He thought it was a genjutsu, but he could defiantly feel the powerful and hateful aura the Kyuubi emitted. The fear that had gripped him felt like it was real. What's going on here? He stuttered in fear. In response, the Kyuubi grinned darkly, making the Jounin shudder at the dark grin. It was far scarier than he had seen from Orochimaru when he was excited about something. Kai! The Jounin yelled. Kai! The genjutsu did not disappear. It was not an easy genjutsu to break if one was not adept at genjutsu. Naruto had hit a jackpot. The Jounin he had caught with his genjutsu was not adept with genjutsu. The genjutsu Naruto used was a weaker one around C or B rank. Like any other genjutsu, this genjutsu trapped a person inside an illusion. Despite it being easy to detect because of the change of scenery, it was hard to break. The genjutsu was similar to demonic illusions. Instead of showing people what they feared to cause trauma to victims, Naruto's genjutsu fed on the fear of a person. The more a victim became fearful, the harder it became to break. It had a time limit of a single minute. The Kyuubi rushed towards the Sound Jounin. It raised its paw and attempted to squash the Jounin. The Sound Nin was in a state of shock as he was trying to figure out what was happening to him. He thought he was under a genjutsu, but it did not dispel when he tried to disrupt chakra inside his body. Still, he held little hope that it was still a genjutsu. He watched as the Kyuubi's paw hit him, compelling him down to the ground. It held him there, leaving only his upper body visible. Its head closed the distance with him. He could perfectly see those cold blood-red eyes. The Kyuubi held the man and threw him up. It opened its mouth, waiting for the man to fall into its mouth so it could devour him. The Sound Jounin's eyes widened when he saw that he was falling straight into the Kyuubi's mouth. He let out a scream of fear as he kicked in flight, trying to move away so that the Kyuubi did not devour him. His attempts were fruitless as he continued to fall directly into the wide mouth of a beast that struck fear into anyone who came across its path. His body began to tremble as the thought of death sneaked into his mind. He did not want to die, he feared death despite the fact that as a shinobi, he saw death each day of his life. Help me. Someone please. He yelled in despair, but help did not come. The Kyuubi got its meal and chewed it. Gracephalith. The Sound Jounin thought he was dead, but was surprised to find himself alive. His relief was cut short as he saw the Kyuubi rushing towards him. He began to run away from the beast in despair. Though he did not feel any pain, he was experiencing any emotion he would feel if he had come across a situation such as this one in real life. Everything felt real, it was just that he felt no physical pain, but emotionally he was damaged. The Kyuubi finally caught up with him and tore his body apart piece by piece while he screamed, wishing for death, but none came. The process repeated 5 times before the Kyuubi stopped as the Jounin's wife and daughter appeared before him. He could only mouth what he wanted to say as his voice had abandoned him. Nevertheless, his family did not hear him. The Kyuubi devoured them again and again while he watched. It was the most horrifying thing he could see. He felt lost without knowing what to do. His family was being killed over and over again while he watched. He could not say it was a genjutsu as everything felt real. He dropped to his knees as the situation threw him into true despair. He no longer hoped that he could escape from the nightmare. However, he kept mouthing, "Please stop. Please stop," as tears poured out of his eyes. He closed his eyes and when he opened them, he saw Naruto staring at him. He looked at his trembling eyes and then around he saw that they had returned to Konoha. Naruto appeared closer to him and whispered into his ear, "Run away. Tell Orochimaru that I refuse to follow him should he persist. I will find a way to kill him sooner than I would like." The Sound Jounin nodded vigorously while trembling and crying. Despite his condition, he crawled away from Naruto. A minute later Naruto sensed something behind him. When he turned around a foot crashed into his face. The kick sent him flying away. Naruto regained control over his body, flipped in mid-air, and landed down the ground with legs touching first, then his hands. The kick was hard and had a lot of power behind him. Naruto had been unable to dodge due to the speed and unable to block because he was also off guard. Naruto recognized the man who had kicked him as Baki, Gaara's sensei. Another thing he took notice of was that the man was avoiding eye contact with him. Baki had seen what was going on with the different battlefields. He did not like what he had seen. Konoha was winning the invasion. It seemed that they had prepared like they knew they were going to invade. If Gaara had been taking part it would not have mattered. But there was another thing he could do to ensure that things went his way, kidnapping the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Unlike any other children of the past and present, Hokage's Naruto was different. Konoha loved the Yondaime, as well as the first and second Hokage capturing Naruto, would force Konoha to give in to their demands. They would not dare to abandon the only child of their greatest hero. If word got out that they had abandoned the son of the Yellow Flash, it would certainly take a huge bite off their image and economical structure. Very few villages would want to associate with them if they abandon him. Baki smiled inwardly. His plan was indigenous. "You will come with me," Baki said in a commanding tone. He said it while still avoiding making eye contact with Naruto's eyes. "No," Naruto replied as his Sharingan returned to normal. Keeping his Manjikyu activated while not using any of the Manjikyu's abilities would just be wasting energy. "I guess I have no choice then but to take you by force," Baki said and blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Naruto and attempted to punch him. Naruto blocked the punch with both his hands. Baki swung his right foot high trying to kick Naruto. Naruto brought out both his hands to block the kick. The power behind the kick pushed Naruto back a few feet. Baki suddenly appeared in front of Naruto with his right foot raised. He attempted to kick Naruto on his chest. Naruto blocked the kick with both his hands as he could not dodge, despite being able to predict what Baki was going to do. The power of the kick sent Naruto flying away. Naruto regained his balance and touched the ground with his hands and legs so that he could stop. Naruto rose up and looked at Baki. The man was considerably strong. He was worthy of being a sensei to a Jinchuriki. Before Naruto could go for round 2, Kakashi and Guy appeared in front of him, both in battle stances. "Naruto, you go after Sasuke," he went after Gaara. "Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino and Neji have already gone after him, but I think they will need your help," Kakashi said. "We will deal with this one." Guy nodded. "Yes, Naruto-kun, let your flames of youth burn brightly by saving your comrades." Naruto turned around. "Fine," he said. "Oh Naruto, before you go take this," Kakashi said, handing Naruto a small piece of paper with a seal written on it. "I got it from Jiraiya-sama. It's a suppression seal. It should be able to suppress Gaara's chakra should he try to use his Bijuu's chakra," Kakashi said, smiling at Naruto. Naruto took the seal and disappeared out of sight. Baki could have tried to follow him, but in front of him were two of Konoha's most powerful Jounin. He could not get just past them. Guy was the fastest, and Kakashi had the Sharingan and a number of jutsus in his arsenal. He prided himself in his strength, but taking on both the famed copy ninja and the green beast was a bit too much even for him. "Let's go, Guy," Kakashi said, to which Guy nodded and both men charged at the Sand Jounin. A few minutes later, Naruto was running at top speed outside the walls of Konoha. By the direction in which the Sand siblings took he could pinpoint their general location. He would be able to find them given that there would surely be battles. Sasuke and the others would definitely be fighting the Sand Genins. If Sasuke was not there they would not fight, but Sasuke did whatever he wanted, so he would not listen, even if his comrades told him not to fight. On his way outside the walls of Konoha, Naruto had seen Jiraiya battling against several shinobis from Sun Agakure and the Sound Village. Despite the numbers being against him, Jiraiya was devouring his opponents with ease. It was not a surprising thing for Naruto to see. Jiraiya was indeed powerful despite that he was no longer in his prime. The man was already above 50 and still fought like he was 20 years old. Still, despite Jiraiya's impressive power, he was nowhere near the level of power Madara and Hashirama held. Naruto sensed a Bijuu's chakra around the forest he was currently headed towards and increased his pace. If Gaara was using Shukaku's power, it meant that he was in a position to fight at the highest level. A Jinchuriki using his Bijuu's chakra was not someone any normal person could fight on equal ground. A Jinchuriki fighting using his Bijuu's chakra can take on wounds that would immobile anyone and continue to fight as if nothing happened. A few minutes later, Naruto arrived at the location his fellow genins were fighting. A sound of chirping birds was welcomed into his ears. Naruto stopped on top of a tree and observed what was going on. He watched as Sasuke rushed at Gaara with his right arm palm sparkling electricity. Sasuke was covered by flame-like patterns all over his body. Sasuke had activated his cursed seal to be able to fight Gaara. Gaara had materialized a tail and a large right hand. They were features of Shukaku, but Gaara had willed them. It was not that Shukaku was trying to take control over Gaara. Gaara was very much in control, and with the creepy smile on his face, one could tell he was enjoying himself. Sasuke attempted to pierce through Gaara's chest, but Gaara brought out his mini Shukaku hand and blocked the jutsu. The power of the jutsu cut through Gaara's hand, but did not reach his chest. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried to get away from Gaara. However, before he could, Gaara's tail swung, hitting the Uchiha on his chest, sending him crashing towards the trees. Gaara's hand reformed again as he laughed maniacally, more. More. Come at me with everything you have. Gaara yelled like a mentally unstable person. His bloodthirsty nature had taken complete control over him. Gaara ran towards Sasuke and hit him on his chest. Sasuke groaned as he was compelled to the tree, almost breaking it in half. Gaara grinned evilly as he picked up Sasuke with his transformed hand. His other hand began to pummel Sasuke continuously. After a few minutes, Sasuke's flame-like patterns receded back to the cursed mark of heaven. Gaara kicked Sasuke into the air and waited for Sasuke to fall on his path so he could kick the Uchiha again. Just when Sasuke was about to be kicked, Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and kicked the Tsunagenin in the face, sending him flying. Sasuke hit the ground with a thud. Nevertheless, he quickly got up and glared dangerously at Naruto. "What are you doing?" Sasuke asked rhetorically. "I don't need your help, I can take him by myself," Sasuke said. Naruto looked at the young Uchiha and took a step towards the young Uchiha. What he was seeing picked up his interest. "Oh, you finally matured your Sharingan," Naruto said, stretching his left hand towards Sasuke's face. Sasuke made no attempt to try and get out of the way. Naruto touched Sasuke's forehead, making Sasuke recall the times Itachi used to poke him on his forehead. Sasuke took a step back as the thoughts of Itachi invaded his mind. Itachi's name always and thoughts always brought a darker side of him. Naruto's hand closed Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke was consumed by his thoughts to think of what Naruto might try to do to him. Naruto swung his right hand and hit Sasuke at the back of his neck, knocking the Uchiha out. Sasuke fell down to the ground with a thud. Naruto did not attempt to catch him. "Hey Naruto." A voice called out behind Naruto. Naruto recognized the voice as Shikamaru's. "We will take care of Sasuke, you handle Gaara," Shikamaru said. He was standing under a tree with Kiba, Neji and Shino. Kiba seemed to be wounded, though not badly enough to threaten his life. Temari and Kankuro were tied together next to the Konoha genins. Naruto said nothing. He jumped up onto a tree branch and looked at Gaara. Taking a fight with another Jinchuriki would not be good for his health if he did not fight seriously. He had been fighting for too long now and had used high-level jutsus, including the chakra-consuming Susanoo and Tsukiyomi. He was not running out of chakra, he just knew that it would end up nasty for him fighting a Jinchuriki for a prolonged time. He was also a Jinchuriki, but he never used the Kyuubi's chakra, yet the main problem was that Gaara could turn into Shukaku. If Gaara did succeed in taking the form of the Ichibi, it would prove to be nasty. Nevertheless, should he be fighting with Kyuubi's chakra, he would not have to worry about anything. The Kyuubi was the strongest of all the Bijuu. It would be damning to his pride to lose to any Jinchuriki when he had the strongest Bijuu sealed inside of him. Naruto activated his Manjikyu, preparing to fight with the Sand Jinchuriki. He needed to be serious from the beginning to end the fight at a short time. Naruto, Gaara called with a dark look spread across his face. Mother wants me to devour you for what you did earlier to me, and so I will. Your blood smells good to me, I can tell it is delicious. Gaara said and ran towards Naruto. Gaara tried slashing Naruto's chest horizontally with his claw. Naruto was able to predict the attempt, thus he sidestepped. He was still faster than Gaara, which made it easy for Naruto to dodge Gaara's attack. Naruto caught Gaara's left hand and spun around twice, picking up speed. He threw Gaara and sent him crashing towards the tree. Gaara recovered rather quickly and jumped at Naruto again. He was faster than before. His clawed fist crashed into a tree branch Naruto was standing on and shattered it. Naruto had jumped up, not intending to try and block the attack. The power behind the strike would have proved that blocking was useless. Naruto blurred out of sight and appeared behind Gaara. He was going for a kick from behind, but Gaara's tail stood in the way. The tail swung and hit Naruto with enough power to send him crashing down the ground. There was nothing more annoying than getting hit by something you could see. His Sharingan was able to predict the attack, but in the position he was in, he was unable to dodge the attack. Gaara turned around and grinned madly. Where is all that power you had? I want to see it again. Show it to me. Gaara said as he jumped to where Naruto had fallen. Naruto stood up and did a hand seal, fire style. Great fireball. Naruto expelled the chakra inside his body he had turned into fire. The fireball he breathed out rushed towards the oncoming Gaara. Gaara brought out his tail and clawed arm to shield himself. The flame's intense heat burned Gaara's materialized arm and tail, melting it. The materialized parts in Gaara's body crumbled down like sand. Gaara fell onto the ground with his legs. He started laughing like a maniac. That's the power I want to see, I want more of it. He said, growing another tail in two hands. Naruto saw this and knew that it was a matter of time before Gaara turned into Shukaku. Gaara took off at a very fast pace and appeared in front of Naruto. Gaara swung his right hand attempting to hit Naruto. Naruto blocked the hit and attempted to hit Gaara, but the Jinchuriki blocked his attempt with his left hand. Gaara caught Naruto's right foot and threw the blonde away. Naruto was sent crashing towards the trees by Gaara. Naruto groaned as he tried getting up, but before his attempt could be a success, Gaara appeared above him. Both Gaara's clawed hands were speeding down towards him. Naruto could only bring both his hands to block. The power of the strike resulted in making his attempt to block useless. The double hand punch grounded Naruto. Gaara jumped up attempting to squash Naruto under his feet. This time was able to escape Gaara's strike. Gaara hit the ground with his legs and created a large crater. That would have been nasty if I got hit. Naruto said to himself. Gaara raised both his clawed hands pointing at Naruto. He began to shoot sand bullets at Naruto. Naruto jumped around the trees dodging the sand bullets. Gaara only increased the number of bullets he fired at Naruto. He was laughing maniacally as he was enjoying watching Naruto dance around. It was quite an amusing scene for him to watch. A silver ribcage surrounded Naruto, protecting him from Gaara's bullets. The Susanoo blocked all of Gaara's sand bullets. Naruto was unable to dodge. Gaara finally stopped, allowing Naruto a chance to catch his breath. Naruto deactivated his Manjikyu and prepared for another round. The Sand siblings watched their brother fight against a son of the Yondaime Hokage. He had defeated Gaara before, but when Gaara became what he was now, he was almost impossible to defeat. It was why they did not want to be close to the battlefield, or else they would also be caught in the crossfire. However, there was nothing they could do since the opposition who defeated them had tied them and were currently standing behind them watching the fight. Temari admired the strength Naruto showed at the stadium. However, watching the fight now, Naruto was on the defensive while Gaara was on the attack. She was begging to think that he would not be able to pull off a victory this time. Naruto channeled chakra into his feet for more speed. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Gaara. He punched Gaara on his gut with a powerful punch. He proceeded to punch Gaara at his face several times before jumping up. Naruto swung his right leg towards Gaara. The leg connected with Gaara's face, sending him crashing towards the trees. Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, panting slightly. He held a hand seal and converted the chakra needed inside his body into fire style. Flame Dragon Caterwall. Naruto said as he expelled 5 small flame dragons. The dragons sped towards Gaara. They were set to explode upon hitting their targets. 4 hit Gaara's arms and 1 hit Gaara's tail. All 3 materialized body parts exploded into flames. Gaara let loose of a pained scream because of the explosion. I refuse to be beaten. Gaara yelled out as he leaked a considerable amount of demonic chakra. An explosion of chakra rocketed around him. Naruto remained calm despite knowing the dangers that was knocking. It was of no good losing calm because things were not looking good. If anything, losing calm made a person make rash decisions, resulting in mistakes that one would not have made had he remained calm. Naruto watched as the debris cleared. Gaara had transformed into a chibi Shukaku. Naruto created a wood clone and sent it towards the mini Shukaku. The wood clone sped towards Gaara and engaged him in a fight. While the clone kept Gaara busy, Naruto converted chakra inside his body into Densan intense fire, going through hand seals. Fire style. Majestic fire destruction. Naruto said as he expelled a stream of intense flames towards Gaara. The clone was to keep Gaara busy while Naruto performed his jutsu so that it could not get away. The stream of fire hit Gaara and the clone, setting them ablaze. Both were engulfed in a sea of flames of intense heat. The fire spread out wide, incarnating everything it touched. Naruto knew Gaara would not be incarnated by the fire because of his form. His real body was inside of the beast he had become. The Chibi Shukaku was like armor. The flames would only burn the armor. Naruto stopped his jutsu and watched as the mini Shukaku crumbled down into dust, leaving a slightly burned Gaara. The Sand Genin was breathing heavily and his shirt was burned off his body, leaving him bare-chested. Gaara began to leak large amounts of demonic chakra that would make anyone run away for their lives. Naruto knew what was coming. He could not put Gaara under Tsukiyomi as psychological trauma to Gaara would only free Shukaku since Gaara's mind was already unstable. He was forced to use the chakra suppression seal Kakashi had given him. Naruto rushed to appear in front of Gaara. He took out the piece of paper and placed it on Gaara's forehead. The chakra Gaara leaking disappeared. Gaara fell down with a thud on his back. Naruto followed his example by following down on his knees. He breathed heavily for a minute before standing up again. Shikamaru and the others started to walk over to Naruto with their prisoners, seeing that Gaara was down. Sasuke too walked with them since he had already come after Naruto had knocked him out. He was very angry when he woke up but a thought sneaked into his mind. He decided to take up that thought to make up for being knocked out by Naruto. I lost, again Gaara said weakly to himself. His eyes traveled weakly towards Naruto. How are you stronger than me? He asked, surprisingly calm for someone who was like a maniac. I train harder than you, Naruto replied, but I have been once told that you can be truly powerful when you fight to protect your precious people. Precious people? People you care about. Naruto responded. Fighting to protect your precious people? Is that why you are strong? I already told you, I am strong because I train hard to become strong. As for my precious people, they are all dead, Naruto replied nonchalantly. I must praise you for your strength. Had you fully transformed into Shukaku several chakra signatures from behind. He turned around and raised a brow, seeing a wide grin from Sasuke. Shikamaru was the first to speak. Are you alright, Naruto? Shikamaru asked with a bit of concern in his voice. Naruto nodded. Yes, he replied, his eyes going back to Sasuke. I see, you copied my majestic fire destruction. Naruto guessed correctly. Sasuke's grin only widened. What do we do about them? Neji asked them, referring to the Sand siblings. It is only logical that we take them back to Konoha, given that they are children of the Kazekage. They would prove to be essential in future negotiations with Tsunagakure. Shino said, keeping his calm demeanor. I agree with Shino. Shikamaru said his tone had gone back to his usual lazy tone. No, Naruto said, getting the attention of everyone, free them and allow them to return home. Naruto said. Who are you to tell us what to do? And Shino makes a good point, why should we do what you say? Kiba fumed out of nowhere. However, Naruto blissfully ignored him. The other genins gave Naruto a question look. The Kazekage is probably dead, Naruto said, making Kankuro and Temari's eyes widen. The Kazekage who was at the Chunin exam finals was not the Kazekage, but rather Orochimaru impersonating the Kazekage. When Suna realized that their leader was killed, they will abandon the sound and return home. Shino nodded along with Shikamaru, assuming that Orochimaru had manipulated Suna to believe that he was the Kazekage after having killed the real Kazekage. It is highly unlikely that Konoha will take any action against Suna. Shikamaru spoke his thoughts. They untied the two-tied Sand siblings. Temari gave Naruto a grateful smile that Naruto returned. He walked closer to her and whispered in her ear, I hope we meet again, my beloved. As he gave her a kiss on the cheek, Temari turned red as a tomato. She kissed the blonde back on the cheek and said same. Here as she and Kankuro picked up Gaara and took off, Naruto disappeared away from the group, making his way back to Konoha. Temari and Kankuro picked up Gaara and headed towards the Wind Country. After they had made a distance between themselves with the Konoha group, Gaara said two words that made his siblings almost cry. "I'm sorry." A few minutes later Naruto reached the walls of Konoha. He looked around and saw that the fighting had already stopped. He had sensed multiple chakra signatures making their way away from Konohagakure when he was returning to the village. The wounded were being treated by many medical ninjas within the walls of the village. The barrier that was set on top of the academy had disappeared also. Naruto disappeared to the shinobi district. He wanted to allow his body to rest. He did not really care about any other details. What mattered most was that Konoha had won the invasion. The next day normality could not be said for the gloomy clouds that reigned over the village hidden in leaves. The sound and sand invasion had come and gone. The Konoha had remained standing, she had stepped out of the invasion as the winner. Konoha had battled against two hidden villages and won. Despite the victory, it still felt like a loss to many of the broken hearts in Konoha. A victory had been ensured, but it did not come without a price. Konoha had paid a high price for her victory. A price that she thought she would have never had to pay. The death of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor. The invasion of sand and sound might have been a failure to their end. However, Konoha had suffered a great loss. The Sandaime had lived through two great shinobi wars. He was a man of peace, loved and admired by many for his ways. He was the only Hokage to have served 2 terms and was the only man to have been Hokage for the longest period. The professor was indeed a great man in the eyes of many. Amongst his achievements were the 3 legendary shinobi, the Sanins. He had been their sensei and groomed them into the powerful shinobi they became. Unfortunately, the student he loved most over his other students was the cause of his death. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, had been the reason the Sandaime had left the world of the living. Konoha was mourning at the death of its Hokage because of Orochimaru, a traitor to the village. He was not branded a traitor because of the invasion, but because many years ago the snake Sannin had been abducting children and experimenting on them. Many mothers lost their children because of Orochimaru's actions. No one held love for the Sannin after his latest stunt. Almost everyone wished they could tear him into pieces, kill him and then bring him to life and repeat the process until their hearts were satisfied. Naruto sat alone on the roof of his apartment building. He didn't attend the Sandaime's funeral for that long. His views on the old man differed from other people's views. Death was something that one could cheat or avoid. Things were moving faster than Naruto had thought they would be. Every piece was already in its position, all that was left was for someone to ignite the flames. Although not saddened by the Sandaime's death, Naruto had not been expecting the Sandaime to die at this time. Naruto had thought that the Sandaime would live for a few more years. With the Sandaime alive, it would make things easy for him to act. Despite being manipulative, the Sandaime held a soft spot for Naruto, and Naruto knew how to exploit it. Given the death of the Hokage, a new leader would have to be set. Naruto just hoped that Danzo was not chosen as Hokage, or he would be forced to assassinate the old war hawk. If Danzo becomes Hokage, his movements within the village would be restricted. Danzo would surely try to control him, not that he would succeed in doing that. No one controlled Naruto, and Naruto danced no one's drumming. With so many things happening fast, Naruto was learning that he should not be expecting things from other people to work in his favor. If he was going to get rid of his problems, he had to rely on himself. There would surely be surprises along the way, but he just had to be prepared for them. Even if he cannot not be prepared for every surprise, he would just have to deal with them. Hokage's office. Homura and Kaharu, the former teammates of the Sandaime Hokage, stood within the office. After the burial of the Sandaime, they had called Jiraiya into the office to make him an offer. Konoha needed a leader. Despite the villages not suffering major casualties, there was still some destruction that needed to be corrected. To calm people down after the invasion and the death of Hiruzen, they needed someone strong to be a leader and calm the people's nerves. Everyone was thinking about Naruto, but said he was still too young. Jiraiya, I am sure you already know why we have called you here, Homura said, to which Jiraiya nodded. So will you, Jiraiya, take the mantle of Hokage? No, Jiraiya replied simply as if it was the easiest answer to give. What do you mean by no? Kaharu said, raising her voice, you have to take up this offer. You are the only one who is suitable for this job and the only Sannin who is still loyal to Konoha. Still, I cannot be Hokage, I am not cut out for it. I failed to protect Sensei, and besides, if I became Hokage no one would be able to run my spy network, and you know how important it is. I also will not be able to do my research, which is important to me. Jiraiya reasoned why he could not be Hokage. Jiraiya, you have to think twice about what you are saying. You are the strongest in the village, we need someone like that to lead the village so that we do not appear weak to other villages with the death of Hiruzen. No, I can't be Hokage. Jiraiya said with a thoughtful look, I may be the strongest, but I'm not the only Sannin who is still loyal to Konoha. He said. The elders were silent for a moment before they finally spoke. You don't mean her, Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded. But she has not set foot in the village for 20 years and has refused to come back each time she was asked to return. I know, but all I need is to convince her to come back to the village. Give me 2 weeks and I will return with her. Jiraiya said. Do you even know where she is? No, but I know where to look for her. Fine, we will give you 2 weeks if you don't come back with her by then you will be the next Hokage, Koharu said, making Jiraiya nod reluctantly. You can take some Anbu with you to look for her. The elder offered. Jiraiya shook his head, there is no need for that. Taking Anbu with me will only make her feel threatened. I have someone in mind who can accompany me. Who? Homura asked, guessing whom Jiraiya might be thinking of taking with him. Naruto. Jiraiya responded. In an unknown location, Orochimaru was called a once-in-a-generation genius. He was not called a genius for nothing, he was smart and saw things in a way that no one did. Years ago, when he was still a Konoha shinobi, he was branded the genius of Konoha. Orochimaru was brilliant, he had a brilliant mind. He was always scheming and making plans. He knew things that no one knew existed. He had even invented a jutsu that would make him live for all eternity. Despite all his brilliance, Orochimaru had his faults. One fault that has often cost him greatly was his habit to underestimate his opposition. When he tried to take over Itachi's body, he had underestimated the Uchiha and was left without an arm. He had underestimated his sensei and was almost sealed within the belly of the Shinigami. Had it not been for the fact that the old man was already tired because of their battle, he would have been sealed away. He recalled the cold fear he felt when he saw the Shinigami behind his sensei. He had screamed for his sensei to let him go. His body was giving up, it was rejecting him. He needed to transfer to another body soon before his current body melted down. He could not take Sasuke's body now, since the boy was not even in his possession. Orochimaru's door opened and Kabuto walked inside with a tray holding a glass of water and some tablets. It is time for you medicine, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto said, holding out the medicine and tablets for Orochimaru to drink. The snake Sannin coughed before he drank the tablets. How are going to solve your problem, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked, worried about his master's health. Naruto-kun. Orochimaru replied, earning a confused look from Kabuto. His body would be perfect, but due to him having the Mangekyo Sharingan that could prove to be dangerous for me, I will focus on getting Sasuke for now, but I won't give up so easily, he said with an evil grin. Naruto's apartment. Naruto was laying low inside his apartment. He was planning his next move, what he would be doing next. He could not just let things stay as they were. He needed to be doing something that was of importance instead of playing ninja for Konoha. He had enemies to prepare for, so Konoha could wait. Also, he thought about the Akatsuki. He knew about their true plan from Zetsu and Ashura. He also decided to stay in Konoha until a new Hokage was appointed so he could claim all of his inheritance. He knew about his father's justus, along with how good his Uzumaki predecessors were at sealing. He decided to wait. He was going to leave on a 3-year training trip to further increase his power and prep for the coming battles he would soon have to face. He had heard from one of his Zetsu that the Akatsuki will begin capturing the Biju in 3 years, so he would make use of the free time. Plus, he wanted to summon Shinigami for a favor. A knock on the door snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. He could guess who it was by the chakra he was sensing off the person. Naruto opened the door and found Sasuke standing outside. Naruto curled an eyebrow, he wondered what Sasuke wanted from him. What can I do for you? Sasuke looked down as he was struggling to say what he wanted to say. He was acting like a shy girl trying to ask a boy she likes out on a date. Naruto sighed and told the Uchiha to enter. Sasuke walked inside Naruto's apartment. He looked around and saw that the place was neat, everything was perfectly into place. It looked like a woman lived inside the place, which reminded of how clean his home used to be when his mother was still alive. Are you really an Uchiha? Sasuke asked, his tone down. You already know that answer, the Hokage told everyone himself. Sasuke gritted his teeth, sometimes he hated how Naruto answered questions. That aside, if Naruto was Uchiha it meant they are from the same clan, and he was not alone anymore. True, he did not like Naruto a bit, but if Naruto was from his clan, it changed things. Naruto was unlike Kakashi, who has a borrowed Sharingan. Naruto was like him, their Sharingans were not borrowed from anyone. Why didn't you ever say anything to me? Sasuke asked forcefully. Naruto could tell that Sasuke was forcing himself to ask the question. Because I did not want to. He replied simply. Sasuke was quiet for some time before he spoke again. You have the same eyes as that man. I know how you to awaken them, so who did you kill to awaken them? Naruto's eyes morphed into the Manjikyu for a second before returning to their normal blue color. Sasuke could not really tell what was going through Naruto's head. The only thing that changed in his face was his eyes only. The Naka Shrine, you are making use of it. Naruto said, completely disregarding Sasuke's question. The only way in which Sasuke knew about the secrets of the Manjikyu was if he read from the stone tablet in the Naka Shrine located within the Uchiha compound. Only Uchiha could decipher the tablet. You know about it? How? Sasuke demanded, forgetting that Naruto did not answer his question. Were you expecting me not to know of it? It is a property of Uchiha anyway. Sasuke calmed himself down. I really don't like you, Naruto, Sasuke said before he could continue. Naruto corrected him. No, you just envy of me. Sasuke glared at Naruto, well, because it was the truth. Naruto had more power than him, power that he needed to kill Itachi. We are from the same clan, and there is just the two of us in Konoha. I think we should talk. It was obvious that Sasuke used all his willpower and swallowed a chunk of his pride to say those words. He was forcing himself because regardless of his feelings they were of the same clan. As it stood, the clan was nearly extinct because of the massacre several years ago. All in due time, Sasuke, Naruto said. Now I must tell you to leave. Naruto said in a tone that left no room for saying otherwise. Naruto had sensed someone inside his apartment. Sasuke got up and left, leaving Naruto alone. You broke through my barrier, Naruto said, seemingly to no one. Well, that is to be expected from a seal master. Jiraiya appeared out of nowhere with a sheepish grin spreading across his face. You are lucky that I was inside the apartment. Had I not been here, this apartment would have self-destructed. Naruto added, making Jiraiya wince at the thought of an explosion setting off while he was inside the apartment. The way Naruto said it, there was no reason to think it was just a bluff. Is there a need to set up something like that? What could you have hidden in here that you don't want people to see? Jiraiya asked, figuring that Naruto would not go that far unless he had something inside his apartment that he did not want people to see. Hiding something? Might be so, Naruto responded. What do you want? Can't I just come here and see how you are doing? You can, I just do not want you to. Now get to the point. Jiraiya walked towards Naruto and sat beside the blonde. You have the Sharingan, can activate it, deactivate, and seem to be able to use all its abilities. Only Uchiha can do that, so tell me, Naruto, how is it possible I knew everything about your parents? Your father was like a son to me. If one of them had Uchiha blood in them, I would have known about it. Jiraiya spoke, his expression changing to deadly serious. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, you only knew what my father and mother wanted you to know. Jiraiya sighed. The blonde still wasn't warming up to him. That aside, he had other business to attend with the blonde. No, that is not all. I came here with you for a mission which you will do with me. He said, grinning at the blonde. I'm not interested in doing a mission with you. Naruto rebuffed. You are going on the mission whether you like it or not, Jiraiya said firmly. We have to find my former teammate and convince her to return to the village as Godame Hokage. Like I said, Jiraiya, I refuse to accept the mission. If you force me to go outside the village, I won't return. Jiraiya stares intensely at Naruto. If it was someone else, receiving Jiraiya's piercing gaze, he would have cowered down in fear and given in to Jiraiya's demands. Naruto was not anyone. He was trained to be able to keep calm, regardless of the situation he was in. You are not doing me a favor by coming with me, but you will be rendering a service to Konoha by coming to search for the new Hokage. I will have a better chance at bringing her back once she finds out she still has another clan member left, and yet you refuse. Please, Naruto, let's go together. I know I screwed up, but I'm trying to make up for my mistakes here. Can't you give me a chance to make up for that? Jiraiya said, his voice taking a pleading tone. Naruto shook his head. I told you, I don't hate you for abandoning me. Therefore, there is nothing for you to settle. I can talk to you with no qualms, but I don't need any emotional attachments with you or anyone. Naruto said truthfully. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. Naruto truly seemed not to hate him, but it did not make him feel any better. Nevertheless, there was a positive in all this. Naruto was willing to talk to him. Other than talking to him and not being able to do that, he would choose to have the privilege of being able to talk with the blonde, even if they could not form a bond. Finally accepting the situation, he nodded and smiled at Naruto. I guess I will see you when I return with the new Hokage. Jiraiya said and left. Later that night, Naruto entered his mindscape to chat with Kurama. Hey Naruto, the fox greeted with a big smile. Naruto walked toward the fox and rubbed its head, getting a satisfied smile from the giant fox. Naruto then began to speak. We will have 3 years before the Akatsuki make their move, so we will use this time to train. I will focus on mastering Snake Sage mode. I will get in contact with them through the dragons, since they run the animal summoning world. Kurama nodded. He then said, also when you get the other half of my power back, I will train you to master my power and achieve what I call KCM. It will be a big boost to your power. Naruto then said, I will learn my father's jutsu, the Hiraishin and Rasengan. Along with Uzumaki, I learned nearly everything about Senju and Uchiha from Ashura and Indra. Kurama nodded, and they continued to talk about the future plans outside of Konoha. Two figures were walking in the direction opposite to Konohagakure. Both wore black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats that hid their faces. The taller one had a large sword strapped behind his back. The sword was covered in bandages. The two men had successfully entered the walls of Konoha and infiltrated the village. They were looking for Uzumaki Naruto, or rather what was inside of him. Instead of finding the boy, they had found some interesting info about the blonde that was spreading around the village like a wildfire. The Uzumaki Naruto they were looking for was not the same as they had found. The Naruto they had found was being called by many names. Some called him Namikaze, some called him Uzumaki Namikaze-sama, some called him Senju, and some called him Uchiha. The Uchiha part was unbelievable. None of the men had expected to find the name of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki associated with the Uchiha. Furthermore, the rumors they had about Naruto possessing the Sharingan troubled them. The news of Naruto wielding the Sharingan troubled them. They also heard about Naruto's fights at the Chunin exam finals. They both knew the abilities that Naruto was said to have displayed were abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The shorter one wanted to prove everything for himself. It was unbelievable that Naruto was part of his clan. He had never heard anyone saying anything about it, and Naruto had no characteristics of an Uchiha. No one could have guessed that he would be part of his clan. At the moment he did not believe it. To believe it he had to see it for himself. Kisame said, the short one identifying the taller one with a large sword strapped on his back. You go ahead to the meeting point. I want to go back to Konoha and confirm something. Kisame was given no time to say something as his partner disappeared in a murder of crows, leaving him alone. Kisame just continued walking away from Konoha with an annoyed look on his face. He hated it when Itachi did something like that. Naruto sighed as walked towards the Uchiha compound. He had never visited the compound before. Now was the time for him to visit the compound. Naruto trolled through the compound looking at everything. The compound was still intact. There were no houses that were destroyed. The only wrong with it was that the once lovely place was now like a ghost town. Before the massacre, one would find young Uchihas running around the compound with wide smiles raining over their faces. The place was once lively with clan members walking around with their Uchiha pride held high as nothing more than a memory of what it used to be. Despite the fact that the Uchiha clan had lost most of its trust from the village and villagers tended to avoid the Uchiha clan members, happiness reigned over the compound. Satisfied with the condition of the compound, Naruto decided to make one more stop before leaving the compound. He was able to make this stop because there was no one following his movements. It was because of the recent invasion. Some Anbus were working hard to ensure that the village was still in top position. Others were patrolling to ensure that no spies from other villages entered the village. This meant to contain what was happening inside of the walls of the village. The strongest of the shinobi were obviously out of the village, doing higher-ranked missions to prove that Konoha could still handle higher-ranked missions despite the recent invasion. What Konoha was doing now was displaying its power. At the Naka Shrine, Naruto entered the shrine with the use of his Sharingan and the Naka Shrine Pass technique. Only an Uchiha could enter the shrine. It was protected because it held valuable clan secrets. Naruto was positive that even though Kakashi had an implanted Sharingan, he could not enter the shrine. Uchiha used the shrine as their secret meeting place. Naruto activates his Sharingan. He looked at the tablet and read it. Everything he was able to read he already knew from Hagoromo and Indra. Naruto felt someone and narrowed his left eye behind him. The man in a black cloak with red clouds appeared inside the shrine. Naruto got a glimpse of the man's eyes. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto said, turning towards the older Uchiha. Itachi now had no doubt. Naruto was an Uchiha. To be able to enter the shrine proved that not even Orochimaru, who could make his way through any barrier and was slippery as a snake, could enter the shrine. So it is true, Itachi said, walking close to Naruto. He took off his straw hat, and his face became clear. Both Sharingan users looked at each other. Itachi wanted to confirm something else. He then activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto smiles and says, "Why did you activate your Manjikyu?" Itachi responds calmly, "Is it true?" Naruto then activates his own Manjikyu, confirming everything he wanted to know. They both stared into each other's eyes, silently having a Jinjutsu battle. Itachi wanted to see how strong Naruto was. Itachi put Naruto into a Tsukiyomi, but Naruto easily broke it. Naruto then put Itachi in a powerful Jinjutsu that couldn't be broken. Unless he wanted it to. Itachi struggled and tried his hardest to break the Jinjutsu, but it was impossible. After about a minute of Jinjutsu battling, Itachi fell on the ground, panting, holding his left eye that was bleeding. He looked at Naruto, who was completely calm and was in perfect condition, as if nothing happened. Itachi then spoke, "You are the first person to ever break my Tsukiyomi, and easily at that." While looking at Naruto, "Your visual prowess is far above mine, I must admit." Naruto-kun, Itachi said with a slight smile. Naruto looked at Itachi and said, "Maybe one day I could train you on how to better use your eyes." Naruto began to walk toward Itachi, who was still on the ground, holding his eye. Itachi felt that Naruto wasn't going to do anything bad. Let Naruto get close to him. Naruto put his hand on Itachi's eye and began to heal it. A green chakra glowed, and after a few seconds the bleeding stopped. Along with the pain, Naruto walked back near the shrine, and Itachi got to his feet. Naruto began to speak, "Your presence, does it mean that Akatsuki has begun its hunt for Bijus?" Naruto asked blankly. If Itachi was shocked that Naruto knew of the organization he worked for, he did not show it. "No, not yet, we were just collecting information on Jinchurikis," Itachi replied. "How did you know? Did Jiraiya tell you?" "No, Jiraiya has not told me about the organization. Given how secretive the Akatsuki is, I doubt he knows anything useful," Naruto replied. "How do you know then?" "I did not think that you were the one to be asking these questions, Itachi. I expected someone like your partner to ask such questions." Naruto revealed something. That Itachi had a partner. He never told Naruto he had a partner. By the way Naruto spoke, it sounded like he knew how his partner acted. "How much do you know?" Anyone with half brains would be truly curious. "Well, I know everything about the Akatsuki and that there are 4 Uchihas alive," Naruto said, getting a reaction from Itachi. Itachi's eyes widened slightly. Not anyone would have noticed, but Naruto noticed. Itachi knew who the 4th Uchiha was, and before I forget, I must thank you for the service you did to the Uchiha clan. Had you not massacred them, the Uchiha name would have been surely degraded and shamed. His words got another reaction from Itachi. It was unbelievable to say that Naruto was talking to him. The last time he saw the blonde, he was roaming around the village wearing an orange jumpsuit causing havoc. "You have surely grown and matured since I saw you, Naruto-kun," Itachi said, with a small smile that quickly disappeared. "Do you intend to tell Sasuke the truth behind the Uchiha massacre?" "If I did that, then I would have to kill him," Naruto said. Itachi understood that in Sasuke's current condition, if he was told the truth, he would try to destroy the Leaf Village, which was why Naruto said he would have to kill him if he told him the truth. Sasuke was unstable at his condition. It made him capable of anything. He was really a disappointment. Nevertheless, he was still his brother, and he still loved him. Naruto spoke again. "But I want to make you a proposition. Soon I will be leaving Konoha, and I will start my own village. I don't know exactly where yet, but when I do, I want you to leave the Akatsuki and be one of my subordinates and to stop lying to your little brother and rebond with him." If Itachi was shocked, he hid it well. "And why would I do that?" Itachi said calmly. "Because I know how much you love your little brother, and you plan on battling him to the death in order to give him new powers." Itachi's eyes widened. He couldn't hide his shock. The blonde seemed to know everything about him and his personal goals. Naruto continued to speak. "I want us to one day rebuild the Uchiha clan and be family. I also know you're going blind and have an illness that's slowly killing you. I can help you with all of that if you just join me and rebond with Sasuke." Itachi looks at Naruto and says, "Why are you trying so hard to get me to join you?" curiously asked Itachi. "It's because I feel that you were just dealt a bad hand and deserves a second chance." Itachi sits for a while, thinking about Naruto's proposal. He then says, "I will join and follow you, Naruto. Just give me the word when you're ready for me to leave the organization," he said with a smile. Naruto then says, "It will be in a few years when you guys start going for the tailed beast. Just play along until then. I will continue to train and get stronger." Itachi nods and begins to walk off to return to kiss him when Naruto stops him. "I have a gift for you." Naruto walks close to Itachi and tells him to close his eyes. Itachi trusts Naruto and does as instructed. Naruto then places his hand on Itachi's eyes and activates his Rinnegan with 6 Tomo in each eye. A green Light surrounds Itachi. After a few seconds Naruto removes his hand from Itachi, deactivating his Rinnegan so he wouldn't see it. Itachi notices how his breathing is much better. Naruto smiles and says, "I have cured your illness." As he gives a hug to his fellow Uchiha, Itachi returns the hug and then leaves to get to kiss him. Naruto then left and went back to his apartment. He had to leave Konoha for a couple of years to get the training he needed to become strong. Yes, when Jiraiya comes back he would have to leave the village. Whether they liked it or not, he would leave to get his training done. 2 weeks later Konoha was once again happy. The lost grandchild of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had returned. Not only had she returned but she had returned as the Goddamn Hokage. The villagers were overjoyed by the news. Now they had 2 of their Sanins back at the village. Senju Tsunade had returned to the village with her apprentice Shizune. The woman gladly accepted the mantle of Hokage. However, a rumor was spreading out that Jiraiya had to pay all her debts, which were a lot, promised to stop hitting on her, and promised to supply her with sake from Mount Myaboku once in a month. The sake from the hidden village of the Toads was said to be a sake of highest quality. No sake from the elemental nations could rival its taste. That was just a rumor. Nobody knew how Jiraiya convinced the woman to return after she had left the village for 20 years, but most thought it was because she now had another clan member in the village. Speaking of Naruto, he had been the talk of the entire village. Everywhere he went he was treated like a king now that the people knew about his heritage. Also rich and powerful political families who were at the Chunin exams approached him, wanted to offer their daughters to him in marriage, and gave him many gifts. Naruto just put them on hold for now, saying they should give him a few years. It would be beneficial to have them allied to his village. Having a lot of political power would be good for his new village. Also he gained a lot of fangirls everywhere he went. He would be chased by a huge crowd of girls. It had been 3 days already since Senju Tsunade was officially installed as Goddamn Hokage. Naruto had never seen the woman or Jiraiya before. He was already prepared for his departure. It was only a matter of time. The following day, Naruto was summoned to the Hokage's office. He was not the only to have been summoned by the Goddamn. Shikamaru also summoned. Jiraiya and the Hokage's assistant Shizune were also present within the office. "You were also summoned too," Shikamaru said in a bored tone, looking at Naruto. "This is troublesome." Naruto gave Shikamaru a small smile. Jiraiya noticed it, so did Tsunade and Shikamaru. "Everything else is troublesome to you, Shikamaru." The Goddamn cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. She looked at Naruto. "So this is the son of Minato Jiraiya told me about. He looks exactly like his father, and you are also part of my clan. I hear I'm glad to have someone of my clan still alive. It makes me feel less lonely," she said with a small smile. Tsunade had to admit the boy was pretty handsome and in a few years would be a lady killer. Tsunade said, "You two participated in the Chunin exam finals. The judges at the exams made a decision to promote you to Chunin," Tsunade announced. None of the two smiled or seemed to be excited about the news. Tsunade threw them both Chunin flanks. "Shikamaru, you can leave. Naruto, you stay behind." Shikamaru nodded and left with his Chunin flak jacket at hand. "Harem, we should go now," Jiraiya said to Tsunade. Knowing Tsunade, she probably had already forgotten about the council meeting. Tsunade nodded. "Naruto, follow us to the council chambers." Tsunade spoke in a voice that made her suitable to be Hokage. Naruto followed her and Jiraiya without saying anything. Council chambers. The chamber was packed with council members. Clan heads formed the Shinobi Council, civilian council formed by 2 civilians from the business industry to ordinary civilians. In attendance were the elders of the village who served as advisors to the Hokage only. They also had more power than any other member did in the council room. Tsunade sat at the seat of the Hokage and Jiraiya walked and stood behind her. Tsunade looked at Naruto, who was standing calmly in front of the table. "Take a sit, Naruto," Tsunade said, showing Naruto an empty chair. Naruto walked towards the chair and sat down. All eyes within the room turned to him. "We can begin this meeting," Tsunade said, calling the meeting to begin. "Are you really part of the Uchiha clan?" Suma Inuzuka, head of the Inuzuka clan, asked. "Yes," Naruto replied calmly. "Are you really a part of the Senju clan?" asked a civilian. Naruto nodded again. He then said, "Would you like me to show you?" Everyone focused on Naruto, who got up from his seat and walked into an open area. He put his hand in a ram seal and wood began to sprout from the ground. The wood roots then made a wooden chair that Naruto sat in, and there you have it, he said. "You can use the Mokuton." Everyone said in shock. Tsunade was surprised to see Naruto being able to use her grandfather Mokuton, since no one was able to use it since him. Naruto got up from the wooden chair and came back to the table and Sat down satisfied, he asked the civilian, who just nodded. They continued to talk for a while. The civilians and clan heads were offering their daughters in marriage. Naruto told them he will marry who he likes, and they won't pick who he was to marry. They all agreed. Everyone was treating him different. Like a king, they seemed to give him whatever he asked for. Even the two old council had a change of heart towards the blonde, but Danzo didn't trust Naruto for a second. He was pissed because he felt that the boy was getting too strong and cursed Hiruzen for not allowing him to make him into the perfect weapon. Naruto then spoke. I would like to claim all my inheritance. Danzo, upon hearing this, then spoke. That would be a great idea if he was to get a hold of his father's Justu. He would become stronger. Jiraiya and Tsunade narrowed their eyes at Danzo. They understood what he was after. He wanted to get his hands on his clan's Justus and his father's Hiraishin. They would definitely have to watch the old war Hulk. Well, I guess Naruto can be excused now, so we can discuss other subjects of importance, Tsunade said, stressing the word importance. Naruto left the chamber, leaving the council members to discuss matters about the village stability, security and economy. Later that date, Tsunade gave Naruto all of his inheritance and the keys to the Senju and Namikaze compound. Naruto was blown away by the wealth of his clans. His Uzumaki bank account had $900 million in it. His Senju bank account had a shocking 4 billion. The Namikaze bank account, which was his father's, had 300 million. And he received 500 million from his Uchiha inheritance. He didn't get it all, since Sasuke was also an Uchiha. Naruto was stacked for life. He also was receiving millions after he took over Gato's shipping company, along with his businesses, but it was to be expected from the four most powerful clans to ever exist. Naruto was planning on leaving early tomorrow morning. He knew that Tsunade was going to try to get him to go with Jiraiya for training, but he was going to beat her to it. Naruto first made his way to the Namikaze compound. When he reached the gate, it was a blood seal security lock. Only someone of Minato's and Kushina's blood could get past the gate. Naruto bit his finger, getting a little blood to leak from his thumb. He then put his thumb over the seal that glowed. A few seconds later, the gates opened. Naruto walked through the open gates that closed once he was inside. As Naruto was walking to the house, he couldn't help but be in awe at how nice and big the house was. It was a two-story with a lot of yard. It had a garden that led to the door. Naruto soon reached the door. He pulled out the key and unlocked the door. He pushed it open and he was shocked at how nice the house looked inside. Naruto explored the house and found lots of pictures of his father and mother. He soon came across a basement that was in a room hid behind a bookshelf. Naruto moved the bookshelf out of the way and saw that the basement was locked with a blood seal. Naruto bit his thumb again and wiped it across the seal. It glowed before opening. Naruto then lit a candle and walked down the dark basement. Once at the bottom, he hit the light switch and there it was, many scrolls on Uzumaki's ceiling and his father's jutsu. Naruto pulled out a big ceiling scroll and put all of his mother's and father's scrolls in it, leaving nothing behind. He didn't want Konoha to get their hands on none of his father or mother's stuff. He also seen some nice swords and kunais. He got those as well. He had cleaned the basement out. It was nothing left but the bookshelves. Naruto then left the basement and continued to walk around the house, getting everything that was valuable. He would bring all of these things to his home once his new village was built. Once Naruto cleaned the entire house of everything he would take with him, he left the house, locking it back and making his way to the Senju compound. Once he arrived at the empty Senju compound, he began to do the same thing. He took scrolls on water and earth justus. Since that was the Senju's main element, he sealed all of the justs he wanted in another sealing. Once finished with everything he needed, he returned back to his parents' house, deciding he would sleep there for the night instead of his apartment. Since everyone found out where he stayed, he always had females knocking at his door and people wanting to give him gift. Naruto took a shower and picked one of the big rooms of the compound to sleep in. He laid down and before he went to sleep, he entered his mindscape to chat with Kurama until he eventually fell asleep. The following day, Naruto was again called to the Hokage's office. He had been planning to visit the office to let the Hokage know of his plans. It would not be good if he disappeared without telling the Hokage. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk. A bottle of sake and a large stack of papers decorated the table. The woman has been having a bad day. Jiraiya was sitting on the window with a rather calm look on his face. Tsunade looked at Naruto. He was not wearing the Chunin flak jacket she had given him yesterday. I called you here because Jiraiya has something important to tell you, Tsunade said, leaning back to her chair. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, waiting for the Sannin to say whatever that was important. My spy network has discovered an organization called the Akatsuki. I don't know much about the organization. What I do know is that they used to work as mercenaries, but they had changed their objectives, Jiraiya said. Currently their objective is to hunt down Jinchurikis for their Biju. For what purpose I do not know. I only know 2 of the organization's members and both are S-rank criminals. Uchiha Itachi, I'm sure Jiraiya trailed off seeing Naruto raise his hand. What? I have heard enough, Naruto said. I'm aware of the organization. He revealed. How do you know? It took me years just to find out what I told you. Jiraiya queried. I have my ways, Jiraiya. It should not be surprising that I'm aware of the organization, given that I am what they are after. No, rather the Kyuubi is what they are after. Jiraiya was trying not to be surprised by this. Naruto always seemed to surprise him each time he spoke. Nevertheless, the fact that Naruto knew made it easy for him to let Naruto know just how dangerous the organization was and that his life was in danger. You must know that the organization is a threat. At your current level you cannot handle S-rank criminals on your own. If they were to attack you now, they would capture you, Jiraiya said. I have decided to take you on a 3-year training trip to prepare you so that you might be able to protect yourself. Jiraiya said with a grin. I cannot go with you, Jiraiya, Naruto said. Before he could continue, Tsunade spoke. Jiraiya assumed you would say something like that. Which is why she said, holding a paper, this paper outlines that you were given permission to leave the village for 3 years on a training trip with Jiraiya. Everything is signed and approved. Tsunade said with a smile, knowing that there was no way now that Naruto could refuse. I was trying to say that I cannot go with Jiraiya because I have already left the village. Now according to that document on a training trip for 3 years. I might have left with Jiraiya, it is because I do not need him for my training. Tsunade and Jiraiya stared at Naruto with wide-eyed. What do you mean, you already left the village? Tsunade asked. I am a clone. I have already been planning to leave the village to train. Should I have asked permission, you would have denied me if Jiraiya had not suggested it. If it was Jiraiya's suggestion I would have to go with him, which I did not want. You do know that if it went for this document you would have risked being branded a missing nin. Tsunade said. I am aware of that, but to train to my heart's extent, I had to leave alone, Naruto said. Well, I'm out of chakra. Naruto said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm going to look for him. Jiraiya said and disappeared from the window. He did not give Tsunade time to say anything. He was a little sad that Naruto had left the village without him. Not only that, should the Akatsuki find him before he does, they could capture him. Minato would never forgive him if something happened to Naruto. Later that day, Tsunade sat in her office uncomfortably. The work was just too much for her to handle. The paperwork she had to sign and the orders she had to give were putting a toll on her. She was beginning to wonder why she had even accepted the mantle of Hokage in the first place. She cursed Jiraiya for making her come back to the village. If she had not come back now she would have been somewhere gambling, losing money. Even though she never won, it was fun for her. That time she could drink all the sake she wanted day and night. Now she had to focus on her work as the Goddamn Hokage. It was too much work overload for her. After taking as Goddamn Hokage, she had to deal with stabilizing the village because of the recent invasion. A month had yet to pass since the invasion occurred. The news and events were still fresh within people's minds. Konoha had also lost a Hokage because of the invasion, the Sandaime Hokage. It was up to her to deal with the issues. The Sandaime had been a big part of Konoha's history and position within the elemental nations. Aside from the Sandaime's death, there were no other major losses that the village suffered. A few shinobi had lost their lives, but it did not damage the village's military force. The strongest shinobi within the village were still alive and in good condition. With her introduction as Hokage, it would also influence people to be brave, knowing that another strong person was leading them. Villagers could easily panic because of the recent invasion that had occurred, and the mastermind behind the invasion was still alive. Their panic would be because they fear that another invasion might hit them again. Tsunade as Goddamn Hokage had to ensure that the villagers did not have those kinds of thoughts. The village did not lose much from the invasion, only a few buildings were destroyed. Tsunade had to make sure that the buildings were rebuilt with the funds she had at her disposal. The hospital, despite being in good condition, was not at the standard she liked it to be. For it to be where she wants it to be, she had to train kunoichis who aspire to be medics. The village's economy was in good shape. She could not complain about anything after reading the reports. The fire daimyo had been a big help for the village to recover from the invasion. He had given the village his full support and did not cut down the money he gave to the village. In fact, he increased a budget so that the village could recover quickly and assert itself as the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha had gone through many conflicts with other villages, but it has always stayed at the top. The economy had never faltered. Maybe it was because the village always had someone or few shinobi who were known throughout the elemental nations. Tsunade sighed as she rubbed her temple. Overseeing things within the village was a lot harder, especially because of the recent invasion. Had it not been for the invasion, she would have not been having so much to do. She cursed Orochimaru for invading Konoha. It was his fault that she was not having time to have some sake. She had to keep working, go to meetings discussing how things were going to be run, the changes that had to occur. It was all tiring for her. At least he had Shizune to help her with some of the work she has to do. She had a problem with the council. It has not been a week since she took charge of the village, and they were already making decisions for her and telling her what to do. The elders troubled her. Tsunade had come to hate them because they liked being in control of everything. She wondered how her sensei was able to stand them and not think of a way to kill them. She had already thought of a few scenarios where the elders accidentally lose their lives. They were power-hungry and wanted to rule the village, even though they had selected her as Hokage. At least some aspects of the village were not giving her headaches. The shinobi that made the village's military were all in working condition. Konoha could stand another invasion should anyone consider invading them. Her presence along with Jiraiya put things at Konoha's advantage. Sunagakure, the village had sent messengers to resolve the issues between the two villages. Sunagakure had taken part in the invasion that saw the death of the Sandaime Hokage. That only gave grounds to Konoha to attack the village without any other village saying anything to it. What complicated the issue was that Sunagakure and Konoha were allies when Sunagakure took part in the invasion. By being against Konoha, the village betrayed Konoha, the alliance they had made. Their reasons did not matter as long as they did go against Konoha in the invasion. To attack a village you are allied to is a major offense that the village had to pay heavily for. At its current strength, Suna could compete with Konoha. Konoha was the strongest of the 5 great villages, and Suna was the weakest. Suna had also lost almost 50% of their military force because of the invasion. Most of their shinobi had died during the invasion, which meant that the village would be eradicated should Konoha decide to invade it. Danzo had been pushing for the invasion, but she successfully denied the motion. She did not want another war to start. Tsunade was aware that Suna knew that should they fight Konoha they would be eradicated. Konoha still had its military force operating almost at full power. Given the hard truth, Suna will do anything to make sure that a new alliance with Konoha is formed. They will do so to save their own skins. It would be hard to form the alliance since the trust between the two villages had been lost. Sunagakure had betrayed them, and there was no telling if they would betray them again. They did once, it was possible that they could do it again. Tsunade was not someone to take advantage of the situation and force things out of Suna. She wanted to settle things with Sunagakure so that the villages can move on and continue to work together as allies. With the treaty between the villages to be discussed next week, Konoha had to take into account that Sunagakure was manipulated by Orochimaru. Orochimaru had killed the Yondaime Kazekage and impersonated him for a long time. He made the village believe that they were following the orders of their Kazekage just so he could have the village's military force in his control. The fact that Orochimaru had manipulated Sunagakure made it an easy choice for Tsunade to decide against invading the village. However, even though they were being manipulated, the fact remains, they betrayed Konoha. For their betrayal, they would have to compensate for the damage done to the village. Another issue that was giving her a headache was that Naruto had left the village. Jiraiya had assured her that he was not defecting. From the reports, he is very secretive, which was why he even decided to leave the village alone. Nevertheless, it troubled her knowing that the Akatsuki was also out there and could capture him should they get to him before Jiraiya. He was not strong enough to handle S-rank criminals. Jiraiya would have offered better security since he can take on S-rank criminals. Her worries were eased by the fact that he did say that he was gone. She just did not find out that he had disappeared from the village. She was upset because of his disregard of doing things properly. A shinobi of the village did not just leave the village without permission. If a shinobi did that, he risked being hunted down by hunter nins since they would be forced to list him as a missing nin. By the looks of things after listening to his clone, she deduced that even if she had refused to allow him to leave he would have left. If it were not for the fact that she had a document that said he was on a training trip, she would have been forced to punish him for his insubordination. Thinking of it, he never did refer to her as Hokage or by her name. The fact that he had decided to leave without permission from her made her want to discipline him when Jiraiya does find him. He had to know that he could not do what he pleased and that she was the Goddamn Hokage and her word was law. If she said no, it was not doing otherwise would be treason. She had to deal with him. She could not have subordinates who did not respect her word, and authority. Tsunade also had to deal with the issue of Sasuke Uchiha. From what she had read from his profile, he was distant, but Sasuke had other things that distinguish him. He was cold, arrogant and a spoiled brat. The boy was obsessed with power and killing his traitorous brother. He did not care about anything other than his revenge. Kakashi walked inside the office. His right eye was firmly of his familiar orange book as he flipped a page. "You wanted to see Hokage-sama," Kakashi said without even taking his eye off his book to look at the Godame when he spoke. A tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. Kakashi had the nerve to keep her waiting and then not offer her an explanation. To make matters worse, he was not even looking at her when he spoke. His eyes were on the orange book that Jiraiya wrote. "Kakashi, put that book away and look at me, or I will break every bone in your body and heal you just so I can beat you up again," Tsunade said, dangerously clenching her fists. Kakashi gulped and put away his book. Tsunade could make her threat a reality. She had a hot temper, and one of her chakra-enhanced punches was capable of putting anyone out of commission. If she did beat him to an inch of his life, she could save him. Given that she was the best medic in all the elemental nations, there is nothing that she has been unable to heal. "Good," Tsunade said, leaning back to her chair. "I called you here about your student Uchiha Sasuke," Tsunade said, getting straight to the point. She would deal with the man's tardiness some other day. Now she had an important matter to discuss with the Jounin. "Did he do something?" Kakashi asked immediately, fearing that his revenge-driven student might have done something stupid. Tsunade shook her head. "No," she replied, making Kakashi sigh in relief. "You are aware that Orochimaru has already marked Sasuke and that he wants him to be his next vessel. The council fears that if Orochimaru comes back and promises Sasuke more power than he already has given, Sasuke will defect and follow Orochimaru," Tsunade said. Kakashi nodded. "I have seen it in his eyes. He would not even think twice should Orochimaru try to get him," he said sadly. "Yes, that is what the council fears. They have decided to give Sasuke what he wants the most, power. Giving him power will make sure that he does not defect. How is he going to be given power? You are going to take him on a 3-year training trip. You will train him as hard as you can," Tsunade replied. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. He was not surprised that the council was going this far to make sure that Sasuke stayed in the village. They had done it before, when they ordered him to train Sasuke for a month before the Chunin exams finals. He was also the only one suitable to train Sasuke, since he was also a Sharingan user like Sasuke. "Okay," Kakashi said with a small smile. Going away from the village would give him a chance to read his book without interruptions, and he would not have Guy challenging him. "But what about my other students? I cannot just leave them behind." Kakashi raised a concern. He would be a bad sensei if he were to leave his other students without making sure that they were taken good care of. "Do not worry about them. According to Sakura's profile, she has almost perfect chakra control. I want to take her to train under medical ninjutsu. What needs work is her fangirl attitude," Tsunade said. "Well, that is one of his students taken care of. What about Naruto?" Tsunade went through hand seals, activating a privacy seal so that no one did not overhear what she was about to tell Kakashi. "What I am about to tell you is known to me and Jiraiya only," Tsunade said. "Naruto left the village." Tsunade revealed it seriously. Kakashi whitened his eye. He could not believe what the Hokage had just said. "He defected?" Kakashi said in disbelief. Tsunade shook her head, making Kakashi let loose a sigh of relief. "He went away to train. The brat left without even asking me first. When we found out that he had left, we were telling him, which turned out to be his clone, that Jiraiya was going to take him on a training trip so that he could protect himself against the Akatsuki. It appeared that he already knew about the criminal organization." Kakashi nodded. "Even if he went to train, was not it better to have left with Jiraiya-sama, who could offer him better security? I did point that out. Nevertheless, the reason he left without permission was that he knew he would not be allowed to leave alone, and he said that he did not need Jiraiya. So he left alone, even though it risked him being branded a missing nin. But still, leaving alone is not the wisest thing to do. Naruto might be strong, but he cannot take on S-rank criminals on his own," Kakashi said, believing that it was suicide for Naruto to leave the village without someone like Jiraiya protecting him. "He seems to be rather smarter than Sasuke. Therefore, I have a feeling that there is a place he went that he knows, and we do not, so that he could train while also hiding. Given how informed and secretive he is, it should not be surprising if he did something like," Tsunade said, not knowing how right she was. Still, leaving on his own was not the wisest thing to do. "I agree with you on that. Nevertheless, right now we can only hope that Jiraiya finds him before the Akatsuki does, Tsunade said. As far as the council knows, Naruto is on a 3-year training trip with Jiraiya. I would like to keep it that way. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kakashi knew that if the council got wind of the fact that Naruto left the village alone, they would try to punish him or even brand him as a missing nin. You are to be gone by tomorrow morning. Jiraiya will visit you occasionally to see your progress, so let us know where you go. You will also receive an S-rank pay each month to take care of yours and Sasuke's expenses. Tsunade said, going back to Kakashi's training trip with Sasuke. Kakashi, before you go, I want you to search for anything you can find on Naruto's whereabouts. While in your training trip, do it discreetly. Hi. Good, you are dismissed. Tsunade said, dismissing the Jounin. Kakashi left in a puff of smoke. He was going to the memorial stone to say goodbye to Rin, Obito, and Minato-sensei before he went to tell Sasuke to get ready. Tsunade went back to her paperwork. She had a lot of it to sign and approve. A few days later, Naruto's hideout. Naruto stared at the collection of scrolls he collected along with weapons. He then took a deep breath. Well, let me not waste any more time and get started. 3 days later, Naruto stood at his training ground with a Zetsu, watching. He had made 3,000 clones. He instructed 500 to work on mastering the Rasengan and trying to add elements to it. He told another 500 to work on sealing, another 500 to work on the Senju water and earth jutsus, another 500 on mastering KCM mode, and the others to work on Snake Sage mode, and the rest to work on sharpening other skills. He had been at it for 3 days and was making good progress with Kurama helping him. He would be powerful in no time. He used his Rinnegan to create a powerful barrier around the hideout that no one without a Rinnegan could detect. Time, skip, you are finally going out. Azetsu stated the obvious as he watched Naruto walk past him. Naruto had grown taller over the past 2 years and 8 months. His spiky blonde hair had grown longer as it was now past his shoulders, his hair parted to frame the sides of his faces covering his right eye, the bangs framing his face reached his chin. He still wore his usual black attire added with a shinobi dress similar to the one Madara wore in his days that he received from Hagoromo, but instead of it being red his battle armor was silver. He also wore the gunbai that the sage had given him as well. The armor was constructed with numerous metal plates formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular, chest, waist, shoulders and thighs. The chest plate left his back exposed. On his back, there was an Uchiha clan's crest and the Uzumaki swirl along with the Senju symbol black boots, accompanied his attire and gloves, with the Konoha forehead protector partly visible on his forehead as some of his hair covered it. Naruto also had a belt sash holding his Reaper sword. Where are you heading to? Zetsu asked, following Naruto from behind. He was truly curious as he wanted to see Naruto fight against someone else. After the training Naruto had put himself through with the help of shadow clones, it would take a miracle for someone to beat Orochimaru's secret hideout in the borders of Oto to get the Uzumaki girl you found and the Shinigami mask if it was Orochimaru who took it. Naruto replied with his Sharingan eyes gracing the light of the world for the first time in months. While he trained, he never went outside the hideout. He always kept himself busy within the dark shadows of the hideout. Naruto was going to fulfill his promise to the Shinigami. Flashback. Naruto was going through some hand seal he needed to get Kurama's other half from the death god. He slammed his hand on the ground, summoning jutsu. He muttered. The air began to get colder. Naruto turned around and saw the death god in all its glory staring at him. You have grown well, Naruto, the death god said with a small smile. So what do you need? Naruto, the death god asked. Shinigami-sama, I would like you to give me the other half of Kurama's chakra so he can be whole again and so I can fully master all of his power. The death god nodded and said, just do me a favor and get rid of the Shinigami mask so no mortal can summon me. And then he began to cut open his belly with a dagger. He then reached in his belly and pulled out a orange-yellow looking chakra. He then told Naruto to step forward. Naruto did as he was told and the Shinigami put the other half into Naruto's body with Kurama inside of Naruto. He began to receive his other half and he grew twice as large, now going back to his true size. He smiled happily, thanked Naruto. The fox sat outside. Naruto was about to leave until the Shinigami called his name. Naruto looked at the death god waiting to see what he wanted. I want you to stay here, it's some people who want to meet you. After he said that, 2 more figures appeared. The first was a female with black and red clothing and she had long black hair. She then began to speak. I am known as the god of Amaterasu and I Have come to give you my blessing. Naruto then looked at the other figure. She was similar to the first, but instead of black clothing, she wore red clothing and had beautiful red hair with red eyes. She then began to speak, I am the god of Taisukuyomi, and I have also came to give you my blessing. Naruto was in shock. He soon got out of his shock and asked, so are you guy gods like Shinigami-sama? They both nodded. We are the founders and creators of Taisukuyomi and Amaterasu. Naruto was even more blown away. He was actually an infant of real gods. Amaterasu then spoke, Naruto, you will face a lot of huge battles in the future, so we wanted to give you some gifts. Please step forward. Naruto stepped forward and Amaterasu put her hands on Naruto's head. I will give you a little of my power and some abilities. One will be that your body can come in contact with the flames of Amaterasu and you won't be affected at all. You could even wrap the flames around your body as of armor and the flames will not burn you a bit because of me being the creator and origin of the flames and me giving you some of my power. The flames will see you as their creator and not harm you in any way, and I also gave you some other abilities. Tsukuyomi then stepped up and put her hands on Naruto's eyes. I will give you some of my power and abilities. With this, your Tsukuyomi will be raised to another level along with other Genjutsu techniques. You are in the lateral sense like a Genjutsu god. Note, also since Naruto received power from Tsukuyomi herself, the infinite Tsukuyomi won't work on him. End of note. And I will give you some other abilities as well. After she finished, the three gods bid Naruto a farewell and disappeared, leaving Naruto still blown away. End of flashback. You might come across Orochimaru if you are going to that hideout. He usually spends his time there experimenting. Zetsu warned. Orochimaru's presence is nothing of importance. If I find him there, I will make good use of him. Naruto replied, looking at the sunny sky. Now that you are going out there, Jiraiya will be able to get to you. What will you do if he finds you and tries to force you back to Konoha? In addition, Danzo Zetsu asked, knowing that Jiraiya had been looking for Naruto ever since he left the village. Jiraiya could search wherever he wanted to, but he could never find Naruto anywhere. Now that Naruto has decided to show himself to the world, Jiraiya would be able to get to him. With the manner in which Naruto left the village, it was possible that he might try to force Naruto back to Konoha. The Council of Konoha was also aware that Naruto was not with Jiraiya as they were informed. If they were able to get their dogs near Naruto, they would surely try something. Knowing Danzo, he will surely send his rude Hanbu to try to either assassinate Naruto or capture him. It would be amusing to see them try though, since none of the rude Hanbu has the strength to kill or capture Naruto. I will deal with it, then Naruto replied without a hint of worry in his tone. Now let's go. You will stay in the shadows, Naruto said, walking away from Zetsu. Orochimaru's hideout was waiting for him. The hideout in the borders of Oto was the one that was more hidden than the other hideouts within Atagakure. The Uzumaki girl Zetsu had found spent her days at the hideout. Zetsu sank into the ground without any further word. Things are surely going to be interesting from now on. He could not wait to see how things panned out when Naruto revealed his power. However, he doubted Naruto would reveal his full strength soon. River country. The grass was burned, trees broken, the landscape seemed to have gone through a reshaping phase. It was what seemed to be the results of a heavy battle, a battle between strong fighters using high levels of jutsus, a clash of titans. The landscape had gone over a makeover. Two battles had taken place over the belly of the earth. The first match was Haddock Kakashi vs Jiraiya, and the second match was Uchiha Sasuke vs Jiraiya. Despite the impact the battles had on the surrounding area, the fights were just sparring contest. While Kakashi was training Sasuke, he had also been training himself. Ever since he left Anbu, he had stopped training, taking more of a laid-back attitude. He had watched Sasuke train harder every day. He gave the Uchiha training methods that Anbu employed. Sasuke never complained once about the harsh training. He trained like a possessed man. Kakashi realized that Sasuke trained hard because there was a reason he wanted to get strong. Sasuke had an ambition that he wanted to make a reality. Kakashi questioned himself, what was his dream in life? He found out that he had no dream, but he wanted to protect his comrades. His thoughts conceived another question, could he protect his comrades if he did not have the power to do so? He knew the answer. With how Sasuke trained, the Uchiha was bound to surpass him, Sharingan no Kakashi. For him to become stronger and not become weak, he had to train. It had been years since he ranked as an A-rank ninja. He had yet to pass that level, but he knew if he trained more he could pass that border and become S-rank. His rival and friend, Guy, could make S-rank whenever he opened more than 5 gates. Guy was physically strong between them, thus he was able to open that many gates, but he had an arsenal of 1,000 jutsus, the Sharingan at his disposal. Should he train more, he could finally cross the border of A rank and become S rank. Rank did not matter to him, but level of strength mattered. In his current level, he could not protect what was precious to him from S rank shinobis. He could take on other A rank shinobis by himself, but S rank he could not. S rank criminals were hunting someone that was like a brother to him. Despite never admitting to anyone, Kakashi saw Naruto as his little brother, given that Minato Naruto's father was like a father to him. Kakashi had trained beside Sasuke. He trained so hard that Guy would be proud of him. If you had trained as much as you in the past 2 years after you quit Anbu, you would have been stronger than me, Kakashi. Jiraiya commented looking at the Jounin sensei. Kakashi had truly given him a run for his money in their spar. If he had trained hard after quitting Anbu, he would have been on par with a Sannin. However, his strength level now was satisfactory. He could take on an S-rank ninja on his own without worry. Kakashi smiled, he had not only trained, but he had also worked on his character, becoming a bit more serious than he usually was. His laid-back attitude was the source of his laziness. I guess you are right. Kakashi said. He felt strong and confident with himself after the training he did. The biggest surprise though was Sasuke. I never expected the brat to land a hit on me while I was serious. So to think that the Uchiha would do as much as to injure him was unthinkable. Sasuke has really improved in his own strength. His use of the Sharingan makes him a tough opponent to face, well, not for him. The brat might be impressive, but he was not at a level where he could actually beat him easily. However, Sasuke was able to wound him without even using the power of the cursed seal of heaven. The seal doubled Sasuke's power and gave him more chakra at his disposal. If he gains the same eyes as Itachi and Naruto added with the cursed seal, Sasuke will surely become one of the strongest in the elemental nations. He could as well be able to defeat him with the Manjikyu Sharingan and the cursed seal of heaven. Sasuke scowled upon hearing Jiraiya call him a brat. He hated Jiraiya for that. The man almost never called him by his name, it was always brat to him. Sasuke had trained hard and achieved so much power that he thought he could even take on Itachi now. Speaking of Itachi, have you found him yet? Sasuke asked, looking at Jiraiya. Because Sasuke had discarded his cold attitude and had a little bit of change of personality, Jiraiya had been looking at Itachi for Sasuke. Still, he did maintain his arrogance and superiority complex. He was no longer focused on killing Itachi as he had been in his younger days. Kakashi had worked overtime to get Sasuke to think of other things other than his revenge. He had made Sasuke take things seriously and have another goal other than killing Itachi. He did not tell Sasuke to forget his revenge, but he made Sasuke understand that revenge was not the only thing one could live for. I have been able to track his movements for a while, but he often goes off the grid like a ghost. Last month one of my men saw him crossing the fire border towards the wave country. I believe they were looking for Naruto. Jiraiya replied. Sasuke nodded, still there was also the issue of Naruto. What have you found out about him? Jiraiya sighed, nothing, I do not think I will ever find anything unless he decides to stop hiding from wherever he is hiding. I have searched all over the elemental nations and I found nothing about his whereabouts. Jiraiya said. He did not know whether to be happy or angry. Happy that Naruto was able to hide for such a long time from both him and the Akatsuki. Angry that he was not able to find the blonde anywhere despite all the resources at his disposal. I'm going back to Konoha to give Tsunade both your progress, reports Jiraiya said. Kakashi, I think you should get the brat to do some missions to gain fighting experience. I don't think there is anything else you can teach him. I was thinking of doing that. Kakashi said. He had also thought of getting Sasuke missions. There was nothing else for Sasuke to train. What was left was for Sasuke himself to hone his skills and improve where he can. Well, I guess I should be going. I will talk to Harem and see if she can provide a mission for you guys. Jiraiya said and walked away. He was going to Konoha, but first he had to do some research. He had promised his publisher that he would be giving him the next edition of his Makeout Paradise books. How strong do you think Naruto is if he was training as hard as we were? Sasuke asked, truly curious. He had trained hard enough to think that he could take on anyone. However, he was curious as to how strong Naruto might have become, given how strong he was more than 2 years ago. I don't know, Sasuke. We will just have to wait and see when he does appear. Kakashi replied, not trying to give Sasuke an honest answer. If he said something wrong, it would only serve to upset the Uchiha. Kakashi had thought that one of the reasons that Sasuke trained so hard was that he could surpass Naruto. A week later, Naruto stood at the entrance of Orochimaru's hideout. The base was well hidden. Had it not been for Zetsu's unique ability, he would have never found it on his own. Orochimaru was good at hiding things. Not he who knew most things in the elemental nations knew all of Orochimaru's bases and hideouts. The Snake Sannin was dangerous when it came to gathering intel. Orochimaru loved to experiment, that was why he was obsessed with knowing all the world's knowledge and secrets. However, some secrets were not meant for him to know. Looking at the entrance, one could not really tell if it was an entrance or not. Nevertheless, Naruto knew better. He did not need to sneak inside the base. Given that it was a secret hideout, it probably had no guards. Naruto looked at the stone that was in front of him. It was the entrance to the base, but he had no idea of how to open the secret door. To anybody, it was just a normal rock. The rock was natural, so there was no reason to suspect it was a secret doorway. Fire release? Great fireball. Naruto expelled a large fireball that hit the rock and blew it up, creating a path for him to enter. Even if his way of entering might alarm the base's occupants, Naruto had no worries. He could handle whatever challenge he met. He was that confident of his own abilities. Naruto saw 3 dark passageways upon entering the hideout through the path he created. The darkness within the hideout reminded Naruto of his own hideout, which lacked light. It was so much like Orochimaru to make a hideout like this. Snakes never did like doing things in the light, they prefer to do things in the shadows. The place was carved off the rock it was located at. The rocks were just caved into a passageway, nothing more was made or added in the walls of the hideout. According to the information Zetsu had given him, the middle passage led to Orochimaru's throne room. Zetsu had only gone that far. It meant that taking the middle passage he was likely to arrive at Orochimaru's throne room without encountering traps. It amused Naruto how Orochimaru had thrones in every hideout that Zetsu had been able to find. The man saw himself as king and prided himself in his abilities. He was the king of his own village, and his shinobi worshipped him. That was enough to up his ego to extraordinary levels. Naruto walked through the passage calmly, his armor making an echoing noise that echoed throughout the passage as he walked deep inside the hideout. Naruto walked for minutes before finally arriving at what seemed to be a hall. In the middle was Orochimaru's throne. Behind the chair was a statue of a large snake that glared its eyes at Naruto. Orochimaru was sitting comfortable on his throne with a wide dark grin spreading across his face. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's right-hand man, was standing at his master's right hand. It appeared that they had been waiting for Naruto to appear. "Well, it seems you have been waiting for me, Orochimaru," Naruto stated with an unreadable expression on his face while crossing his hands on chest. "Yes, I have," Orochimaru with a rough voice, "you have grown quite nicely over the past years. If it were not for your hair, I would have mistaken you for someone else given your appearance," Orochimaru commented with a chuckle. Kabuto just watched on with a small smile gracing his features. "Mistaken me for someone? Yes, I'm sure you are quite familiar with him given that you dress like him," Orochimaru said, his grin never faltered. "Well, that is true, I do dress like him," Naruto said. Anyone who knew Madara or studied the man's history would be able to tell that Naruto dressed like him, and he could be mistaken for the dead Uchiha legend if it was not for his blonde hair. "You have something and someone I want," Naruto said, getting down to business now before anything happens. "I would like to propose a deal with you," Orochimaru said, his voice and eyes calculating ways to convince Naruto to join him. "I know that you ran away from Konoha and Jiraiya is searching for you. Given how Konoha treated you as a child, I'm sure you would like to get even with it. Join me and we can make Konoha fall on its knees," Orochimaru said, "and you would prove to be an interesting experiment object for me," Orochimaru finished with a thought. Orochimaru's words amused Naruto. Orochimaru, a pitiful snake, was trying to get him to join him. Orochimaru was beneath him, how could he, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Naruto Senju Naruto, be recruited by someone beneath him? Orochimaru should be the one begging to join his cause. Orochimaru did not understand that he was superior to him. Naruto held a tiger seal gathering chakra inside his body and turning it to fire. In an instant, he released a large fireball. Fire release? Great fireball. The fireball sped towards both Kabuto and Orochimaru. The two avoided the jutsu. The fireball hit the throne, destroying it. The jutsu was not meant to hit or injure them, it was used to make it clear that he did not come to join Orochimaru, but rather to get what he wants. "Kabuto, I will fight him. I want to see how strong he has become by testing him myself," Orochimaru said with a smirk. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with his smirk firmly in place. It should prove quite interesting when he sees how strong Naruto has become. From what he has heard from Kabuto, Naruto left Konoha for training. Just by looking at him, he could see that the blonde was strong. How strong? Orochimaru wanted to see. Orochimaru judged Naruto. Naruto stood in the same position, his Sharingan eyes watching Orochimaru come at him, predicting what he would do. Orochimaru appeared on Naruto's right side, his foot raised. He attempted to kick Naruto in the shoulder. Naruto raised his right hand to block the kick as he was able to see through it with his Sharingan. Orochimaru retrieved his leg and swung his right leg. Naruto swung his left foot, intercepting Orochimaru's kick. Both legs contacted and the force and power behind the attempted kicks created a small shockwave. Orochimaru jumped back before attempting to punch Naruto in the face. Naruto leaned back to avoid the punch. He attempted to kick Orochimaru on his gut. Orochimaru disappeared from view and appeared behind Naruto. He brought his right leg attempting to kick Naruto with a powerful kick. In a swift movement, Naruto spun around and blocked the kick. The force behind the kick pushed him a foot back. You are taking this a little serious. Naruto commented seeing how Orochimaru was coming at him. To be able to test your strength I must take this a little serious as you say. Orochimaru said with a smirk. Naruto spoke no further, he rushed at Orochimaru and threw a right hook, which Orochimaru dodged. Naruto attempted to punch Orochimaru with his left hand. Orochimaru intercepted the punch with a punch of his own. The two fists met and engaged in a battle of dominance as they tried to overpower each other. Naruto brought forth his free hand and tried to hit Orochimaru on his face. However, the Snake Sannin blocked the attempt with a punch. Orochimaru jumped back, creating a distance between him and Naruto. Both opponents charged at one another and met in between. Their hands were locked together as they tried to overcome each other. Orochimaru felt that Naruto was getting the better of him and pushed back with more effort to overpower Naruto. In a battle of pure physical strength, not everyone could win against Naruto. He had trained his body to be physically fit and strong ever since he was still little. For someone like Orochimaru who preferred to be slippery like all snakes was no match for Naruto. Naruto pushed back the Snake Sannin with a lot of power, nearly forcing Orochimaru to his knees. Kabuto watched his master test Naruto. With how things were going so far, he could tell that Naruto had an advantage when it came to physical strength. Orochimaru, seeing that Naruto was overwhelming him, brought out his right leg and kicked Naruto on his left side with a power kick. The kick sent Naruto flying, but he quickly recovered before he hit the walls of the throne room. I believe you have tested me enough, Orochimaru. Naruto said and disappeared in a blur. He appeared behind Orochimaru and swung right foot trying to kick Orochimaru. The kick landed on Orochimaru, but the Orochimaru Naruto hit crumbled into dust. Naruto looked from behind him. Orochimaru was attacking him from behind. Orochimaru raised his right hand, his left supporting it. Many hidden snakes. Orochimaru said as multiple snakes sprouted out from his shirt sleeve. In a swift and fast movement, Naruto took out his sword from his sash. He cut every snake within a second and put his sword back to its sash, surprising Orochimaru with his skills with a sword. You are very good with Taijutsu, and you handle a sword well, Orochimaru commented with a smirk. I wonder though, you have yet to use your Manjikyu Sharingan and that war fan strapped on your back. My Manjikyu Sharingan? Naruto said, not expecting Orochimaru to answer him. Orochimaru, if you don't take this serious you will die very soon, which would be disappointing, Naruto stated calmly. Come at me with all you have and don't worry about looking into my eyes, I won't use Genjutsu on you. Naruto said. You are rather sure that you can kill me, Naruto-kun. You seem to be forgetting that I am the strongest of the Sannin. Orochimaru said confidently. Orochimaru blurred out of sight to prove his point. Within seconds of going out of Naruto's sight, Naruto was sent flying away by a powerful kick from Orochimaru to his chest. Naruto was slightly surprised that Orochimaru could move that fast. Nevertheless, he never showed any surprise on his expressionless face. Orochimaru appeared above Naruto and pummeled him to the ground. Naruto flew down like a bullet and crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. Orochimaru smirked at went through hand seals. Earth release. Mud dragon. He yelled whilst still in flight. The mud dragon roared its way towards Naruto, who was still lying down. Naruto moved quickly and got away from the path of the mud dragon. As soon as he landed a few feet away, Orochimaru appeared behind him and spun around attempting to kick him from behind. Naruto spun around and blocked the kick with both his hands. The force behind the kick pushed Naruto back a few feet back. Orochimaru landed a few feet away from Naruto with a sickening grin. He had proved his point. "You might just come close to killing me if I do get careless, that is unlikely though," Naruto stated as he recovered from Orochimaru's assault. "Shall we continue with this dance?" Naruto blurred out of sight and appeared in front of Orochimaru. The Snake Sanin's eyes widened at how fast Naruto closed the distance between them. Naruto punched Orochimaru with a powerful punch to the gut. Orochimaru groaned in pain and clutched his stomach for a second. Naruto spun around, his right leg swinging along with his movements. He landed a powerful kick to the snake's neck. The kick sent Orochimaru crashing towards the walls of the room. Orochimaru hit the wall and broke through it as a testament to the power behind Naruto's kick. Orochimaru's crash created a small amount of debris at the other side of the throne room. "This is what I meant when I said you will die soon," Naruto stated, simply looking past where Orochimaru had crashed. He was continuing where he had left off after Orochimaru had begun to attack him. Orochimaru had proved his point. Orochimaru walked out of the debris back to the throne room looking unhurt by Naruto's assault. "Something like that cannot kill me, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru spoke with a smirk. "That was not meant to kill you. I just wanted to show you that I could hit you anytime I want," Naruto said. He just wanted to show Orochimaru that he would be killed easily if he did not take them seriously. Orochimaru went through hand seals and then slammed his hands on the ground. Multiple snakes appeared in a puff of smoke. The snakes rushed at Naruto, while Orochimaru just watched his snakes run towards their prey. Naruto did a few hand seals preparing for a jutsu. Fire release. Fire breath. Naruto expelled a powerful stream of fire from his mouth. The fire traveled towards the rushing snakes, burning them. The fire continued to speed towards Orochimaru, who used Sunshine to avoid taking a hit from the flames. The jutsu was easily B rank. Snakes stood no chance of survival against a jutsu. Orochimaru lunged at Naruto. He swung his hand to punch Naruto on the face. Naruto blocked the attempt and followed with an attempt of his own, which was blocked. Orochimaru's arm lengthened in no way possible for a human's arm. It was inhuman. The arm wrapped itself around Naruto. Naruto brought out his right hand, which was free, and drew out his sword. He cut off Orochimaru's arm. Orochimaru hissed when the sword cut through his hand. He leaped back, creating some breathing space between him and Naruto. Few seconds later, his arm regenerated from a number of snakes that transformed into his hand. "You really have turned yourself into a snake, Orochimaru," Naruto commented, seeing how snake-like Orochimaru had become, literally. The only response he got was a chuckle from the Snake Sanin. Naruto ran towards Orochimaru with his sword at hand. He attempted a swift cut across Orochimaru's chest, but the Snake Sanin leaped back, dodging Naruto's attempt to cut him. Naruto ran towards Orochimaru again, swinging his sword vertically. Orochimaru again dodged, but the blade of the sword caught a bit of his hair. Orochimaru had very good reflexes. It was what one should expect from a Sanin. Orochimaru's Hibi style of fighting made him a rather difficult opponent to fight in a taijutsu fight in Kenjutsu. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a snake carrying a sword came out of it. It was the sword of Kusanagi, the sword said to be able to cut through almost anything. It was Orochimaru's most prized weapon, which was why he kept it hidden within his stomach in a snake. Orochimaru took the sword with his hand and charged at Naruto. He quickly tried to cut off Naruto's head with a swift swing of his sword. Naruto parried the attempt with his own blade. His own blade was made from a strong material. Straight from the Shinigami, Naruto jumped away from Orochimaru, creating a space between the two. How barbaric, Naruto commented on Orochimaru's Kenjutsu. "Your attacks leave you wide open, vulnerable to being attacked." Orochimaru grinned. He did not believe what Naruto said to be true. "Why don't you show that to me, Naruto-kun?" Orochimaru had been fighting for many years, and none of his opponents had ever said that his Kenjutsu was barbaric. In fact, many have commended him for his Kenjutsu. Naruto rushed at Orochimaru and swung his sword. Orochimaru parried the attack. Naruto, using his superior speed, grabbed Orochimaru's hand, which held his sword with his free hand. He gripped it tightly, making sure that Orochimaru did not go away. Naruto kneed the snake with a powerful right knee that made the Snake Sanin wince. Naruto still held Orochimaru's hand. He swung his sword, cutting Orochimaru's hand off its shoulder. He threw the hand away along with the sword of Kusanagi. Orochimaru hissed in pain as he jumped away from Naruto. He reformed his arm for the second time. Naruto went through hand seals while Orochimaru was busy reforming his hand. Fire release. Blazing inferno. Swirling extreme flames appeared in front of Naruto. They swirled their way towards Orochimaru and consumed him. There was no scream of pain from Orochimaru. Naruto had been expecting to hear such. If one was caught within his jutsu, they would have their skin melted off their bodies and are cooked within the swirling flames. It would have certainly looked good if he had been hit by the jutsu. Naruto thought to himself, I will just be quick next time. Naruto looked from behind as he sensed something. Wind release. Great wind breakthrough. Orochimaru yelled. A power wind gust rushed at Naruto. The wind hit Naruto and sent crashing towards the wall of the throne room. Like Orochimaru before, he broke through the wall. Orochimaru was very adept at wind jutsus, which made his wind jutsus a lot more powerful than they normally would. Unlike Naruto, who gave him a chance to recover, Orochimaru dashed towards Naruto. He appeared in front of the blonde and punched him on the face, followed by a swift kick on the blonde's chin. The kick sent Naruto in the air. He hit the ceiling of the hideout before falling down. Naruto got up and dusted himself up. Come on, Naruto-kun, show me what you can do. Don't tell me you plan to kill me with that strength you are showing me now. Orochimaru gloated with a smirk, his hands folded on his chest. Naruto did hand seals, fire release. Majestic flame destroyer. Naruto expelled a wave of intense flames that spread out wide. The flames rushed at Orochimaru, covering all hiding areas. The flames burned everything they touched as they traveled. They reached Orochimaru's position and passed through. They hit a wall of the base that had been standing and melted it. The jutsu created destruction that left the area it touched in need of reconstruction. A part of the hideout began to collapse as Naruto's jutsu had melted the pillars that separated the ground from the ceiling. Without the pillars supporting the above, the hideout began to collapse as the hideout was built underground. Orochimaru used his unique escape jutsu to avoid the flames. He had seen how dangerous the jutsu was. He would have been a fool to allow himself to get hit by the jutsu, knowing how dangerous it was. I think I used too much chakra. Naruto muttered to himself. He did not use the jutsu's full power, given that they were in a closed area. Had he used the jutsu at its power, it would have destroyed the whole hideout. Still, the level of destruction the jutsu caused was not expected, given the jutsu was not at its full potential. Earth release? Mud dragon. Orochimaru yelled from behind Naruto, who seemed to be still admiring the destruction of his jutsu. The mud dragon sped at Naruto. Naruto activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He summoned his Susanoo, which manifested in the form of a ribcage. The ribcage surrounded Naruto, shielding him from Orochimaru's jutsu. Naruto stood his ground as Orochimaru's jutsu hit his defense. The offensive jutsu did not prevail against a Susanoo. Naruto allowed his Susanoo to disperse. It was certainly interesting for Kabuto to watch the fight between his master and Naruto. Naruto was showing to be able to hold his own against his master. Naruto had improved in a way he never expected. If Naruto continued to grow strong in the way he is now, he would surely be a force to be reckoned with. Well, that was if he survived his encounter with Orochimaru. Naruto charged at Orochimaru and Orochimaru followed Naruto's example. The two lunged at each other, meeting in between, and began a fiery taijutsu battle that created shockwaves all over the partly destroyed hideout. The shockwaves destroyed whatever was near them when they were set off. The two continued to trade blows until Orochimaru landed a hit on Naruto's face, pushing the blonde back. Orochimaru charged at Naruto. Naruto watched the snake Sannin with his EMS. Once seeing what the snake was going to go, Naruto sidestepped Orochimaru and turned around with a powerful kick to the snake Sannin's back. Naruto closed his right eye that was hidden by his hair. His left eye focused on Orochimaru, Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu ignited around Orochimaru, setting him ablaze. Orochimaru felt that the black flames were consuming his body. It was the most intense heat he had ever felt before. He was hit by the flames before by Naruto, but last time they did not burn as much as they did now. Orochimaru felt that if he did not do something, the flames would turn him to ash. There was nothing in the world that could extinguish the flames except by sealing them, or the caster of the flames extinguished the flames with his Manjikyu. Orochimaru's mouth opened up wide. A pair of pale hands forced the mouth to open up wider as another Orochimaru stepped out of the mouth, his breathing slightly labored. Naruto appeared in front of the snake Sannin just as he shed his skin. He grabbed Orochimaru's arm and kicked him on the chest whilst holding him. He kicked the snake Sannin again, this time on his gut, never letting go of his arm. Naruto let go of Orochimaru's arm. He delivered a swift kick to Orochimaru's face, sending the Sannin away. Naruto gave the Sannin no time to recover. He turned chakra inside his body into fire. Fire release. Majestic fire destruction. Naruto expelled a stream of intense flames. The stream went towards Orochimaru, who had no time to avoid the flames. The flames hit him and ignited, spreading white around him. Orochimaru bathed in the middle of a sea of intense flames. The flames destroyed another large portion of the hideout, making the throne room unstable. Another powerful jutsu and it was going to collapse. It certainly does look good when it burns someone. Naruto said to himself with a small smile. Kabuto was starting to get worried about his master now. Even his master, despite how powerful he was, had limits. He could not keep on taking on such a high level of jutsu continuously. The fire died down and revealed a 4th-degree burned Orochimaru lying on the ground. He looked half dead and not a part of his body was moving. The only noticeable thing was his white eyes that seemed to be frozen in time. It was what happened when you were hit by an S-rank jutsu. Naruto rushed at Orochimaru. He was going to punish Orochimaru, allowing him time to rest was not something he deserved. Kabuto intercepted Naruto with a kick, which Naruto blocked by bringing both his hands. Naruto looked past Kabuto. Orochimaru had shed his skin, his body looked like it had not been burned by intense flames. However, his chakra reserves were dropping. He was on one knee breathing rather heavily. Orochimaru, did you take the Shinigami mask from the Uzumaki clan mask storage temple? Naruto asked calmly. Orochimaru stopped recovering, his breathing became calm and grinned at Naruto. What do you want to do with such a valuable mask, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru asked with a gleeful grin, trying to hide that now he was a bit concerned at the strength Naruto was showing. Do you have it? I might have it. Orochimaru responded, trying to buy some time to think of a battle plan. He had underestimated Naruto and could not keep shedding his skin. His chakra would surely run out if he kept shedding his skin. So you have it, Naruto said, knowing that Orochimaru was trying to buy time. Where is it? It does not belong to you. And it belongs to you? Orochimaru asked. He knew that Naruto would say it belonged to him, given that the masks belonged to the Uzumaki clan, a clan that Naruto belonged to. Naruto narrowed his eyes on Orochimaru. His face took a different expression from his usual impassive. His face had annoyed written all over it. Naruto released large amounts of dense chakra with traces of malice in it. The chakra Naruto released was enough to blow up the unstable part of the hideout. The hideout crumbled down, allowing light from the clear skies to enter. I grow tired of this. Naruto said. He was annoyed by the fact that Orochimaru was stalling him. Orochimaru and Kabuto were still shocked the level of chakra Naruto released like it was nothing. The dense chakra made Naruto dangerous. They did not think that would be to release that much chakra. The malice in the chakra released reminded Orochimaru of something, but he could not place a finger on it. Naruto charged at Kabuto. He attempted to punch Kabuto on his face. Kabuto leaned back avoiding the punch and attempted to kick Naruto. Naruto caught his leg and held it tightly. Naruto raised his right hand, wind blade. Invincible wind blades formed on Naruto's fingers and began to spin around furiously. Naruto hit Kabuto with two of the blades, launching the right-hand man into the fallen chunks of earth. Kabuto received multiple cuts on his body that were enough to make him bleed. Naruto expelled the remaining blades. Kabuto recovered and walked for a moment calmly as if nothing had happened. Drawing chakra from his body, he activated his unique ability to regenerate damaged muscles. The ability would heal him of any wound he suffered at the cost of his own chakra. Naruto found himself fascinated by Kabuto's ability. It seems you admire my ability, Kabuto commented, seeing Naruto look at him with interest. My knowledge in medical ninjutsu is the reason I am Orochimaru-sama's right-hand man. My unique ability allows me to reactivate dead cells and grow new ones. Kabuto said, pushing his glasses. Interesting, Naruto muttered before he was forced to leap to his left side to avoid a punch from Orochimaru. As Naruto landed down the ground, Kabuto was already at his side with his hands glowing chakra. It was Kabuto's ability called Chakra Scalpel. The chakra formed around his hands was like a blade capable of cutting through almost anything. Kabuto used this ability to damage his opponent's muscles and damage chakra pathways. Naruto drew his sword preparing to battle Kabuto. Kabuto lunged at Naruto in his unique way, which would confuse other people. Naruto raised his sword on his front and parried Kabuto's attack. He brought back his sword and attempted to kick Kabuto. Kabuto saw the kick coming and dodged it by jumping back. Naruto jumped in front of Kabuto attempting to kick the snake's right-hand man. Kabuto blocked Naruto's kick. Naruto brought out his other leg trying to kick Kabuto. The same process repeated as Kabuto Naruto's kick with his hand. Naruto placed his sword back into its sash. Naruto crouched down, placing both his hands on the ground for support. He attempted a leg sweep which Kabuto avoided by jumping up. While Naruto was still in a crouched position, Kabuto landed a powerful 2-foot kick on Naruto's chest, sending the blonde flying away. Naruto recovered quickly by flipping in mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. "You hit me," Naruto stated. Kabuto smirked, "I was observing while you were fighting with Orochimaru-sama. I know how you fight, which makes it easy for me to avoid your attacks and counter-attack," Kabuto said confidently. Naruto said nothing. He ran towards Kabuto. Appearing in front of Kabuto, he spun around and tried to land a powerful kick on Kabuto's waist. Kabuto brought out his knee to block the attack. Naruto disappeared from Kabuto's front and appeared behind him. He had moved fast, not giving Kabuto enough time to defend himself. He kicked Kabuto on his back, sending him crashing towards the chunks of earth that were lying on the ground. Before Naruto could do anything else, Orochimaru lunged at him and opened his mouth. Many snakes came out of his mouth with replicas of the sword of Kusanagi in their mouths. The snakes extended towards Naruto. Orochimaru had picked up his sword after Naruto had thrown it away. Naruto placed his hand on his gunbai before deciding against using it. If he burned the snakes, the attack would stop coming at him. He held a single tiger seal and gathered chakra. Fire release. Great fireball. Naruto expelled a large fireball from his mouth. The fireball sped towards the snakes, incarnating them. Orochimaru stopped his jutsu seeing the fireball come towards him. He jumped a distance away to avoid the jutsu. Orochimaru held his right hand and transformed it into large snakes that rushed at Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the hideout using the space where the hideout had collapsed to avoid the snakes. The snakes followed him out of the hideout. Naruto tried dodging the snakes for a few moments before finally he went through a set of hand seals. Fire release. Fire breath. Naruto breathed out a stream of intense flames that rushed at the snakes. The intense flames hit the snakes, burning them. Snakes would always be weak against flames. Kabuto and Orochimaru followed Naruto outside the hideout. The outside created a more breathing space and a good space to use jutsus at their fullest abilities. "Have you noticed it, Orochimaru-sama?" Kabuto asked as he adjusted his round glasses. Orochimaru nodded. "It doesn't matter though," Orochimaru said. "With me and you attacking him at the same time, we will take him out." Kabuto nodded. Both master and servant charged at Naruto, flanking both his sides. Orochimaru went at Naruto's left side while Kabuto went to his right. Naruto stood still, his eyes calculating their movements. Orochimaru swung his right hand trying to punch Naruto. Naruto brought out his hand to block Orochimaru's attack. Kabuto attempted a high roundhouse kick. Naruto intercepted Kabuto's kick by moving his leg swiftly to block the kick. Orochimaru crouched down and tried grabbing Naruto by his leg. Naruto jumped up to avoid Orochimaru. Kabuto appeared in front of Naruto with his chakra scalpels at hand. He slashed his scalpels at Naruto, but only managed to hit Naruto at the metal chest plate of his armor. The attack was unable to break through the metal armor. Naruto jumped back to create a breathing space between him and the two. Kabuto attacked him from the front. Kabuto attempted to cut Naruto at his head, seeing that his chakra scalpels could not break through the other vital parts that were protected by the armor Naruto wore. Naruto leaned back, avoiding the blow. Kabuto spun around, attempting a kick at Naruto's chest. Naruto also spun around, intercepting Kabuto with his own kick. Naruto's kick had more power than Kabuto's, thus he was able to overpower Kabuto. Kabuto was pushed back by Naruto's kick. Naruto moved closer to Kabuto and kicked the spy on his chest, sending him flying. Naruto appeared behind Kabuto while he was still on flight. Naruto delivered a hard kick at Kabuto's back, sending him crashing towards the ground. Before Naruto did anything, wind style. Great wind breakthrough. A powerful wave of wind rushed at Naruto, hitting him dead on. The jutsu hit him and sent him flying away. The jutsu was so powerful that even Naruto was unable to recover immediately after the jutsu had hit him. Wind style? Wind dragon. Orochimaru added another jutsu on his assault. The wind dragon rushed at Naruto at a rather fast speed. Naruto could not dodge the attack, thus he summoned his Susanoo to shield him. The wind dragon hit his Susanoo but did nothing to break through the defense. Had Naruto not activated his Susanoo, he would have surely received multiple cuts where his armor did not protect him. Naruto landed gracefully on the ground and deactivated his Susanoo. He ran towards Orochimaru, but Kabuto intercepted him before he could reach the Snake Sannin. Kabuto came at Naruto with his chakra scalpels. He began his assault on Naruto. However, Naruto dodged all of Kabuto's attacks before attacking Kabuto when given an opening. Kabuto had his right hand stretched out at Naruto. Naruto caught the hand before catching another of Kabuto's arms. His hold on Kabuto's hands was tight and restricted Kabuto from moving freely. Naruto threw Kabuto's hands sideways, making him lose balance. He jumped up and landed a powerful double foot kick on Kabuto's chest. Kabuto grimaced as felt that a rib had broken because of the powerful kick. Naruto spun around in the air and landed another powerful kick at Kabuto's temple, sending him flying away. Before Naruto could land on the ground after kicking Kabuto, Orochimaru appeared above Naruto and smashed the blonde with both his hands to the ground. Naruto's impact with the ground created a crater. Orochimaru jumped at Naruto, attempting to kick Naruto at the back of his leg. Naruto brought out both his hands while still lying down. He blocked the kick, however, the force of the kick compelled him a bit down than he already was. Orochimaru jumped back to catch a breather. Kabuto stood beside his master, clothes tattered and blood stains on his clothes, but otherwise no wounds on him. He was just running low on chakra, which was a big factor since he could not fight without chakra. It was not every day that he had to face such a tough opponent. His body was also getting tired, he could not fight for too long. Naruto got up and closed his right eye, Amaterasu. Black flames ignited on Orochimaru's right hand. He had seen the attack once, thus he had tried to change his position upon seeing that Naruto was going to use the jutsu Orochimaru cut of his right hand and grew another one. Naruto could tell that they were panting a bit after using so many attacks and jutsus, along with their regeneration abilities, but Naruto wasn't even breaking a sweat. He had so much chakra it was crazy, and he also had Kurama, so his chakra was almost endless. Naruto did hand seals and then held his hands together, would release. Deep forest emergence. Naruto said the ground began to shake. A huge forest made of what seemed to tree branches began to erupt from the ground. The forest headed towards both Orochimaru and Kabuto. If Orochimaru and Kabuto did not move, the forest would crush them. With Orochimaru's abilities, he would survive. However, Kabuto could not survive. Orochimaru took hold of Kabuto and used his signature escape jutsu to sink into the ground. He appeared behind Naruto with Kabuto. It's perfect, still would have looked a lot better if it had crushed them, Naruto said to himself. Naruto looked behind where he had sensed Orochimaru and Kabuto. He rushed at the two. Orochimaru, seeing Naruto come at him, did hand seals, water release. Water bullet. A water bullet came out of his mouth and rushed at Naruto. Naruto blurred out of the jutsu's path to avoid being hit by the water bullets. He continued to charge at Orochimaru. Orochimaru sprouted several more water bullets at Naruto as tried to halt the blonde from reaching him and Kabuto. Naruto dodged each of the water bullets skillfully. Naruto was able to reach Orochimaru. Before he could do anything, Orochimaru's mouth opened up wide and a snake came out from his mouth with the sword of Kusanagi in its mouth. The sword extended, catching Naruto off guard as he had been running at great speed. The blade extended to great lengths, piercing Naruto at his right shoulder. The sword had broken Naruto's metal plate on his shoulder. To do so, Orochimaru and Kabuto grinned seeing the blade pierce Naruto, but it soon disappeared when they saw Naruto turn into a pile of snakes. Jinjutsu, they both thought, but when they looked to the right and saw Naruto standing there with his arms folded on his chest, Orochimaru hissed, "I thought you said you wouldn't use Jinjutsu." The snake Sannin said. Naruto chuckled, "You never should believe your enemy. If you do, you are a fool," the Sannin hissed in anger. Naruto then charged at Orochimaru and Kabuto again. Orochimaru moved to intercept him. Orochimaru attempted to punch Naruto only for Naruto to disappear. "What?" Orochimaru thought. "Amaterasu?" Naruto said as black flames ignited on Orochimaru. Orochimaru let out a pained scream as the jet black flames began to consume him. No matter how many times Naruto sees Orochimaru screaming in pain, he would never tire of it. He looked at Kabuto before blurring out of sight. He appeared in front of Kabuto and attempted to gut him. Kabuto jumped back to avoid being hit. Naruto appeared in front of him, and the same process occurred again. Naruto appeared behind Kabuto and tapped his shoulder. "You are moving slower. This means that you are low on chakra and are getting tired," Naruto stated as he gripped Kabuto's shoulder and forced him to face his direction. Kabuto stared at Naruto's cold eye for a moment. Naruto kneed Kabuto and delivered a punch to Kabuto's chest. He then gutted Kabuto, causing him to hiss in pain as he coughed blood while he clutched his stomach. Naruto gripped Kabuto by his neck. "Tell me about that unique ability of yours." Naruto demanded. Kabuto refused to speak, forcing Naruto to let him go and spin around before kicking him with a power kick to his chest. Naruto narrowed his eye from behind as he felt Orochimaru's chakra flare up. "Kuchiyus no Jutsu." Orochimaru yelled as he called forth his summon. A gigantic snake appeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru was now standing on top of its head. "Orochimaru, why have you called me?" The snake summoned hissed out. "I need your help." Orochimaru replied immediately while standing on top of his summon's head. "I will need 100 sacrifices for this. You owe me 50 sacrifices from the last time you summoned me. I will add another 50 for not paying up. Adding that you now owe me 200 sacrifices." The snake summon, Manda the snake summon boss hissed. Orochimaru frowned but nonetheless agreed. "You will get your sacrifices, Manda, as long as you deal with him," Orochimaru said, pointing at Naruto. Manda looked at Naruto and gave a hiss. Note: the snake doesn't know about Naruto because she is a lower ranking snake. End of note. Yes, he is proving to be quite troublesome. Manda said nothing. He sped his way towards Naruto, looking at him with the eyes of a predator. Naruto saw the snake coming and did hand seals, would release. Hate technique. The ground began to shake as gigantic hands erupted from the ground. The gigantic hands tried to catch Manda. However, the snake was too slippery for them and evaded each attempt to catch it. Naruto sighed and cancelled his jutsu. Trying to catch a snake was a rather foolish idea. Manda came charging at Naruto with its fangs glaring at Naruto. Its raised head charged at Naruto as it tried to devour him. Naruto jumped away to avoid being food for the snake. Manda continued rushing at Naruto, trying to devour him. Naruto dodged every attempt until Manda moved faster than he had been. Naruto was unable to dodge the attack. He unstrapped his gunbai and positioned it in front of him, creating a shield. Manda's head hit the gunbai but did not break it. Naruto was sent flying away with his gunbai. Naruto quickly recovered and flipped in mid-air before landing on the ground gracefully. Manda charged at Naruto and surrounded him. Naruto summoned his silver Susanoo. The Susanoo began to evolve into more of a giant humanoid, discarding its skeletal appearance. The Susanoo had two horns pointing front on its head. The horns were sticking out of the hood the Susanoo wore. On both its shoulders and hands, it had guards that resembled metal plates. Swords flared up to life on both its hands. The Susanoo fused both swords. Manda created some distance between him and Naruto. "Orochimaru, what is this?" "A Susanoo, one of the Manjikyu Sharingan's abilities," Orochimaru replied. He noted that it was a bit different from the Chunin exams. He was still wondering if Naruto was still standing after he had injected poison on the blonde. He sighed, remembering that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. That alone made things different. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes to where Kabuto was recovering. He was glad that his number 2 was alive and recovering well. Naruto's Susanoo swung its blade, releasing a wave of silver chakra that took the form of a blade. The attack traveled towards Manda. Manda moved quickly to avoid taking a hit from the attack. The attack peeled off chunks of earth it had hit. Manda was glad that the attack did not hit him, or it would have been nasty. The Susanoo swung its blade, releasing another attack, which Manda dodged swiftly. Manda charged at Naruto, only succeeding in being stopped by the Susanoo. The Susanoo raised its blade high and brought it down, trying to cut Manda in half, but the snake snaked his way out of it. Naruto's Susanoo dispersed and Naruto went through hand seals, fire style. Majestic fire destruction. Naruto expelled a stream of fire that sped towards Manda. This time the snake was not able to do anything as the fire ignited upon hitting it. Orochimaru jumped away from Manda's head to avoid being burned. The flames spread out wide upon igniting, bathing Manda in a sea of intense flames. Manda hissed in pain before shedding his and escaping the sea of flames. Manda glared at Naruto furiously for making him shed his precious skin. He began to charge at Naruto. Naruto closed his right eye. Amaterasu. Naruto said as black flames ignited on Manda's head, making the snake stop charging at Naruto. Naruto did not stop there. Amaterasu. Manda's tail ignited in black flames, making the snake shake violently as it tried to shake off the flames. Fighting a colossal summon as Manda was not on his menu, so he decided to end it quickly. "Orochimaru, I will not forgive this," Manda yelled as he disappeared back to the summon world. Orochimaru charged at Naruto with his sword appearing from his mouth. Naruto brought out his gunbai and blocked the sword from piercing him. Orochimaru retracted his sword. Naruto placed his gunbai back to his back. Orochimaru made the mistake of blinking. Naruto went through hand seals gathering the chakra he needed. He converted his chakra into wind chakra, wind release. Wind dragon. Naruto muttered as he released a powerful two-headed wind dragon. When the dragon met its target, it would give the target multiple gashes, causing them to bleed heavily. Without fast medical treatment, the target would die because of loss of blood. Nevertheless, despite that power, Naruto was not satisfied. Amaterasu. Jet black flames fused with the wind dragon. It took a while of practicing for Naruto to get the ratio of fusing the jutsu. If things did not balance and there was too much of Amaterasu, the black flames would consume the wind jutsu. The combined jutsu sped at Orochimaru and hit him. Naruto smiled slightly at the power of his jutsu. Orochimaru's girly screams were an indicator. He narrowed his eyes behind him to see Kabuto charging at him. Naruto was quick to sidestep Kabuto's attempt to hit with his chakra scalpels. Despite being given time to recover, it seemed that Kabuto never did recover. Kabuto's movements were rather sloppy due to his tiredness and loss of chakra. Naruto landed a powerful kick on Kabuto's chest before quickly gripping his arm. Naruto slammed Kabuto to the ground, creating a small crater due to the impact. He placed his foot on Kabuto's shoulder and his left arm. Naruto snapped Kabuto's arm, making Kabuto let loose a pained scream. It was of no concern to Naruto. He wanted to see if Kabuto would be able to heal himself just as he had been doing. Naruto picked up Kabuto by his neck. "Tell me what I want to know," Naruto said like a commander. Kabuto struggled to breathe for a moment. Naruto lessened his tight grip on Kabuto's neck. This allowed Kabuto to talk. "My unique ability? I cannot tell you that. I would rather die than tell you. Besides, even if I were to tell you, you do not have medical ninjutsu knowledge to be able to replicate the technique. Moreover, I doubt you would be able to understand the complexity of the technique," Kabuto said with a smirk. Naruto did not think twice. "Tsukiyomi." A second later, Kabuto dropped down to the ground like a lifeless core. Naruto looked at Orochimaru's direction. The snake was breathing rather heavily as he panted. It was obvious that continuously shedding his skin had taken a toll on his chakra. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru. He tried kicking him, but Orochimaru quickly brought out both his hands to block the attack. Naruto quickly brought out his other foot trying to kick Orochimaru. The snake Sannin jumped back from Naruto. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru with his foot staring at Orochimaru's gut. Even Orochimaru had slowed down greatly, which made things easy for Naruto. Naruto kicked Orochimaru on his temple with a high roundhouse kick. He appeared above Orochimaru, while the snake Sannin was flying because of the force of Naruto's kick. Naruto kicked Orochimaru down the ground. He landed beside Orochimaru and picked him up before slamming him to the ground again. Naruto slammed his foot on Orochimaru's chest before leaning down facing Orochimaru. "Where is it?" Naruto demanded. Orochimaru cursed Naruto for putting him in this situation. He opened his mouth wide, but before anything could happen, Naruto drew his sword. Naruto cut through Orochimaru's neck, separating his body from his head, and placed his sword back to its sash. Snakes came from Orochimaru's head, his neck, and brought Orochimaru's head together with his body. After Orochimaru had put himself back together, Naruto slammed his foot on Orochimaru's chest. "Tell me," Naruto barked. Orochimaru glared at Naruto. Naruto felt a spike of chakra and jumped away from Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned into a large hideous snake composed of many snakes. "I will get you back for this, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru yelled before he took off and took Kabuto. Before Naruto could do anything, Orochimaru disappeared from his view, and no trace of his chakra was left. "That took longer than I had anticipated," Naruto said to himself out loud. "Zetsu appeared from the ground, that is because you were not serious. If you had been fighting fully serious, you would have ended the fight sooner." Zetsu did think that Naruto just wanted to frustrate Orochimaru and punish him. It was payback for what Orochimaru had done to Naruto at the Forest of Death. If Naruto wanted to kill Orochimaru, he would have done it, that he had no doubt of believing. "I guess you are right. Regardless, he got away. I will kill him next time, and I will do it quick. I have seen enough of him," Naruto said. "Well, let's go and get Karen. While you were fighting with Orochimaru, I stopped watching and went to look for her, seeing that if you had continued fighting within the hideout, it would have collapsed. If that had happened while she was inside, she might have been crushed," Zetsu stated. "So you did not find her?" Naruto concluded. "No, it appears that the moment you entered the hideout, Orochimaru had her escape to another hideout close by." Naruto nodded. "Good, let's go and get her. We have to search at the other hideouts within this country Odo for the mask." Naruto said, placing his gunbai back to his back. The Togakure was rocked with the destruction of many hideouts that day. It shocked the villagers as to who could do something like it. Orochimaru was not someone one would like to make an enemy. Nobody dared to stand in the way of Naruto while he destroyed several bases. He was searching for the Shinigami mask and Karen. If anyone dared to stand in his way, they would have signed their death warrants. A week later, Tsunade was sitting comfortably in her office. Over the years, things had calmed down, giving her less work to do. She liked the less work she had to do, it gave her more time to do other things. Given the free time, she trained Sakura alone as she had taken her as her apprentice. She was proud of Sakura's progress, as the girl had become more like her in fighting style and short temper. Aside from dealing with the elders, Tsunade had nothing that could cause her a major headache. However, she knew that in a few months she would have more issues to deal with. Naruto would be coming back to the village, the villagers would certainly make a lot of noise about it. There would also be marriage proposals that would only give her more paperwork to do. Jiraiya burst through her window. "You damn pervert. How many times have I told you to use the damn door?" Tsunade yelled. Tsunade saw a serious look on Jiraiya's face and knew that the pervert had something important to tell her. "What is it?" Tsunade asked, adopting a serious look on her face. "I was coming back to give you the report of Kakashi's training trip with Sasuke when I got news from my contacts in Togakure," Jiraiya said. "Someone destroyed a total of 8 hideouts of Orochimaru in a single day." Jiraiya revealed. Tsunade's eyes widened at hearing the news. That person had to be strong to accomplish that feat. So far, no one so far had attempted to attack Orochimaru like that. Not even Jiraiya, who knew some of Orochimaru's hideouts, had gone to destroy them. And Orochimaru? I do not know so far. His whereabouts are unknown for now. His body was not found in any of the hideouts. Jiraiya replied, still keeping his serious expression. Who could have done something like that? Eyewitnesses say that they saw a man with silver armor like a samurai over a black suit and a war fan strapped behind his back, Jiraiya said. With that description, you could say that Madara had returned from the dead. Jiraiya commented on his own words. Tsunade nodded, as history shows it, Madara appeared like that after defecting from Konoha. Here is the interesting part, Jiraiya spoke again. The person is said to have had long bright blonde hair, which covered his right eye, and wielded the Sharingan. Tsunade eyes widened. By your reaction, you are guessing who it is. Jiraiya said. Naruto, Tsunade muttered. If the person was indeed Naruto, then it raised a lot more questions. Why would he attack Orochimaru's hideouts? How strong had he become? Another question was that if he was seen this time, it meant that he was no longer hiding. Jiraiya nodded. It has to be him, Jiraiya said with conviction. I will go to Togakure and search for clues as to where he might have gone to. Jiraiya said. Tsunade could only nod. Just when she was enjoying her peace, this had to happen. Jiraiya took out a scroll and handed to Tsunade. My report on Kakashi and Sasuke, he said. I would recommend it if you choose to make Kakashi's rank in our books after reading the report. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya questionably. Jiraiya just shrugged, having lost his serious expression. I will be going home. Jiraiya said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade sighed and opened the scroll. Valley of the End. Naruto stood on top of Madara's head at the Valley of the End. The valley was located at the borders of the Fire Country, leading to Togakure. Beside him were Zetsu and Karen, who was shifting nervously. He was not able to find the mask he was looking for. This only meant that he would have to make Orochimaru tell him of its location. Karen was a sensor type, thus she could sense the chakra within a person and get a feel from it. She could tell whether a person was either good or evil by sensing their chakra. The chakra she was sensing from Naruto was off the charts. Not even Orochimaru's large pools could be compared to it. She had fainted the first time she felt it up close. She was trying to get a read from it, and the dense chakra overwhelmed her senses, knocking her out. Zetsu, lead Karen to the hideout. Naruto ordered. Where are you taking me and what are going to do to me? Karen asked fearfully. Naruto turned around and looked at Karen. I told you, you are a precious Uzumaki. You are valuable to me. Naruto said with a small smile. Karen could feel that he was being honest. Nevertheless, she had questions. Why? Being an Uzumaki was not that of a big deal. Naruto guessed what she was thinking. It appears that you don't know anything about the Uzumaki clan, Naruto said. Zetsu will tell you about it. I will tell you this, my mother was in Uzumaki, Naruto said. You are not a pervert, are you? An amused expression appeared on Naruto's face. Not at all, he said. Have no fears, you will not be hurt. You are just going to the hideout and stay there for a while, and I will come to fetch you, Naruto said. Go, Zetsu. Naruto said. Where are you going now? Zetsu asked. Naruto just smiled at him and looked at the heavens. Zetsu led Karen away from the valley, going deep into the forest of the fire country. He did not need Naruto to say anything. He knew where Naruto was going. A week later, outside of the wave country, Yuzuki Yugao, or rather Cat, her Anbu code name, was running for her life. Her body was heavily bruised and she had lost a lot of blood. Her body had wounds all over her body, some wounds were deep. She was on an S-rank mission with her squad. They had been instructed to get rid of a bandit camp inside the wave country. The camp was led by a group of A-rank missing nins. For such a dangerous mission, elite shinobi had to be enlisted. Her squad did not go near the camp, as before they could reach it the missing nins ambushed them. They had fought bravely against the assault, but the 10 A-rank missing nins overpowered them, using their ambush to their advantage. Yugao's comrades had her escape so that she could give the report to the Hokage, since she was the leader of the squad. Yugao had been running for 3 hours straight. She did not sense anyone pursuing her, but she could not stop just because she did not sense anyone pursuing her. Suddenly she came to halt, her body was refusing to walk further, her chakra was leaving her, and her vision had become blurred. To sum it up, Yugao was worn out and was only able to walk so far by sheer willpower alone. Yugao felt that she could not continue anymore. She mistimed her steps as she was hopping on the trees. She began to fall down, helpless without power to save herself. She waited and waited to hit the ground but never did. A realization dawned on her that she was not falling to the ground. Her heart raged in fear, thinking that she had been caught. Her consciousness started to fade away as she looked up. The last thing Yugao saw was an unclear image of a man with blonde hair. The hair was the only thing her mind held on to for remembrance. Often people do say that there is no such thing as coincidence. Things can occur because it was by fate or because they were meant to be. Such ideals have led people to take paths that prove to be damaging to them, paths that devour them. It amused Naruto when people spoke of fate and all the other crap. People did not understand that one could manipulate and force things into going the way one wants them to. Without even taking an active role, one could manipulate things effectively so that one could achieve what he desires. People form ideals to set up their principles, a standard of living. But regardless of how masterful and strict the principles are, things can always go astray from the way one wants them to be, depending on who is manipulating the events. Fate does not exist, but it is the choices and ideals we take that lead us to a belief of fate. Amusing that some people blame their faults and miseries on such a belief as fate. If there was such a thing as fate, one created his own fate. To think that fate would have something to do with Naruto saving Yugao would be amusing. Naruto believed that there was such thing as coincidence. It happened because he was on his way towards the wave country and Yugao was heading back to the fire country. Things like this happen, there was no one manipulating events. It was his choice to move towards the wave that led to the encounter. The choices we make lead us to the path we take. What we come across in the journey that is life is dependent and influenced by our decisions. So, was saving Yugao something fated to occur? No. Yugao stirred up from inside a small boat that could only carry 2 passengers and the sailor. The sailor of this boat was a clone Naruto, though. Yugao groaned as she raised her head. The pain that had consumed her body had now faded away. Her head hurt though, and her mouth felt dry. She clutched her head, shaking it as if there was something on it she wanted to shake away. She looked at her hands and saw that they were bandaged, most of her body was bandaged. As far as she could remember, her body had been covered with wounds and blood. She peeked inside her shirt and saw that she was also bandaged. She did not recognize the shirt she was wearing. That realization dawned on her, alarming her. Her heart began to beat at a faster rate than normal. Her mind began to compute scenarios she could find herself in. She remembered that she had been running away to save her life after her team had been ambushed. The mission had been one she would never hope to recall. Her comrades had sacrificed themselves for her to live. That was why she was running for her life when she passed out due to chakra exhaustion and the pain that reigned over her entire body. With thoughts that her pursuers might have captured her, she tensed and hurried to look up frantically at her surroundings. There was just water around her, a lot of water. She saw that she was inside of a boat. Her heart began to race a marathon as thoughts of being kidnapped and sold into another country to be a sex worker, maybe a slave for some fat rich man. Those kinds of thoughts ran rampant within her head. They were what she could think about given her situation and the fact that she was a woman. Women were being continuously kidnapped and sold to other countries to work as sex slaves. That could be the worst thing to happen to her. She certainly hoped that it was not something like that. Given that thought, she had a sense of hope creeping inside of her heart. Naruto found the situation amusing, seeing Yugao looking around frantically. She was obviously fearing the worst or imagining the worst. Well, it would not be surprising though, given what the shinobi world had become. The strong devoured the weak. Women were seen as nothing but symbols of sex. Seeds of betrayals lay around everywhere. It was what the shinobi world had become. The shinobi world was a grim nightmare for the weak that had no one to protect them. "You are finally awake," Naruto said with an amused voice. Yugao visibly tensed as she looked at the direction which the voice came from. The blonde hair, it was the same as she had seen before she lost consciousness. She looked at the figure. Bright blonde hair, Sharingan eyes, a barely visible Konoha forehead protector, silver samurai-like armor and barely visible whisker marks on his cheeks. Her eyes widened as she got a clear look at the person. There was no mistake about it. It was him. Naruto? As soon as she said the name, her fears became strangers to her. Yugao could not believe the image plastered across her mind. This was Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage in front of her. Due to her Anbu status, she knew that Naruto was missing from Konoha's radar. To think that she could be the one to see him when she was not even looking for him was somewhat unbelievable. What were the odds? She felt somewhat relieved knowing that it was Naruto who saved her. The fact that he still wore a Konoha forehead protector meant that he was still loyal to the village. Seeing that he was still with Konoha made her feel at ease. Yugao looked at Naruto oddly. She studies him, the armor he wore and his long hair, the whisker marks and his eyes made him look admirable to her eyes. "You are staring at me," Naruto stated, simply looking at Yugao. Yugao looked away as she realized that she had been caught staring at him. Being caught in the act was somewhat embarrassing. However, it sounded like Naruto was neither bothered nor amused by her staring. "How long have I been out?" Yugao asked quietly. "2 nights," Naruto replied, looking back to where the boat was headed. Yugao nodded with a sigh. Naruto was the one to have saved her, but what was unclear was who cleaned her up her wounds, bandaged and changed her clothes. "Are you the one who did this to me?" Yugao asked, not narrowing her eyes at her body. Yugao had not noticed that Naruto was not looking at her. Naruto turned back to look at the woman. Yugao looked up at Naruto and figured that he did not understand what she meant. "Did you bandage me?" "Yes," Naruto replied. Bandaging her was not that much of a big deal. He did not think it was wrong or anything to do so, he did so because he did not mind. Yugao looked away with a blush spreading across her cheeks at the thought of Naruto cleaning up her wounds, bandaging her and putting on new clothes on her. He had to have seen her naked body. To have a male undress you and bandage you at your womanly parts was not comforting. He could have touched her inappropriately or done something perverted to her. She could never tell since she was out cold. Yugao looked at Naruto again, seeing the blank expression on his face as she scratched all her thoughts. Naruto didn't seem to be that kind of guy. Yugao sighed and thanked her for being alive. Her comrades' sacrifices were not for nothing. She was alive to see the days ahead. "Thank you for saving me." Yugao thanked Naruto with a genuine smile. "It was nothing," Naruto said while smiling back. Yugao looked around and asked, something bugging her, "Where are we going?" she asked. "The hidden village in Mist," Naruto replied. "Kiri?" Yugao said. Naruto was taking her to Kiri. "The village is in the middle of a civil war and I have to go back to Konoha and give my report," Yugao said, raising the tone of her voice. If she did not return to Konoha quickly, they would think she was dead and she was officially out of the village on a mission. She had to go back and make a report. "I am aware that Kiri is in the middle of a civil war. It is why I'm going there," Naruto said. "Senju can wait for your report. You can return to Konoha after this boat reaches Kiri." Yugao nodded hesitantly. "Why are you going to Kiri?" "I'm going to test a few things." Yugao could have sworn Naruto's voice dripped with a bit of excitement. The way his tone sounded, she decided that she really did not want to know what he was going to test in Kiri. Some things were better left unsaid while some things were better off not known. A few minutes of silence ensued. "Where have you been over the past 2 years? Jiraiya-sama has been looking for you, and Tsunade-sama has had every Anbu outside Konoha on the lookout for your whereabouts," Yugao asked, finding something to talk about. "I was training somewhere safe," Naruto responded with his eyes looking ahead of the sea. He was getting tired of sitting on the boat. The boat was not fast enough. There had not been any ships at the harbor. If there was any, he would have had to make a ship owner to take him to Kiri, since there was no ship at the Wave Harbor that went to Kiri due to the civil war. All the ships had sailed off to somewhere and Naruto could not wait, thus he decided to take a boat. The trip would be longer when taking a boat, but it beat having to wait for a ship to return. Waiting would have also given an opportunity to whoever was looking for him to get to him. At this moment, Naruto preferred not to deal with annoyances. Yugao was quiet again. She thought it better to be quiet and just endure the ride. Looking at Naruto, he seemed to enjoy the silence. She found it curious that Naruto was not asking her how things had been in Konoha. She could not tell whether he just did not care or he knew how things had been going. On another note, his Amaur gave him the look of a warrior. Not that in his genin days he did not look like much of a fighter. One could tell he was a serious shinobi in his genin days. Now he felt strong, looked strong, and with the Amaur and the war fan that lay beside him, he was not someone you would underestimate. In all her years as an Anbu, Yugao had learned that appearances could be deceiving. Naruto's appearance did not deceive anyone. That much she could tell. He appeared strong, and it was indeed true that he was strong. 2 days of traveling in the ocean with Naruto were surprisingly interesting and relaxing for Yugao. She had learned a few things about Naruto while she conversed with him. He was very calm, even when large sea waves threatened to sink their boat, she never saw him panic. He remained as he was and just looked ahead. If this was anything he displayed because of the large waves, it was an annoyed expression. She could only guess that he was annoyed that the waves were disturbing his peace and making it hard for the boat to move on further. It was a situation to be alarmed and making plans to abandon ship, but he was just annoyed. Instead of the waves making him panic and fear for his life, it only managed to annoy him. She had been alarmed thinking that they would sink in the middle of the ocean. However, when she saw that Naruto was not even looking the slightest threatened, she calmed herself down. Her outward appearance had remained calm due to her many years as Anbu, but she was panicking slightly due to the danger. Surely soon enough the waves passed and the boat continued on its path. Yugao was sure that Naruto would fall asleep in the middle of a battlefield without any worries. As soon as they reached port, Naruto took his gun by placing it to its comfort zone and started walking towards the clouded mist. Yugao followed Naruto as she felt drawn to follow him. Naruto intended to help the rebels in their war against the Mizukage. He spoke as if he could end the war by himself, something that was impossible to achieve in her belief. Nevertheless, she felt that she had to see what he could do. She would go back to Konoha as soon as she was done observing him. In addition, she had never been to Kiri before. This also gave her a chance to see the once great nation that was feared for its power. Kiri had more bloodline wielders than any other village. However, that now has all gone due to the civil war, in which the bloodline wielders are fighting against those without bloodlines. Kiri also had an elite shinobi force of shinobi that was called Kurikaga's 7 Great Swordsmen of the Mist. They were truly strong shinobi who were known throughout the shinobi world for their power and achievements. The village was truly in chaos and has been like that for years now. Naruto noticed that Yugao was following him. He guessed that she had decided against going back to Konoha and giving her report to Tsunade. He had expected her to go back to Konoha, given that she would get into trouble with Tsunade for following him. She was also healed of her injuries. With her injuries gone, she could travel safely to Konoha. Naruto walked calmly within the mist, his armor singing as if it were announcing his presence. Naruto knew where the rebels' camp was located. He had Zetsu come to the village and collect intel on the conditions of the village. Kiri has so far secluded itself from the elemental nations. It was mainly due to the civil war that has seen many lose their lives. The other villages did not seem to want to get involved with the civil matters of the village. Naruto could only think it was because of how other villages would react or fear that they might support the wrong side and create an enemy. Kumo could get rid of these given their love for bloodline users. It was known everywhere that Kumadakar craved for bloodline wielders. Naruto did not care why Kumo had not stepped up though. It was not worth his time to think why other villages did what they did. This unfortunate situation to the village has presented a good chance for him to test his strength, and he would take it. Yugao walked closely behind Naruto, listening to the sound his armor conceived when he walked. Her senses were on high alert, given that she could barely see within the thick mist. She did not know which direction they were taking. With the mist so dense, it was easy for them to be ambushed. Yugao was not taking any chances despite that Naruto seemed to be walking without care in the world. He did not seem to be on alert and did not even look around. His head was always facing the direction he took. Naruto narrowed his eyes to his right. There was a nuisance that was following them. Kiri shinobi might be experts when it came to hiding in the mist, but some of them that was all they could do. Beyond that, they were pathetic. The person following them was surely a Chunin level. A Chunin-level shinobi was an annoyance. Naruto wanted to just leave the mist and make it to the rebels' camp. The nin following Naruto and Yugao suddenly lunged himself in front of Naruto. Yugao visibly tensed upon seeing the nin. She was ready to battle if things got out of hand. Unlucky for the nin, Naruto was waiting for him. Despite his Sharingan not being able to see clearly due to the mist, his other senses were sharp as a needle. Naruto's right hand moved quickly and gripped the nin's neck tightly. The nin struggled to catch his breath because of the cold grip. Naruto held a ram seal. "Obey," he muttered, putting the nin under a genjutsu to control him with his Sharingan. The man's eyes took the form of a Sharingan. This signaled that the hypnosis was a success. "Hurt yourself." Naruto commanded Yugao not understand what was really happening, but she did not like the situation in front of her. Naruto was just being cruel. The man without hesitation immediately stabbed and killed himself with a kunai. Naruto continued walking. "Was that really necessary, Naruto?" Yugao asked. "Yes, I just needed to make sure my genjutsu was strong." After what seemed to be an hour of traveling through the mist, the two finally left the company of the mist. Yugao no longer walked behind Naruto, but now she was at his right side. The large gates of Kiri welcomed them. From the intel Zetsu gathered, Naruto knew that the rebels controlled the site of the village. Where the gates were located, but their camps were not near the gates. The entrance was just one of their territories. The territory they claimed after defeating the Yonde Mizukage's forces. The Mizukage's forces were not that of quality shinobi, but rather boasted quantity. They had more shinobi than the rebels did. Their numbers would certainly overwhelm the rebels. Their numbers gave them an advantage, which was why the war had dragged on for so long. The rebels were now destroying piece by piece of their enemies' forces. It was a slow progress, but it got them the results they needed. Ow, the rebel leader's right-hand man narrowed his eyes in the mist. His right eye, hidden under an eye patch, was seeing two people walking towards the gates. His right eye was implanted by Akugan. He could see everything within the mist. "There are two people coming towards the gates, a man and a woman," Ao said to his men. The men Ao was with got ready for an attack. Yugura's the Mizukage forces had a habit of trying to ambush them and take out their strongest to lower their morale and confidence. None of the attempts has been successful thus far. Nevertheless, it would surely end badly for them should they underestimate their enemies because of their previous failures. As the two people walked out of the dense mist, Ao's eyes widened when his Byakugan saw the chakra coils within the man. He had never met a person with such large coils before. Not ever since he got the Byakugan implanted. With those large chakra coils, there was no telling how much chakra the person held. Ao studied the female. Judging from her chakra and movements, she was definitely Jounin level Kunoichi. "Get ready, they are getting close," Ao said in a serious tone. "Should they be our enemies, I will take on the male, you take on the female." "Hi." Naruto and Yugao walked towards the gates at a rather relaxed pace. They had already reached Kiri, it was no use running now. Naruto knew what to expect at the gates. Zetsu had given him all the information he needed about the rebels and their leader. "Halt!" Ao yelled, "State you business." Ao commanded. Naruto and Yugao were just in front of Ao. His men were hiding in the shadows waiting to take action should there be a threat posed by the two. Ao recognized the Konoha forehead protector on Naruto's forehead. He recognized the Sharingan. Last time he heard about Uchiha was that the clan had been massacred. The person in front of him was not Uchiha Itachi, the man responsible for the massacre. It made him curious just as to who was the young man in front of him. He could clearly see that Naruto was young. The woman was not wearing a forehead protector, but she was definitely a ninja. "Take me to your leader," Naruto stated, his eyes looking directly at Ao's eyes. "Tell me who you are." "Uchiha Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, Shinju Naruto, Namek is Naruto, call me whatever that pleases you, I don't mind," Naruto replied. "What does a Konoha shinobi want with my leader?" Ao questioned. He was not going to allow anyone to get to his leader without finding out who he or she was. "He wants to take part in your war against the Mizukage's forces." Yugao replied, having got the feeling that Naruto did not like being questioned. Ao narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the two. "Why? How do I even know that you are not trying to assassinate our leader?" "Ao," Naruto said, revealing that he knew the man, "I do not assassinate, that is just a weak man's way of killing someone. If I wanted to kill Mei, I would have simply just killed you here and march into your camps and kill her," Naruto replied. Ao looked at Naruto carefully. He knew about their leader and him, it must mean that he had intel on them. Back in his days, young men at Naruto's age were not so blunt like Naruto. Naruto had just said he could kill him if he wanted to. Ao looked at Yugao, to his eyes she seemed like a good person. Looks could be deceiving, but for someone like him who has lived for many years, it was hard to deceive him. He could not say that Naruto was a good person. If he really wanted to help, it was not for him to accept or refuse. "What is your name?" Ao asked, looking at Yugao. Yuzuki Yugao replied with a smile. "Fine, I will let you see Mei-sama," Ao said, and then moved closer to Naruto. "If you attempt to do anything to Mei-sama, I will kill you and the young lady." Ao threatened dangerously with a fierce look on his face. Naruto would have been amused if Ao had threatened him only. However, the man threatened to kill Yugao, the woman he had saved. If something like that happened, his efforts would have been proved useless. Something like that was unacceptable. Naruto's left eye looked dangerously at Ao. "If you say things like that again to me or her, you will not be okay." Naruto stated in a rather calm tone, but dangerous nonetheless. Ao felt shivers down his spine. Back in his days, young men were respectful of their elders and did not threaten them. "Follow me," Ao said and turned his back on Naruto and Yugao. Yugao followed closely beside Naruto. She had heard when Ao threatened Naruto. She was just glad that Naruto or Ao did not end up fighting over the threat Ao had made. She also liked the way Naruto had stood up for her in the rebels' camp. The place was crowded with men and women. Despite the situation that has fallen in their village, they all seemed to be happy. They had hoped that one day they would be free from oppression from the Mizukage. Not everyone in the camp was a bloodline holder. The camp was composed of those who were against the Yonde Mizukage's rule. Bloodline holders were seen as nothing more than monsters, abominations in the eyes of the Mizukage and his followers. They were viewed as such only because they were blessed with special abilities. Abilities that made them different from everyone, abilities that made them stronger than other people. One could only say that it was greed that led non-bloodline holders to side with the Mizukage's deranged beliefs in eliminating every bloodline holder. Despite this, they still laughed and smiled within their camps, with the belief that one day they would return to their village under a new rule that will accept everyone, a rule that would allow them to live in their village in peace without fear of being killed. While the three walked towards the tent of the rebels' leader, people often sent glances at them. It was not every day that they had visitors, and seeing Naruto and Yugao walk with their second-in-command made them wonder. For Naruto, everyone could see he was a shinobi given his attire. Yugao noted that some women were looking at Naruto with strange looks on their faces. Not that she could blame them anyway. Naruto just walked calmly, his eyes looking around the camp. Even without any support from any other villages, the rebels still held on in their belief. They did not seem like people without hope. They were people filled with courage and confidence. Their courage was admirable, given that their enemy was a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Yugura is rumored to be able to fully control his Bijuu's chakra. Going against a Jinchuriki who could wipe out an entire army should he use the power of his Bijuu was admirable, given that they were not wavering. Ao stopped Naruto and Yugao as they had reached the large tent in the middle of the camp. The tent belonged to the leader. Ao walked towards the entrance and announced his presence before walking inside the tent. Mei was sitting rather comfortably. Without Yugura showing up to face them himself, the civil war would take a long time to be over. The village would not be able to survive more years of the war that is reigning on it. Mei was relaxed because for a few months now there have not been any major victories over Yugura's forces. It was not that they were being defeated, it was just that they had retreated to their bases. Given their numbers, they could not just storm into their faces to fight. They would be massacred if they did something like that. Mei looked at her entrance as she heard Ao speak. "Ao," Mei said, "are you done with your patrol duty?" she asked. Ao shook his head negative. "No, I left my men patrolling," he replied, walking closer to Mei, who was sitting on a rather large comfortable chair behind her desk. "What brings you back then?" "Mei-sama," Ao said, "there is a Konoha shinobi outside with a young woman. He said he wants to see you," Ao said, drawing Mei's complete attention. Ao was giving Mei a look she knew better than anyone did. "What is it, Ao? I do not trust him, you should be careful around him. Just in case he tries something, I will stay with you." Mei smiled at how Ao was concerned for her health. He was always like this, always thinking as if she could not take herself. "Ao, are you suggesting that I cannot take care of myself?" Mei asked in a rather sweet tone. Ao shifted uncomfortably, "And no, Mei-sama," he replied. Mei smiled, "Good, now bring them to me." Ao walked away from Mei quickly to take Naruto and Yugao to her. Mei was rather interested in hearing what the Konoha shinobi wanted. She always took Ao's concerns seriously. If Ao said he did not trust the Konoha shinobi, she would certainly have her guard up. Mei quickly rose up from her seat as soon as her eyes were upon Naruto. She walked over to welcome him and Yugao. God, was he handsome. She did not see such handsome young men often. Naruto looked at Mei. She was a slender woman with green eyes, an ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue hand, and with 4 bangs in the front. 2 bangs were short, one covering her right eye, and 2 other were long, crossing each other at her bust, just below her chin. She wore a long-sleeved dark blue dress that fell just below her knees. It was closed at the front with a zip and was kept open at the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covered her upper side of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath she wore a mesh armor that covered slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wore a dark blue short skirt underneath her dress, and underneath her skirt, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. She wore a belt around her waist and high-heeled sandals. Zetsu did not describe her in the way he was seeing right now. She was quite different from Zetsu's description. Mei Terumi, dual bloodline holder and the leader of the rebels. Naruto said. You know of me? Mei stated with a warm smile, you are? Naruto said. Mei waited for something. Uzumaki, Uchiha, Namikaze, Senju, call me whatever that pleases you. I will call you Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Senju Naruto, if that's okay with you. Mei said with a warm smile that would melt any other man's heart. Naruto had no objections with what she was calling him. Mei stretched out her hand inviting Naruto for a handshake. Naruto welcomed the invite. Mei studied Naruto for a while as she shook his hand. She was rather surprised by the fact that he was not checking any part of her body, his eyes were firmly on hers. That did not occur, even her own men always checked her out whenever they were looking at her. She let go of Naruto's hand and looked at Yugao, Mei Terumi. She introduced with a smile. Yuzuki Yugao. Yugao could very well say that Mei was a beautiful woman. She was the kind of woman that any other woman would feel threatened. She was just exquisite. She was sure if Jiraiya could just look at the woman he would stop peeping if she promised to allow him to explore her for as much as he pleased. Mei wondered if Yugao was the reason Naruto was not checking her out. That aside, Ao had said Naruto wanted to see her. Mei called out, take Yugao-san to see around the camp while I see our visitor once. Are you sure, Mei-sama? Leaving her with someone who wielded the Sharingan would be irresponsible for him. Their enemy, Yugura, is rumored to be controlled with the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Ao. Mei said, warning Ao not to question her orders. Ao nodded, albeit reluctantly. Yugao was not sure if it was okay to leave Naruto alone with someone like Mei alone. She was not sure what the woman might try to do to Naruto while she was not present. The woman had a smile that would hypnotize most into doing what she pleased. She did not want Naruto to be put under the woman's spell. Naruto had saved her life, it was her time to protect him. Let's go, Yugao-san. Ao said to Yugao. Yugao stood still for a moment, not sure what to do. Naruto looked at her with a reassuring smile. She sighed and followed Ao outside the tent. Mei showed Naruto a chair in front of her desk. Naruto unstrapped his gun and placed it beside him. His eyes moved onto Mei. Mei still had her smile planted on her face. So Naruto, why did you want to see me? Mei asked, looking at Naruto. I'm offering my services to you. Naruto replied. Services? You are from Konoha, were you sent here to help by your Hokage? Mei asked curiously. No, the Hokage does not even know I'm here. Naruto replied. Then why? I want to test my strength and a few jutsus. I also do want to put an end to Yugura. He is making Jinchuriki and the Uchiha look bad. Naruto replied, knowing about the rumor that Yugura was being manipulated by a powerful Genjutsu casted by a Sharingan. Naruto was not yet sure if it was indeed true, but all the information Zetsu had brought back to him proved that the man was not himself. At first Yugura was a peaceful man, but that changed overnight and he became what he was today. Those are your reasons? You have no hidden agendas? Even if he had other agendas he would not tell her, but it did not hurt to ask. No. Naruto replied simply. Mei nodded, you are just one young handsome man, how do you think that will change things for us? Naruto gave a smile, and the said numbers are of no concern, what matters is quality. Mei noticed Naruto's smile. Care to tell me this way of yours? Mei asked, curious, although bothered by the fact that Naruto was not giving her any answers she was looking for. Naruto looked at the woman for a moment. She was not going to let it go unless he told her what she wanted to know. Releasing a sigh, he motioned for Mei to lean closer to him. Mei did as instructed without any worry, I have the Kyuubi by my side. I can summon it to destroy Yugura's forces. Naruto whispered to Mei's ear. To make the woman stop her questions, he had to tell her that. Mei's eyes widened as she heard the name Kyuubi. Last time she heard of the Kyuubi was when it attacked Konoha. It was when the Yondaime Hokage died sealing it. The Yondaime, Naruto did look like the Yondaime, except for the Sharingan eyes. The Kyuubi was known by many as a natural disaster. It was the most powerful of the Bijuu. If one had such a Bijuu in their side, the war was guaranteed to be won by them. Tell me, are you related to the Yondaime Hokage? You look like him. Naruto nodded, saying he is my father. Surprising Mei, she began to get more and more interested in the blonde. The Flash was feared all through the elemental nations and was a double S rank and a run on side order, so to be in the presence of his son was a surprise. I find it hard to believe that you can summon the Kyuubi. Last time I checked it was sealed. It was indeed sealed, but not anymore, Naruto said. You will get to see it in a few days. Mei was quiet for a moment. Naruto did not seem to be the kind of person to make jokes. He also sounded truthful. Though she could not guess what he was thinking, it bothered her greatly. Fine, I will take your word for it until I see the Kyuubi, Mei said, leaning back to her chair. To tell you the truth, I would have accepted your help, regardless of how strong you were. Right now, I need all the help I can get for the war to end. Mei said truthfully. I few discuss a few things with you tomorrow. Right now I'm sure you might want to rest, she said. Will you and Yugao-san be sharing a tent? No. Oh, I thought you and her were. Never mind that, Mei said. So you are single then? Naruto raised a brow at her question but nodded nonetheless. Good, Mei said with a wide smile and a gleeful look in her eyes. It is very rare these days to find handsome young man single these days. Naruto chose not to let his mind wander at Mei's words, thus he did not comment. Follow me, I will show you where you will be staying. Mei said, getting up from her chair. Naruto picked up his gunbai and followed the woman. As they walked around, Naruto observed that the rebels held respect for Mei as their leader, regardless of the fact that she was a woman. Some men were even glaring at Naruto for merely being in the company of their beautiful leader. It was a wonder how Mei could live with so many men and few women comfortably. She was always surrounded by men who looked at her with lust. Mei showed Naruto his tent and went back to her tent to get some things done. An hour later, a knock on his tent's door snapped him out of his thoughts. Come in. Yugao entered Naruto's tent. She saw Naruto lying down with his head resting on both his hands, eyes looking at her for a moment before going back up. Yugao was not sure where to sit as the tent had no chair and the only place to sit was on Naruto's bed. It would make her uncomfortable sitting on Naruto's bed while he was lying on it. She looked at Naruto. It was rather hard to tell whether he was oblivious to her thoughts or he just did not care. She doubted that he was oblivious though. Sighing, Yugao went to sit on Naruto's bed. How did it go? Well, Naruto replied. It was obvious that she was asking how his meeting with Mei Terumi went. Yugao nodded, her eyes firmly on the ground. She was finding the moment rather uncomfortable sitting beside Naruto on his bed with just the two of them. Naruto might be younger than her, but he was still a male, a rather desirable male. The fact that she thought he was desirable disturbed her. She had known him ever since he was just a kid. She had always cared for his well-being. After his transformation, she had thought he would grow into a fine young man. Regardless of those thoughts, she never actually thought that she would find herself being uncomfortable by just being alone with him. Aren't you concerned about what the council will do after they find out you helped the rebels after they had refused to help them? Yugao asked, deciding to get rid of her troubling thoughts. No, Naruto replied. There was nothing that the council, to be precise the elders, would do that he could not handle. If they were proving to be more troubling than they were worth, he could just make sure that they were not okay. They had lived enough already. I was not aware that the rebels asked help from Konoha and were refused. Not a lot of people know about it. I doubt even some council members are aware of it, Yugao said. Mei-san went to Konoha a few years ago, asking for help from Konoha. The civil war had just begun at that time, but the Sandaime and the elders refused to help. Refusing to help the needy, that sounds unlike the Sandaime, but then again, one could never really tell what the old man was thinking, Naruto said. Either way, their decision works better for me. Had Konoha helped the rebels, Naruto would not be having this chance to test a few things. Yugao decided not to comment on Naruto's last statement. Ever since the transformation, Naruto lost all the connection he had with the Sandaime. She knew that the Sandaime may have been a kind man, but he was not above manipulating others and things for the good of Konoha. You don't seem to fear the council, to be more precise the elders, like every other shinobi. Yugao commented. Naruto did not seem to be worried about what the elders might decide to do about his actions. He was here in Kiri intending to fight with the rebels as shinobi of Konoha without approval from the council. On top of that, there was still another issue about his departure from the village. Not anyone was willing to disobey the council in fear of their wrath. That is because unlike any other shinobi they cannot do anything to me and I don't actually care what they say. If they banish me, I can just leave the village and return once they are dead. Naruto responded calmly. Yugao took her eyes off the floor for a moment and looked at Naruto. She could not believe that he had just said something like that. Not even Jiraiya was willing to do something that would get him banished from Konoha. Konoha was his home, it was what he lived for, and Konoha was his heart. Some people would rather die than be exiled from the village. It was why many did not do anything against the wishes of the council. However, Naruto was willing to and had done things that did not please the council. He was certainly an interesting person. How long are we going to be here? We? Naruto asked with a raised brow, but did not wait for Yugao to reply. I will be here for 2 or 3 weeks. He said. Yugao nodded. Are you going back to Konoha? You are done here? No, I still have other things to do. Yugao nodded. It was not her place to tell him to return to Konoha, not that it would make any difference if she did tell him to return. She would be in trouble though, for not doing anything to make him return to the village when all Anbu were instructed by the Hokage to force him to return if they did come across him. I guess I should get accustomed to the weather here then, Yugao stated. The weather here was different from Konoha. In Konoha it was mostly sunny, but here it was rather cold. When you found me, did I have my sword with me? Yugao asked. If she was going to stay in the village, she had to train to make sure that her skills were not dull. Anbu always had to be in their top fighting condition. Yes. Naruto replied. Is it of value to you? Yes. Yugao replied after a few moments of silence. The late Hayate, who she had trained with in Kenjutsu, had given the sword to her. Do you have it? No. It is in the Wave Country at Kasara's weapons shop. You will get it when you go back to Konoha. Naruto replied. Yugao let loose a breath she did not know she was holding. She was relieved to know that her gift was not lost. Thank you for taking it there. She said with a genuine smile. Naruto made no comment. I better be going to my tent. With that being said, she stood up and left Naruto alone. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. Just sitting without any activity being done did not well with him. Well, that was unless he was enjoying the peace around him. Where he was, there was no peace. People around him carried the weight of a civil war, they carried hatred for the forces of Yugura. There could never be peace where hatred was found in abundance. In Mei's tent, Mei was a bit pleased to have found help despite it being one person. Even if it was just one person, that person was at Uchiha and Senju. It was those two clans that made Konoha what it is today, the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages. Tomorrow, she would have to test his strength and see what he could do. Another thing was that he had said that he could summon the Kyuubi. She did not know what to think about it. She would believe it when she does see the Kyuubi. It was not very often that one would just say that he or she could summon the Kyuubi. If it was indeed true he could summon it, they could end the civil war overnight. The Kyuubi alone could win the war for them. However, from stories she had heard, the Kyuubi was not a fan of humans. It hated humans with all its being. There was something about Naruto that made her want to believe that he could summon the Kyuubi. She might not have been able to read him, but she could tell that he was not the one to joke around. She could not tell if he was being honest or just lying. His voice was blank along with his face. Ao walked into Mei's tent. Mei smiled warmly upon seeing him. He had taken a long time to return. She guessed that after showing Yugao around, he must have gone back to his patrol duty. Anything new? Ao shook his head. No, I don't think they will make a move anytime soon, unless we provoke them hard enough. Mei frowned. The bastard Yugura was not even trying to attack them. He was just leaving them alone. It was as if he did not care if they built their military strength. She hated the fact she was not strong enough to defeat him by herself. Yugura was a cage-level shinobi on his own without the use of his Bijuu's chakra. Ao saw the frown on Mei's face and decided to tell her something good. Chijuro will be returning tomorrow. I got the word while I was with my men patrolling. Mei smiled at the news. Well, that's good to know that he will return safely, she stated. What did you learn? Mei asked, getting on to another subject. The woman is fairly honest and seems to be trustworthy, Ao said. She also revealed that Naruto brought her here with him after saving her from being captured by shinobi who were chasing her. I can say that is the truth. Mei nodded and smiled afterwards. Well, I'm glad I decided to accept his help, Mei stated. I figured you might do something like that, Ao said, taking a thoughtful look on his face. Back in my days, women did not just allow men to enter their house without taking them through a series of tests to see if they were trustworthy. Ao shut up. May said no, threatened in a rather sweet tone that made Ao pale. Normally when she spoke like that, her words ended with kill you. Anyway, I had some of our best men spy on Naruto and Yugao-san. One can never be careful. May nodded, though she wished he did not do it. Still, it did not hurt if he did it. May and Ao discussed a few things before Ao went away as it had gotten late. The next day, May called Naruto to a training ground. She told him she wanted to test to see how strong he was. Naruto agreed, since he was pretty bored sitting around the camp. Naruto was currently making his way to the training ground. Upon arriving, he saw that there was a decent crowd of jonin who came to watch the fight. Yugao along with Ao were also present. Naruto walked toward May, was standing waiting for him in the middle of the training ground. With a smile, Naruto then began to speak. A lot of people here just to watch you test me, he said calmly. May responded, saying some are interested in seeing how strong you are. Naruto sighed. All right, let's get this over with. May then began to speak, but first let's make a bet. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. What kind of bet? He asked curiously. If I win, you have to marry me, she said with a smile. Naruto responded, marry you, but you have only knew me for a day and you already speak of marriage. Yugao felt jealous about May trying to steal Naruto, but didn't know why. Naruto then said, and what do I get if I win? May responded with a sweet smile, whatever you want. Naruto could tell that the women had fell in love, but to get married after meeting him for a day was crazy. Naruto responded, saying if I win I just want a cooked meal. May nodded and got into a battle stance. She was going to try her best to win this match. Naruto didn't take a battle pose, he just stood there. Al stepped forward, are you ready? As he looked at both fights. Who nodded. Fight, he yelled, jumping back. May wasted no time and charged at Naruto with great speed. She went for a punch that Naruto dodged. She then went for a leg sweep that Naruto zoomed over. She tried connecting a punch while he was in the air, but before she could connect, he blurred out of sight. She saw him appear on her far right. May quickly went through hand seal lava-style lava bullets as she spit large lave bullets towards Naruto. Naruto made a one-hand seal water-style water wave. He muttered as a wave of water collided with the lava, creating a cloud of steam. The jutsus had cancelled out each other. May, seeing the mist blocking out his vision, decided to use one of her more powerful jutsus in order to secure her win. She went through hand signs vapor-style silent fog jutsu. She blew out a vapor fog that would burn and melt the target it came in contact with. After a few minutes the fog cleared, showing a Naruto on his back, hurt with burn marks on his body. May quickly ended the jutsu and rushed towards Naruto. She had maybe took it too far. As she reached Naruto, she kneeled over, looking him in the eyes with worry. Naruto slowly lifted two fingers towards May's face and turned them, pointing to her right. May followed where his fingers were pointing and saw Naruto with his arms on his chest, undamaged and in perfect condition. She quickly looked back at the Naruto on the ground that began to turn into black crows and flew off. Naruto dispelled the genjutsu and they were back to where they started from the beginning. May dropped to her knees, panting. Al looked at May with concern. Are you okay, May-sama? I just started the match 10 seconds ago and all of a sudden you drop on the ground. Panting, May looked at Naruto in disbelief and shock. She then began to speak with wide eyes. Was that all just a genjutsu? Naruto silently nodded with a small smile. As May caught her breath, she then spoke out loud, fine, everyone easing everyone's nerves. She then got to her feet. I will tell you what happened. He put me in a genjutsu from the very start. I fought him for 10 minutes in the genjutsu he put me under, but in reality it was only 10 seconds, she said, shocking everyone. Naruto smiled and said, now that's enough for today. As he walked away from the training ground, leaving everyone in awe including Yugao. Naruto then turned around and said, also I want my cooked meal, and he flashed away. 3 nights later, the full moon illuminated the earth as Naruto sat peacefully on top of a hill just outside of the camp. At the bottom of the hill, there were 4 men and a woman lying on the ground peacefully. They had been knocked out because Naruto found them annoying. They had been spying on him for a while and he just got tired of letting them continue. He was still without his armor and gunbai. His blood-red eyes scanned around the hills that surrounded the camp. After the hills there was nothing, it was just a clear landscape like a field. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind as he sensed someone. The chakra signature had become rather familiar to him. May climbed on top of the hill holding a small container. Naruto noticed the dark blue color of the cloth the woman was wearing. She was not wearing the clothes she had been wearing during the day. What she was wearing was like a nightdress. Naruto could not really tell. The only thing he could tell was that it was blue, a color the woman seemed to favor. What happened to them? Mei asked, referring to her shinobi lying beneath the hill where they sat. They are just sleeping. They must be the shinobi Ao sent to spy on you, Mei said. I brought you some food, I was told you did not collect your meals. She said, handing Naruto the container she was caring for. Naruto took it and placed it beside him. The view looks nice from here, and the gentle breeze is refreshing. Mei said. Yes, it does. Naruto replied. You know, every man I have met always stares at me. They often look at me with looks of lust. However, you only looked at me once, you did not even stare while I was looking away. Mei said, getting to what was bothering her. Your question being? Why don't you act like other men? Naruto looked up to the heavens as he replied, that is because I have no interest in seeing what is under your dress, and I do act like others because I don't think like others. Perhaps it is because you are young and are innocent when it comes to women. Mei said with a teasing smile. My age is of no consequence, Naruto stated, I am not innocent. That being said, I know everything about a woman's body. Mei seemed interested in what Naruto had just said, you know everything about a woman's body? Yes, Naruto replied, are you talking about a real woman, fully developed women? Mei asked, finding it hard to believe that Naruto has looked at a woman's body and has no desire to do it again. A real woman, you mean one such as yourself? Mei nodded, yes, I have found myself at the receiving end of what is called pleasures of a woman's body. Naruto replied. He then stood up and looked at Mei. He deactivated his Sharingan, showing her his blue eyes. He walked closer to her until they were face to face. He then spoke, would you still want to be with me if you had to share me? Mei thought about it and said, I wouldn't care as long as I'm with you. She said with a sweet smile. Naruto grabbed her by the waist and gave her a passionate kiss on the lips. Mei was shocked at his sudden action, but quickly got over her shock and passionately returned his kiss. After a few minutes of making out, they broke apart, gasping for air with a thin trail of saliva. Connecting their lips, Naruto then grabbed Mei's ass, making her moan. He then whispered in her ear, how about we take this to my bed? Mei gave nod with a seductive smile. Naruto flashed away with Mei to his tent so they could enjoy the rest of their night. A week later, Naruto, he was not going to wait for something like to occur while he just stood. He did not care for what the Mizukage was thinking or if Mei's forces were not ready for an all-out war. He could cripple any army on his own without help from anyone. Sighing, Naruto walked toward Mei's tent. He realized that he had been sighing a lot lately. Boredom could drive anyone to do anything. Naruto did not bother to announce his presence before getting inside the tent. He knew the woman would be inside sitting on her chair. During the day, she was always sitting there unless she was doing something that could not be done inside her tent. Mei smiled brightly upon seeing Naruto. She was not alone in the office. She had Ao, Chijuro and 3 other men in her company. They were probably discussing battle strategies. Can't stay away from me? Mei stated with a teasing smile. Naruto returned the smile. Him and Mei had gotten close over the week and discussed their future together. Naruto liked Mei and knew she would be a great addition to his harem. After all, he did want to rebuild his clan, and for that he would have to have a lot of children, and having multiple strong wives would help. I'm going to force Yugura out, Naruto announced. Mei raised a brow. What? I'm going to force Yugura to come out? I have grown tired of waiting. Naruto replied, turning away from Mei. We are not prepared to fight him now. Don't go doing something like. A man said sternly upon hearing Naruto's words. I agree with Tamashi. We cannot afford to go in an all-out war with Yugura now. We still need some time to get more men and to formulate our battle strategy. Ao said. You are speaking as if he can actually force Yugura to fight us. We have tried that many times when we were still at our full strength. No offense, Mei-sama, but even your presence in the battlefield could not force Yugura to come out. Another man stated with a snicker at Naruto. Mei frowned. She did not tell them that Naruto stated that he could summon the Kyuubi. She did not want to get their hopes up. Don't get involved if you are not strong enough. I did not even request that you come to fight when Yugura does show up. I was merely letting you know what I was going to do. Naruto replied without even looking back at the man. Who do you think you are here? You are not the boss, Mei-sama is, and nothing happens unless she says so. Ao said, his voice raised as he glared at Naruto's back. He was just someone who was weak and thought he was better than what he is. Naruto continued on walking away without responding. It was not worth it to respond to Ao. Ao, calm down, Mei said. Naruto-kun, can I speak with you for a moment? She said, her voice now being serious. Naruto stopped walking, inviting her to come and say what she wishes. Mei walked up to Naruto and looked at him with a rather serious look. I appreciate that you are trying to help, but you can't come here and undermine my authority. I don't want you doing anything that will put my men at risk," she said. "Oh?" he said. "They won't be at risk unless they get in my way. What I am doing works for you better. I can cripple Yagura's forces, your men can come up and finish things," Naruto stated and began to walk away. Mei caught him by his hand. Naruto turned around and looked at the woman with a raised brow. Mei stared at Naruto's eyes as if she was trying to decipher something. Slowly she let go of Naruto's hand and sighed. Naruto was going to do what he wanted, there was no stopping him. She deduced that much by just looking at his eyes. "Ow, Chijuro, come with me," Mei called. Chijuro and Ao came to her, and they followed Naruto. They traveled for about an hour at a fair pace. In the place they were, they could see Yagura's base, the Mizukage's tower. Ao was beginning to think that Naruto was leading them to a trap. He was beginning to think that Naruto was going to hand them over to Yagura's forces. He searched everywhere with his Byakugan, trying to see if there were shinobi waiting to ambush them. However, he found none. He breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one waiting to ambush them. Naruto suddenly stopped. "You may want to stop there," he said before walking further away from the group. After he had made a good distance with the group, Naruto went through a set of hand seals. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a seal appeared on it. Kuchiyus no Jutsu. Mei and her two bodyguards just stared with wide eyes. They felt that Naruto released huge amounts of chakra to summon whatever that he was summoning. A large puff of smoke appeared, and they felt the demonic presence, the foul chakra that suffocated everyone beneath it. When the smoke cleared, the Kyuubi stood in all its menacing glory, its 9 tails waving slowly behind it. Fear and awe crept within them as they stared at the beast that was said to be able to make tsunamis with a single swipe of its tail. The Kyuubi was the beast that went on a rampage at Konoha many years ago, the beast that many villages attempted and failed to capture to add as their military weapon, the strongest Bijuu in all of the 9-tailed beasts. Seeing the monster in front of them, they took a few steps back in fear of the beast. Mei Terumi had a single thought in her mind: he can really summon it. Naruto had said he could, a part of her wanted to believe it, a part of her refused to believe unless she saw it. Now that she was seeing it, she believed. If anything he was to say he could do after this, she would believe him without a single cent of doubt in her mind. "Hey Naruto, how have you been?" the Kyuubi asked in its deep menacing voice that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Its blood-red silted eyes stared at Naruto waiting for a response. "I want you to do something for me." Naruto replied, his tone up so the Kyuubi could hear him as he was standing beside its paws. "Okay, tell me, so I can do it quickly and go back to taking my nap," the Kyuubi responded. Mei and her man almost fainted at Kyuubi's response. The almighty Kyuubi would only be concerned about taking a nap. It was supposed to be a beast of mass destruction, not a beast of taking naps. Chijuro quickly erased a thought in his head of the Kyuubi, sleeping with bubbles coming out of its nose. "I called you here because I want you to fire a Bijuu Muta at the tallest building you can see from here," he said. The tallest building was the Mizukage's tower. Even if Yagura is present when the Bijuu Muta hit the tower, Naruto had no doubt the man would survive. "Fine," Kyuubi replied with a shrug and then brought its tails over its head in concentration. Chakra began to form above it before mixing, forming a large ball of mass energy. The Kyuubi directed the Bijuu Muta towards its target. The attack traveled a rather fast speed for something its size. The attack left its mark on the earth as it peeled off chunks of earth. After traveling a considerable distance, it finally hit the tower and blew it up. "You can go," Naruto said, turning away from the explosion. The Kyuubi disappeared in a puff of smoke without saying any further word. Naruto raised a brow seeing the shocked expressions on Mei, Ao, and Chijuro had both shock and fear in his face. Naruto walked towards them calmly. Upon reaching them he spoke, "Give it a few days, and Yagura's forces will be charging at your camps," Naruto said walking past them. Mei was the first to get over her shock. She followed Naruto, and Chijuro and Ao followed her from behind, keeping their distance so as to give her some space to speak with Naruto. Without doubt, there were things that needed to be discussed. From this day onward, Ao would never look at Naruto the same as he had been. "So you went kidding when you said you could summon the Kyuubi," Mei said, having caught up to Naruto. Naruto looked at her at the corner of his eye. "What gave you the idea that I was kidding?" "Nothing, it was just hard to believe that you could actually do it," Mei responded, her ever-present smile flashing at Naruto. "I don't see how something like that could be." Naruto trailed off. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his front. "It appears that your men are on their way here." They must have felt the Kyuubi's presence. Naruto noted after sensing a number of shinobi making their way towards them. I would have been surprised if they did not, May replied. I'm sure even now Yugura must be panicking after that attack. Naruto said nothing after May. Her men were already near their location. They would be making noise wanting to know what had happened. He was not going to hang about to witness that. It did not take long for the rebels to get to them. As soon as they appeared, Naruto disappeared from the crowd at Naruto's tent. Naruto appeared at the entrance of his tent. The camp was still full of shinobi moving about the camps. Not all of them had gone out to inspect what their senses had picked up. It was logical to leave some men behind to guard the camp while others went away. If they did not take that precaution, they would risk having their camp destroyed should their enemy decide to attack their camp. He walked inside and saw a shadow sitting on his bed. Naruto sighed, he should have already gotten used to this. He was wondering why he did not have a clone take back Yugao to Konoha. He was the only one she knew at this place, thus she tended to spend excessively much time in his presence. It was good that Zetsu had yet to get to the camps. Had he been here, they would never have gotten a chance to speak, since if it was not Yugao, it was May. At least Yugao did not flirt with him. She behaved well, as any Anbu should. It appears like you are always following my movements. Naruto commented. No, it's not that. I just know that during day if you are not with Mei-san you are usually in here. Yugao responded. Then cursed herself after seeing how weird it sounded. Then? Naruto stated looking at the woman. She seemed to have something in her mind. I may have been young 16 years ago when the Kyuubi almost destroyed Konoha, but I can never forget how it felt like when it appeared and its foul chakra. Naruto remained quiet. Yugao had not asked a question, there was nothing for him to respond to. Did you release it? Naruto simply nodded. Do you know how Konoha might react when they find out you can release it? People will start to look at you with fear that you might release the Kyuubi. Yugao stated looking straight into Naruto's eyes. You should not concern yourself with what I do, gorgeous, he said. Yugao blushed at his words and got up to leave. The Naruto stopped her before she left, saying I know how you really feel about me, but you feel it is wrong because you're older than me. Naruto slowly gave Yugao a kiss on the cheek making her turn red, but you should go with what your heart says. He let her go, and Yugao quickly left his tent red as a tomato. 3 days later, Naruto had been waiting patiently for Yugura to have his men charge at the rebels' camps. He had gone back to wearing his armor as he waited. He had no doubt in mind that Yugura would run about to attack Mei and her men. At the rebels' camps, things had been rather busy as they formulated their battle strategies. Naruto never got involved with it. There was no need for a strategy if he was going to face an army of weak shinobi who could not make him sweat. He just needed them to be test dummies for his jutsus. They are on their way? Naruto looked to see Zetsu. When did you get here? A day ago. Naruto nodded. He did need to know why he did not inform him that he had arrived at the village. He had no problems with it as long as he was there when he was needed. Zetsu was someone he could count on. There was no need for him to question. He was probably spying on Yugura. Shall we? Naruto said, getting up from his position. He picked up his gun and strapped it on his back. Zetsu sank to the ground without saying anything. Without warning or telling anyone, Naruto began to move towards the direction in which Yugura's men were matching. He was feeling a bit excited by the prospect of having to finally get a field where he could go wild, a field to perform a few tests and enjoy a good fight. It was definitely going to be good to fight against multiple opponents while he was just one man. It did not take long for Mei and her men to follow behind him. Mei rushed up to get to him, leaving her men behind. You look rather happy, she commented upon seeing the look on his face. That is because I am happy, Naruto replied. So are you going to summon the Kyuubi? If you are, tell me, I don't want to have my men caught up in its path. No, but you can tell your men to stay back until Yugura shows up. Naruto stated. You are going to fight more than 5,000 shinobi alone without the Kyuubi? Yes, Naruto replied as if it was not a big deal. He increased his pace, leaving Mei behind him. Mei frowned seeing him leave like that. She was worried about him. She did not know how powerful he was, but fighting against more than 5,000 shinobi on his own was reckless. She sighed and looked back at her men who had caught up to her. Let's go, but we will keep our distance. We will only observe. You will engage the enemy when I tell you to. Mei stated her orders. Her men did not question her. She was the leader and thus knew what was best. They began to move on towards their enemy. After a few minutes, they hid themselves a distance away from Yagura's army, who were now standing still with one man standing in front of them. Is he thinking of fighting them alone? One man asked. He is crazy. Another yelled out. Yugao, who was in the front lines, saw Naruto and widened her eyes. She was about to run towards him, but was stopped by Mei. Don't. You can't just let him go there alone. Yugao said, her voice raised, showing just how much she disagreed with the situation. Even though Mei wanted to send her men and engage Yagura's army as she was worried about Naruto, she found herself saying a few simple words, just watch. Yagura's army stood still watching Naruto. The ones in the front lines could sense that Mei's army was already in position. They stood still watching Naruto, wondering what he might do. Surely he did not wish to engage an army by himself. If he did something, it would be suicide. Anyone who had things working properly in their heads could conclude that. What is this? Did that bitch Mei send you to try to stop us? A man in his late 30s said, looking insulted by the fact that only a single boy was standing in front of them. Let's just kill him and move on. Another said, earning a resounding approval from the others. Naruto could not help but smile at the shinobi before him. Well then, shall we? Naruto, as he charged at the army. They stood still, trying to think if he was serious about engaging them in a fight. He was just one man, for God's sake. Naruto did not care for what they were thinking. He simply charged at the army. He jumped up and fell inside the sea of shinobi. It did not take a second long for one to charge at him with a sword raised. Naruto ducked under the swipe and kicked the man in the chest. Faster than any could see, he sped through a set of hand seals. Fire style. Majestic flame destroyer. A wave of hot flames was expelled from his mouth. The jutsu spread out wide. The Kiri shinobi, who were not expecting the jutsu to spread out wide and to be used, were unfortunate. Because Naruto was standing in the middle of them, they could not use their own jutsus to attack. The majestic flames burned more than 100 men alive that were close to Naruto when he expelled the jutsu. Some were fortunate enough not to get caught in the jutsu. Naruto had used the jutsu simply to create a space between him and the army. It would give him more breathing space to do what he wanted. Naruto charged at the disorientated shinobi. A man was caught within his range by a kick to the temple that sent him flying towards the others. Naruto began to deliver hits from shinobi to shinobi. No one was able to land a hit on him as he made his charge. He was only engaging them in Taijutsu battle, as he wanted to see how his Sharingan and Taijutsu fared against a number of shinobi. When he was satisfied with the results, he jumped away from Yagura's army. 4 clones appeared beside him. The clones had their own assignment to do. Therefore, they disappeared from view off to begin their assignments. Naruto went through hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. Wood release. Piercing spikes. A large number of spikes shot out from the ground and flew towards the enemy. The wooden spikes were sharp, and a single hit could pierce through flesh and leave a nasty wound. The spikes could also kill should they hit a vital point of the body. The spikes fell like rain on Yagura's army. Naruto smiled slightly as he watched them dance around to the song his spikes were singing. The attack and his previous had managed to scatter the army, forcing them in groups, creating distances around them. A few were pierced by the spikes, some killed as the spikes hit vital points on the body, some were left bleeding heavily. Others were able to use earth jutsus as protective shields. Water release? Water dragon. A random shinobi yelled, expelling a large water dragon towards Naruto, looking to catch him off guard. Naruto knew that water dragons could be controlled remotely. Therefore, trying to avoid it would be pointless. He went through his own hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon. He yelled as he released a fire dragon equally to the water dragon. The jutsus met in between and tried to push each other for dominance. A smoke of steam was conceived because of the 2 elements pushing each other for dominance. In the end, there was no winner. Water release? Water bullet. A water bullet sped towards Naruto at great speed. Naruto was on alert and he leaped into the air. Gravity did its duty in pulling him down. As he landed down, a large explosion occurred in the air. He looked up and saw a cloud of flames spreading across the battlefield, covering a distance of around 300 meters. Naruto smiled, his clones had completed their jobs. Each clone had disguised itself, and all 4 surrounded the army before firing the majestic fire destruction, each into the air. After that, they would have to stand still in concentration to contain the flames together. The jutsus colliding had caused the explosion. Yagura's army stood still with wide eyes as they stared at the cloud of flames. There was no mistake, it was flames. They could feel the intense heat of the flames. If the flames were to just drop on them, they would be killed. Many of the ninjas began to run around trying to get away from the range of the flames. What the hell is that? A man from May's army yelled, staring at the large cloud of flames hovering in the air. They were all shocked, they had never seen anything like it before. He is preparing for a jutsu, Ao deduced, staring at the flames. One thing was certain. It had to take a lot of chakra to put those flames in the air. It also had to take almost perfect chakra control to keep those flames in the air. Ao was impressed. Whatever it is not something I would like to go against. Imagine if those flames just dropped. How do you defend yourself against something that is falling off the sky? Another man stated, repressing a shudder as he thought what would happen if the flames were to drop on top of them. May simply stared, wondering what Naruto wanted to do. She could as well say that he was also not kidding when he said he wanted to test a few things. She was also glad that he was doing well. Regardless, it was just a matter of time before the army overwhelmed him. When that does happen, I will be ready to rescue you, Naruto. May thought to herself. Naruto quickly went through 35 hand seals as he took control of the flames. He held a tiger seal, fire release. Crying heavens, he muttered. A scene that many would never forget occurred. It began to rain. Raindrops fell from the sky as the flame cloud wept. The rain was not normal rain. Instead of water, it was raining fire. It started slowly before all hell broke loose as the flames began to rain heavily on Yagura's army. The flame drop's heat was intense, pain and death awaited for those unlucky to be caught in the rain. Those who knew earth jutsus did them to hide under. The earth would protect them from the rain if it did not melt from the intense heat of the flames. Because the flames were raining heavily, some who had buried themselves underground remained there. A few tried using water jutsu, shooting them into the sky. That only served as temporary protection because as soon as their jutsu died down, the rain fell on them. Others who were overwhelmed with fear just danced around as the flames fell on them. Others did the smart thing and ran away from the rain as it was not raining across the entire battlefield. It rained for 3 minutes without stopping. When it finally stopped raining, shinobi were scattered around the battlefield. Some lying down on the ground burned, dead. Some had their bodies breathing out steam as their bodies had suffered major burns. A large number of Yagura's army who were not within the range of the flames stood at the scene before them with white eyes. This was not something that one expected to see. If they had been told that they were signing up for this, they probably would have never signed up for the war. The horrors were not over yet, as a thick fire cloud loomed over the sky above them. Many began to take a few steps back in fear of the rain falling again. Rebels. Even though they are our enemies, I cannot wish for anyone to die like that. A young woman stated, looking at the battlefield. Her words earned silent nods from her comrades. I'm just happy that he is not our enemy, another stated, earning nods from his comrades. Yugao just watched with shock written all over her face. 10 years ago, when Naruto was still running around Konoha screaming about being Hokage, if someone had told her at that time that Naruto would be able to do things like what she is now witnessing him do, she would have snapped their necks. She had never thought that he would be able to cause so much death, a sense of dread within his enemies. May just stared at Naruto. Her eyes were not focused on Yagura's army, no, she had her eyes on Naruto. She could now see why he did not even bother to summon the Kyuubi. Yagura's army was now below 5,000, and Naruto had been doing all the destruction himself. Back at the battlefield, Naruto smiled seeing the success of his jutsu. The jutsu was performed perfectly, and the damage it caused was perfect. The training had been worth it. Now for some fireworks, Naruto said to himself as he clasped his hands together. He moved the flame cloud above a large group of shinobi. Upon realization of what was above them, they began to scream, running around in an attempt to escape the shadow of the flames. Naruto wasted no time, the flame cloud began to descend down on the enemy. The 4 clones jumped into mid-air and surrounded the flames. They all stretched out their hands. Upon doing that, the cloud began to take the shape of a round swirling ball of flames. One of the clones began to form a set of hand seals. The swirling ball of flames was now going to hit the ground in the battleground. The clone, which had been making hand seals, fired a torrent of lighting towards the ball of flames. The clones puffed away from existence when the unstable ball was just touching distance away from the ground. Lightning flame explosion, Naruto muttered as the flames sparkling with electricity hit the ground and exploded. Boom. The explosion was big and shook the entire battlefield. The explosion lifted large amounts of rocks and dust. It also created a large shockwave that rocked the entire battlefield. The shockwave was so powerful that it blew away every shinobi that was within its range. The enemies that were caught in the explosion screamed as lightning and fire tore through their bodies. As soon as the debris cleared, all eyes widened. There was a large crater in the middle of the battlefield. It went better than I had expected since I had yet to try it out, Naruto said to himself. Rebels. After getting over her shock, Mei looked at Ao. What happened? When you saw the clones surrounding the fireball, they were not just changing its shape, they were adding more chakra to it and compressing it. Ao said. It was just a compressed ball of energy, and when it hit the ground, all the compressed energy with the lightning it all went the large crater, explained how it all went. But to be able to do something like that you need to have high-level chakra control and a high level of concentration. I bet he was able to focus on his jutsu by the thought that no one on the battlefield would be able to touch him. Mei thought to herself. Battlefield? If some shinobi in Yagura's army thought Naruto was done, they thought wrong. Naruto began to charge towards a group of shinobi. They took notice of him and steeled themselves to get into fighting positions. Water release. Water gun. A shinobi yelled, releasing a stream of jet water that sped towards Naruto. Naruto, seeing the attack, held a single hand seal and gathered chakra within his lungs. Fire release. Great fireball, he muttered as a large fireball was expelled from his mouth towards the enemy. The two jutsus met in between and began to push each other for dominance. Water release. Water gun. Another shinobi yelled as he added to the strength of his comrade's jutsu. The combined water gun pushed Naruto's jutsu back, forcing him to release his jutsu and leap away to avoid being hit by the two jutsus. As soon as he landed a few feet away, Naruto was assaulted by a fireball. It was a lot weaker and smaller than his. Naruto was surprised to see Kiri shinobi using fire techniques, given their reliance to use water jutsus. He jumped away from the fireball, avoiding it. He landed a few feet away to the ground and looked around the battlefield. Now that the shinobi were scattered across the battlefield, they could attack him easily with their jutsus without fear of catching their own with their own jutsus. Naruto had no complaints over it, it made things a bit interesting for him to say the least. Naruto began to run towards another group of shinobi. He sped towards them with incredible speed. Without even a warning, he appeared in front of a shinobi in the air and descended down towards the shinobi. He landed a 2-foot kick on the man's chest. Naruto used the man's body as ground to jump into another man. The man seemed to have been waiting for him as he swung his sword towards Naruto's face. Naruto grabbed another ninja close to him and used him as a shield to defend himself against a sword swipe. He threw the man away he had used as a shield and lunged at the man who almost cut him. He landed a kick on the man's temple, sending him flying. 4 men surrounded him, all looking to attack him. One threw an explosive tag towards him. Naruto quickly deflected it back to the enemy and jumped away from them to avoid getting caught within what was to happen. Boom! The explosive tag exploded, blowing all the 4 men away. Naruto landed a distance away. He looked to his right to see a wave of kunai flying towards him. Looking at them carefully with his Sharingan eyes, he could see that they had explosive tags. He went through hand seals, wind release, wind palm. Naruto's wind jutsu deflected all the kunais that were thrown at him, sending them away from him. Naruto was not given more time to think about anything else. Earth release. Earth spikes. The ground underneath Naruto began to shake as the earth formed sharp spikes and sprouted out from the ground. Naruto disappeared from his position in a burst of speed. The moment he landed, another jutsu came flying towards him, wind release. Wind dragon. This time Naruto could not dodge as the jutsu hit him dead on. It did not do any damage to him though. All it did was send him flying, to which Naruto flipped several times in mid-air and landed on the ground in a crouched position. He got up slowly and dusted himself. His armor had several scratches because of the sharp blades caused by the wind dragon. They are working together with their attacks now, Naruto stated as he observed the now gathered army. They realized that with them having scattered around the battlefield, it made things easy for him to attack them. It also made it easy for them, but so far, it was working for him better than them. Naruto looked up as he saw about 100 men throw shurikens towards him. There was no dodging them. Naruto unstrapped his gunbai for the first time since entering the battlefield. He held it firmly with his right hand before swinging. It released gusts of winds that peeled off chunks of earth as they headed towards the projectiles thrown towards Naruto. As soon as the projectiles made contact with the gusts of winds released by Naruto's gunbai, they were deflected away from Naruto. Naruto placed his gunbai back on his back and began to form hand seals. Wind release. Wind tornado, he muttered as 3 wind tornadoes began to spin around him furiously. Naruto clasped his hands together, and the three tornadoes united, forming one large roaring tornado. The tornado was picking up debris as it rotated around. Naruto looked at the tornado. His eyes morphed into his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Amaterasu, he muttered, setting the tornado ablaze with the black flames of Amaterasu. He had set the correct ratio of both elements, or else their combination would blow up. The tornado became dark as it now became a fire tornado. Naruto allowed the tornado to rush towards the enemy. The technique was a large scale of his blazing tornado. This was made with a large number of enemies in mind. The attack neared the enemy, who kept shooting water-based jutsus to try and extinguish the flames. Unfortunately for them, the black flames were not ordinary flames. Therefore, regardless of their attempts to stop the technique, it just passed through their own without much difficulty. The tornado consumed more than 50 men within it, chewing them. They let loose some pained screams as the blazing tornado cooked them as they rotated in fast speeds within it. The jutsu finally died down, leaving black fire around the battlefield still alive, burning brightly and slowly on the ground. Naruto took out a blindfold and covered his eyes. He wanted to try something out. Naruto then activated his Wood Sage mode. Mei and Yugao, who seen this, stood in confusion. They thought he was being overly reckless now and being cocky. Back with Naruto, he pulled out his Reaper blade, now wanting to test his Kenjutsu skills. He rushed towards a big group of shinobi. The ninja, upon seeing him coming, readied themselves. The first man ran and swung, trying to cut Naruto with a kunai. Naruto ducked under the man's swing and cut his head off in one motion. Another man swung his sword towards Naruto that was also dodged with such smooth movements. Naruto slashed the man across the chest. Naruto was slashing, cutting shinobi after shinobi. No one was able to land a hit while he made his charge. Wood Sage mode gave Naruto sharper senses, and he was able to see without really seeing. After Naruto had cut through 300 shinobi and was satisfied, he jumped back and deactivated his Sage mode and removed his blindfold. He then flicked off all the blood on his Reaper blade before putting it away. Naruto then went through hand seals, fire release, majestic flame destroyer. Naruto yelled as he released his wave of flames that spread out wide, rushing towards Yugura's army like a sea wave. They saw the attack coming and knew how to survive. Water release, water encampment wall. Multiple shinobi yelled, creating a wall of water to block Naruto's jutsu from getting to them. The several water walls formed one large water wall that spread out wide, matching Naruto's jutsu. The two jutsus came head-on and pushed each other. In the end, there was no winner as the contest between the fire element and water element left only a cloud of steam between Naruto and Yugura's army. Naruto did not wait for the steam to die down. He charged towards the army. He had one man yell, "He is coming." He figured the man must have been a sensor to sense him with the cloud of steam. Naruto went through hand seals as he jumped in air, fire release, majestic fire destruction. Naruto expelled a stream of flames that sped toward the targets. The targets had not expected to see another attack flying toward them. The unlucky shinobi were unfortunate when the flames hit them before exploding into a sea of flames, thus burning everything within them to dust. Naruto was doing well in crippling Yugura's army. The army was taking heavy losses because of Naruto's destructive jutsus. Most of them were hard for them to defend, to some it just seemed impossible to defend against some of the jutsus. Two men screamed as they charged towards Naruto with their kunai in hand. They surrounded him and lunged themselves at him. One flanked him at his front, while the other charged at him on his back. Naruto brought out his sword to parry a kunai that was coming towards his face. The man on his back was already onto him. He tried to stab him on his back while he was still parrying the attack from his comrade. With fluid movements, Naruto pushed the other man back, causing him to lose his balance. Naruto spun around quickly to block the kunai that was about to stab him on the back. Without even looking back, he raised up his foot and delivered a kick to the chest to the other man who was trying to regain his footing. He stared the man at his eyes before the man froze with white eyes. Naruto wasted no time in driving his sword through the man's chest. He grabbed the man by his left hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes to his right. More than 20 different jutsus of different elements were coming towards him in different directions. Naruto looked at the other man. He had already recovered from his kick and was charging towards him. "Decoys," Naruto muttered, concluding that the two men were just decoys sent to keep him busy, while the others prepared the jutsus that were being thrown at him. All the jutsus neared him before hitting him dead on, along with the other man from Yugura's army. A large explosion rocked the battlefield again, picking up debris. The enemy was starting to celebrate as their jutsus got a direct hit on their enemy. He could be counted as such now that they have seen what he is capable of after seeing the deaths he inflicted on their comrades. And also the fact that he was fighting against them. Their celebrations were cut short when the debris cleared around Naruto and revealed him to be in perfect health. There was not a single scratch on him, he did not look like he was hit by several jutsus. He stood still with his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan activated. "Attack him again!" Another man yelled. The others went through hand seals. They charged several jutsus at Naruto again. The jutsus came in different directions as they sped towards Naruto. The way at which the attacks were coming at him, it gave him no place to hide if he wanted to. Naruto remained still with the jutsus speeding towards him. He had his hands folded across his chest. "We will get him this time. There is no way he can survive an attack of this magnitude." Another yelled with confidence. No man could survive the kind of attack they fired at Naruto. Their hopes of killing him crumbled down within seconds as Naruto appeared standing without a scratch on him. It was just impossible for someone to survive an attack like the one they threw at him. More than shocking is the fact that Naruto did not even have a scratch on him, like their attacks did not even touch him. Naruto eyed around the battlefield. There were still many shinobi on their feet. The others were either dead or just rendered immobile. He went through hand seals gathering the needed chakra for his jutsu. Wood release? Deep forest emergence. The ground began to shake as large roots sprouted out from the ground and charged towards his opponents. They could only stare as the technique headed towards them. One thing was certain, if it reached them, they were going to die. "We cannot allow the technique to get to us," one man yelled, deciding to be brave for everyone so that they could survive. What do you suggest we do then?" "We intercept it with our own techniques," he replied firmly. They nodded and released fire, lightning, earth and wind-based techniques towards Naruto's jutsu. The jutsu collided, creating a large explosion. When the explosion died down, there was no jutsu still active. The jutsus had cancelled each other. "Ho!" Naruto smiled. "They stopped my jutsu," he said to himself. "I shall reward them." The silver Susanoo flared up to life, shocking his opponents. They stared the beast with white eyes. What the hell is that?" The voice of the man who asked was clearly trembling in fear. He got no response though. Naruto did several hand seals before holding a tiger seal. His Susanoo held a tiger seal the same time as he did. He was preparing for his next jutsu that could only be performed by his Susanoo. What the hell do you think he is going to do now? I don't know. Whatever it is, I have a bad feeling about this. Naruto's Susanoo opened its mouth and began to charge chakra. The chakra became the shape of a blackish silver ball. The silver and black ball came out of its mouth and floated in the air. The Susanoo's eyes flashed red for a moment before the chakra ball sped towards the enemy. It suddenly stopped in the middle of them, and they stared at it while taking a few steps away from it. "Explode," Naruto muttered. Boom! The orange chakra ball exploded. The explosion created a large shockwave that threatened even the rebels who were watching not far away from the battlefield. The explosion itself peeled off large chunks of earth like a bomb had been dropped on the battlefield. Large mushroom on. Debris was formed where the explosion had been set off. Naruto had his Susanoo to protect him from the explosion. After a few minutes, the debris died down, revealing a large crater in the battlefield. The crater was bigger than the one created by the lightning flame explosion. The technique was created by studying Biju Muta. It required gathering large amounts of chakra and compressing it to a small ball of chakra. It required a high level of concentration to compress the chakra. Without proper control or a mistake done while compressing, the chakra would become unstable and detonate. It would end up nasty for the user upon the unstable chakra setting off. Naruto was now inside the crater formed by his technique. He studied his surroundings with his eyes before dispersing his Susanoo and deactivating his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Yagura's army and the rebels only asked themselves one single question: what is he? The latest attack had left less than 2,000 shinobi standing and more than 450 immobile. Those standing did not seem like they wanted to continue fighting. Naruto walked over to one man who was close to him. The man, seeing Naruto, began to take a few steps away from him. He was trembling with fear. His body was screaming for him to run away. Naruto grabbed the man and lifted him by his neck. "So you no longer want to fight me?" The man shook his head fast with fear all in his eyes. Naruto stared at the man and said, "I have a proposition for you, and it is that you work for me as my spy in Kiri." The man agreed quickly with no hesitation. Naruto then said, "Very well then." He put the man under Genjutsu and sucked him into his Kamui dimension until later Naruto then decided to show off. He activated a smaller human form of his Susanoo and manifested wings. He then flew high into the sky. Everyone in Mei's army watched, wondering what he was going to do. Yugura's army just watched in fear. This man seemed to be a god. They felt like it was nearly impossible to defeat him. Once Naruto was high enough in the sky, he lifted his arm in the sky. The battlefield began to get dark as blue lightning flashed and ripped all over the sky. Naruto then created a big bow and arrow from the lighting. He charged a large lighting arrow on the bow. He then added a little sage mode to the arrow, making it stronger. The rebels, seeing this, began to try to run from the huge attack that was coming, but it was too late. Indra's arrow, Naruto muttered as he released the arrow on the army, and at incredible speed the arrow rushed to Yugura's army. In a second it was already upon them. Boom, a loud thud that rocked the battlefield and created such strong gusts of wind that even Mei and her army were blown back a bit. Naruto landed back on the ground and deactivated his Susanoo, and when the smoke finally cleared, a crater as big as a small village was on the battlefield. Only 300 men from Yugura's force was alive. Naruto was going to finish them off before he seen how they all dropped their weapon and bowed. A sign of defeat and surrender? Naruto narrowed his eyes to his right. A wave of water collided with him and sent him flying. Naruto flipped in mid-air and landed on the ground after the force of the attack that had hit him was no longer compelling him. Naruto looked behind him to see the rebels towards the battlefield with loud noises. Mei was leading her men towards the battlefield. Naruto looked back at the person who was walking calmly towards him. "So you are the nuisance that has crippled my army," the person exclaimed calmly, looking at Naruto. "Nuisance?" Naruto questioned, looking at the person. He did not wait for an answer as he spoke again. "You must Yonde Mizukage, Yugura," Naruto stated, looking at the now identified Mizukage. "I have come to end you. I have allowed you to do as you please for too long, but unfortunately, I must end you," Yugura stated, completely ignoring Naruto's words. "Allowed?" Naruto questioned again. "You speak as if you could actually stop me if you wanted to," Naruto stated with narrowed eyes. "That is because I can stop you. I am rather impressed by your abilities, but I am not like my men, and there is a reason I am the Mizukage," Yugura stated, keeping his tone calm. "Can you really do it?" "Yes, I can. Do you want to find out?" Before either could do anything, Mei appeared beside Naruto. She had a usually kind smile even at the face of the battlefield. Mei looked at Naruto. He did not have a single bruise on his body. He seemed to be in perfect condition despite all the power he had exerted during his fight with Yugura's army and all the attacks they had thrown at him. Even seeing that was fine, Mei felt the urge to ask him if he was fine. "Are you alright, Naruto?" "I'm fine," he replied after a few thoughts had passed through his head. He then told Mei to go back and just spectate the final match. Mei was going to argue, but she seen the look Naruto gave her. She sighed and said, "But you better win with a smile, you know I will," he responded, giving her a passionate kiss and a smile. Mei then ordered her men to leave the battlefield and that they would continue to spectate. They all did as told, or returned to their former position in order to continue spectating. Yugao was silently shooting glares at Mei. She was jealous of the brown-haired brunette. "Shall we yondaime?" Naruto asked, looking at the Yonde Mizukage. Yugura said no further words. He simply vanished and appeared in front of Naruto. It was rather impressive speed, Naruto would agree. The Mizukage was shorter than Naruto in height when he stood in front of Naruto. With speed that would be blinding to any normal shinobi, Yugura drove his right fist towards Naruto's gut. His opponent was also fast and had very good reflexes. Naruto intercepted Yugura's punch with his own. The punches collided and caused sparks to fly around them. Yugura retrieved his fist before he tried a roundhouse kick at Naruto. He swung his leg towards Naruto, looking to kick him away. The attack was still visible before Naruto's eyes. He brought out his own leg to block the attack. As soon as his legs collided, Naruto moved his other leg and attempted to kick Yugura on his temple. Yugura retrieved his leg and quickly brought out his arms to block the kick. Naruto, having his attack blocked and without having his legs to support him, he began to fall down the ground but quickly brought out his hands and used them as support. His front was left vulnerable to an attack. His opponent took the chance and jumped in the air before descending to the ground. He attempted to kick Naruto at the back of his foot. Naruto saw that he was going to get hit. He stopped using his hands as support means and fell to the ground on his back. He positioned his hands on his front. Yugura's kick collided with his hands and tried to break through the defense, but there was no luck. The attack forced Naruto to the ground, creating a small crater where he laid with his hands crossed at his front and Yugura on top of him. Yugura stopped pushing power to his kick and tried to jump away. However, before he could go anywhere, Naruto was already in front of him. Naruto was not wasting any time in attacking the Jinchuriki. He swung his right foot towards Yugura, who brought out his left hand to block the kick. He succeeded in blocking Naruto's kick. Naruto responded by bringing out his other foot and attempted to kick Yugura. This time his kick connected with Yugura's head, sending him flying away. Naruto stood still as he watched Yugura recover from the kick that sent him flying. He landed on the ground with both his legs. Both charged at each other before engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle. Their taijutsu battle created small shockwaves around the battle. Others could only see blurs as they were moving at a faster speed of cage level. Naruto blocked all of Yugura's attempts to hit him. Yugura was relentless in his attacks. He kept going after Naruto, trying to penetrate through his defense, but he had no success. They separated, creating a distance between them. Naruto ran towards Yugura after they had separated. Upon reaching Yondaime, he threw a right hook punch at Yugura. The Mizukage saw the attack coming and leaned back to avoid being hit by Naruto's fist. The punch seemed to have a lot of power behind it as he felt small winds hit his face as the punch passed by him. Naruto spun around and came back facing his opponent with his right foot raised. Yugura could not escape the kick in time, thus he brought out both his hands to block the spinning kick. Yugura was able to block, but only came to regret his choice as he winced when Naruto's kick connected with his hands. It felt like a brick had hit him. The force of the attack made him lose his balance, giving Naruto the chance to attack again. Faster than one could see, Naruto moved closer to Yugura and kneed him on the gut, causing Yugura to wince again as it felt like something heavy had crashed into his gut. He shrugged the pain off though and attempted to retaliate by punching Naruto in the face. Naruto ducked under the punch and kicked Yugura on the chest. Yugura lost his footing and was about to fall down when Naruto grabbed him by his hand. Naruto grabbed Yugura's hand tightly and spun around a few times while still holding Yugura. After he had gained enough momentum, he let go of Yugura, sending the Mizukage away from him in flight. As soon as he let go of Yugura, Naruto began to form hand seals, fire release. Fire breath. Naruto breathed out a jet stream of hot flame towards Yugura, who was still in flight after being thrown away by Naruto. The flames traveled in great speed towards the Yondaime, glaring at him as they sought to drip their fangs on his skin. Yugura cursed as he saw the flame coming towards him. The speed to which he was flying made it difficult for him to get out of the way as he had yet to regain his balance. If he had his balance, he could just simply dodge the jutsu. That was out of the question though, he could not dodge the flames in his current position. He may not be able to balance himself, but he could still use his ninjutsu. The flames collided with Yugura and began to burn him. Naruto watched as the flames died, leaving nothing. Mizubunshin, Naruto thought as he landed down the ground. Yugura appeared behind Naruto and began to form hand seals. The fact that he was the Sanbi's Jinchuriki gave him a higher control over the water element. Water was his Bijuu's natural element. Water release. Exploding water shock wave. Yugura yelled as he released a large wave of water. The water wave was almost as big as Naruto's majestic flame destroyer. Yugura began to ride on the wave at a fast speed. Naruto, seeing the water coming towards him, he unstrapped his gunbai and positioned it in front of him. Gunbai barrier, he muttered as he channeled chakra through his gunbai. A barrier erected around him, shielding him from Yugura's attack. The wave swallowed Naruto under it, and the water calmed down. The water became like a sea in the middle of the large crater to which the fight was occurring. When the water calmed down, Naruto was seen standing with his gunbai still positioned in front of him. The image only lasted for a second as Naruto placed his gunbai back to his back. The attack had done nothing to him with his gunbai barrier erected. Naruto looked at water that was the result of Yugura's jutsu. The water would not doubt give him an advantage in being able to use water jutsu. Some water jutsus required a source of water to be able to be performed. The large amount of water that was now abundant in the battlefield would make it easy for Yugura to do water-based jutsus. Nevertheless, it did not matter anyway. It was not as if the results would be different even with the advantage. Yugura shot towards Naruto at blinding speeds. Naruto, seeing his opponent coming, readied himself. He just had to make sure that he had chakra under his feet to keep balance since they were now fighting on the sea of water. Yugura reached Naruto with his right fist raised and threw the fist towards Naruto's temple. Seeing the punch before his eyes, Naruto did not allow it to connect with his face. He brought out his hand and blocked Yugura's punch. Despite the fact that Yugura was smaller than, Naruto had to admit, the man did know how to pack a punch. Yugura, seeing that his attempt to smack Naruto in the face was a failure, he used his other arm to punch Naruto. Again, Naruto blocked. Yugura began to throw punch after punch at Naruto, who was dodging and blocking each punch. Yugura leaped into the air before descending down towards Naruto, with both his legs pressed together. He was looking for a 2-foot kick on Naruto. An assault as this carried more weight than a single leg kick. Naruto leaped backwards away from the attack. With his target having avoided him, Yugura crashed into the ground with both his feet. While Yugura was still grounded, Naruto landed a distance away from him. Naruto looked behind him at the corner of his eye as he sensed something. Another Yugura appeared behind him swinging his right foot. Naruto spun around to block the attack. Yugura had calculated this, another him appeared behind Naruto just as he had spun around. The two Yuguras kicked Naruto and sent him rocketing away. One of the Yuguras crumbled down and became one with the water. Naruto flipped several times after being kicked and landed down with chakra on his feet to balance himself on the water. He regained his complete balance and looked back at Yugura. Yugura did not give Naruto much time to look at him, he rushed towards him at cage-level speed. Upon reaching Naruto, he leaped into the air and flipped once. While he was in the air, his body was now facing the ground. He descended towards Naruto and attempted a kick on top of Naruto's head. His opponent was easily able to read into the move and bring out both his hands to block the attack. Yugura's foot connected with his hands and forced him to the ground a bit due to the power of the kick and the position in which Yugura was. Yugura's whole body weight was on top of him, giving his kick more power. Regardless, Naruto held his ground and pushed Yugura away. The Mizukage flipped in mid-air before landing on the ground. He did not waste time to charge at Naruto again. He appeared and lunged at Naruto's left side before completely disappearing and appeared on Naruto's right side. His foot was swung towards Naruto's waist level. The attack would have managed to hit anyone else, but not Naruto. He was able to see through Yugura with his eyes to move to counter-attack. He spun around to face Yugura with his foot raised, kicking towards Yugura's incoming kick. The kicks collided and pushed each other for dominance. The stronger kick would push the weaker back, giving advantage to the stronger. Yugura, seeing his attack blocked, brought back his foot before swinging another. Naruto leaped back to avoid Yugura's attempt to kick him. He landed a few feet away from the Mizukage. Without further ado, he charged at Yugura, appearing in front of him. He brought out his right hand and attempted to punch Yugura on his gut. The Mizukage, being experienced in battles, jumped back quickly, narrowly avoiding Naruto's punch. As soon as Yugura landed down, Naruto was again in front of him. He was going for a roundhouse kick on Yugura, which was blocked rather easily by the Mizukage. Naruto blurred out of Yugura's front and appeared behind him. He had moved at such speed that surprised the Mizukage. Yugura did not have time to block or dodge, as Naruto's kick connected with Yugura's back and sent him flying. Yugura winced as he felt like he was hit by steel at his back. Naruto kicked hard, even the punches were painful. While Yugura was still in flight, Naruto appeared above him and kicked him to the ground. Yugura went down towards the water at a fast speed. He crashed down the water, separating the water. Naruto landed a few feet away from where Yugura had crashed. Yugura recovered quickly and appeared from the water, albeit soaked. He stared at Naruto as he went through hand seals. Water release? Water dragon. He yelled. Capitalizing on the water lying around the battlefield, he created a large water dragon. He created it through the manipulation of his water affinity. The large dragon formed and steadied as its eyes trained on Naruto, its prey. Naruto looked at the water dragon impassively. He knew that the water dragon could be controlled remotely. There was no use trying to dodge or running away from the jutsu. It would seek him out till it hit. He began to form his own hand seals as Yugura's water dragon charged towards him. Fire release? Majestic fire destruction. Naruto breathed out a stream of flames of intense heat. The flames spread towards the water dragon that was still on its charge towards him. The flames and the water dragon collided. Naruto's flames exploded into a sea of flames upon hitting their target. The water dragon was consumed by the sea of flames. The hot flames melted the flames with nothing more than steam. The flames also reduced the water in the battlefield considerably, creating a cloud of steam. When the cloud finally cleared, all the jutsus had died down, and neither of the users were in danger of any sort. Other than the fact that Yugura was slightly panting, he was alright. He had yet to receive any real damage from his battle with Naruto. On the other hand, Naruto was in perfect condition. Naruto had huge pulls of chakra, so he would have to use huge jutsus over and over in order for him to tire. After recovering his breath, Yugura charged at the unmoving figure of Naruto. The blonde-haired Sharingan user was just standing there motionless, as if waiting for Yugura to attack him. Yugura appeared in front of Naruto and spun around attempting a back kick and Naruto deflected the kick with his own leg. He withdrew his sword from its sash. Holding it tightly on its handle, he slashed it vertically at Yugura. Without a proper weapon to defend against a sword, Yugura jumped back to avoid being cut. You could not fight against someone with a sword when you did not have it. Dodging was the only way he could fight. Naruto lunged himself in front of Yugura, not giving him much time to plan for a way to fight. He swung his left foot towards Yugura, forcing him to bring out his hands to block the kick. Naruto was expecting Yugura to do just that. He put more power behind his kick, causing Yugura to lose his footing. Naruto slashed his sword across Yugura's chest. With his hands occupied by Naruto's kick, Yugura had no way to defend himself. Regardless of that, he was not some weak shinobi. He allowed his body to lean back despite not having complete balance over his body. His action did enough to avoid the sword from leaving a large gash on his chest. The tip of the sword cut across his chest, leaving him bleeding slightly. Naruto did not leave things as they were. He delivered a knee to Yugura's gut while the man was still processing the fact that he had been cut. He jumped up and spun around, delivering a hard kick on Yugura's face, sending him flying away. Naruto flicked his blade, banishing the blood that was dripping from it after he had cut Yugura. With the blood gone, he placed it back in its sash and waited for Yugura to regain his bearings. After crashing down, Yugura got up panting slightly and swiped the blood that was leaking off his mouth. He stood still for a moment staring at Naruto. The blonde was still in good condition while he had a cut across his chest, though not deep, it was still a cut. The strain of the fight was already taking a toll on his body. Naruto went through hand signs, seeing the Yugura was now up. There was nothing keeping him from attacking Yugura right now. He channeled the required chakra and turned it into fire before expelling it, fire release. Majestic flame destruction. A large wave of flames spreading across the battlefield sped towards Yugura. Yugura channeled much of his chakra and manipulated the water in the battlefield to create a water wall. The water wall held on for a little while before the overwhelming flames pushed through. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind him as the flames died down. There was no water left in the battlefield due to Naruto's jutsu. Behind him, Yugura was on his knees panting. A part of his body was slightly burned by the flames Naruto had unleashed towards him. Naruto turned around and walked towards the kneeling Mizukage. He then picked up his pace, speeding fast towards the tired-looking opponent. Yugura rose up from his kneeling position upon seeing Naruto charge towards him. He stood up and took a defensive stance. Naruto appeared in front of him. Before Naruto could do anything, Yugura threw a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto ducked under the punch before delivering a punch of his own to Yugura's gut. He proceeded to punch Yugura twice on the face before gripping his neck, tightly, causing him to gasp for air. Naruto slammed the Mizukage down the ground with so much force that created a small crater where Yugura had hit. Naruto jumped away from Yugura while still in flight. He went through hand seals, fire release. Phoenix flower, he muttered as he released fireballs that went down to Yugura like meteorites. Yugura regained his bearings and stood up before going through hand seals, water release. Water wall. He yelled as he expelled water from his mouth that created a wall in front of him. The wall protected him from the fireballs, as the fireballs did not penetrate through his defense. Naruto landed down the ground gracefully. He did a few hand seals, wind release. Wind palm, he muttered as he sent a gust of wind toward the unmoving form of Yugura. The wind hit Yugura dead on, only for him to turn into a puddle of water. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind him. Water release. Water bomb. Yugura yelled as a swirling ball of water formed in front of him and sped towards Naruto. Naruto took out his gunbai and positioned it in front of him. Gunbai barrier, he muttered as he channeled chakra through his gunbai, erecting a barrier. The water bomb collided with his gunbai barrier before exploding. Naruto's barrier held still, protecting Naruto. When the explosion of water cleared, Naruto was standing still with his gunbai in his hand. He placed it on his back, having served its purpose. Naruto saw the Yugura was on his knees again. He held a single tiger seal molding chakra. Fire release. Great fireball, he muttered and expelled a large fireball at Yugura. The fireball rushed at Yugura and hit him, engulfing him in flames. Naruto sensed a burst of Bijuu chakra as soon the flames hit Yugura. He watched carefully as the flames died down. He could feel the tailed beast chakra resonating around the battlefield. When the flames died down, Yugura was nowhere to be found. However, there was a creature formed of crimson red chakra. The creature had demonic eyes that stared at him deathly and three tails wagging slowly behind it. Yugura had pulled out all of the Sanbi's power. Naruto then clasped his hands together and began to release all of his chakra. The chakra he was releasing became visibly outwardly. Winds blew by around him, causing debris to arise. All just watched with white eyes. The wind around Naruto began to pick up in new strength, creating more debris than they had been. Naruto continued to unleash his power. His chakra became visible to the naked eye. No one had ever felt so much chakra coming from a single person. The form of a Sanbified Yugura never tensed as Naruto released his strength. He just stood still, looking as if the chakra Naruto was releasing was of no consequence. Like the chakra was nothing. He stood still like he could handle whatever that was that Naruto could throw at him. Even though the debris began to swirl around Naruto heavily, he never took a step back nor shielded his eyes from being blinded by the debris. Naruto's Susanoo flared up to life in all its silver glory, its head gaining an even more fearsome look with the horns and eyes that seemed to be glowing with power. A strong shockwave blew, dispelling the debris that had picked up around Naruto. When the debris cleared, Naruto was standing still inside his Susanoo. He stretched out his hands, not yet he thought, and clasped his hands together. His Susanoo did the same. Another strong shockwave rocked the battlefield as Naruto released more chakra. He finally stopped and smiled slightly. His Susanoo now held two silver blades. When everything had quieted down, Yugura did not need to be told to attack Naruto. In a blinding speed he shot towards Naruto. Small chunks of earth were lifted as he ran towards Naruto. The speed he had picked up surprised even Naruto, but not enough to shock him or make him lose his calm. Yugura appeared in front of Naruto and crashed into his Susanoo. The attack did not break through the defense. The Susanoo stood still without breaking. Yugura leaped away from Naruto, creating a distance between him and the blonde. He charged at Naruto again, this time faster and with more power than he did before. He crashed his fist into Naruto's Susanoo. The force of the punch caused the ground beneath Naruto to change form and become a crater with chunks of earth around the Susanoo picking up. Despite that, Naruto's Susanoo held on and never broke from the attack. This forced Yugura to jump back from Naruto and attack again. This time he was attacking Naruto in different directions, trying to find the weakness of the Susanoo. After all the attempts to break the defense, Yugura was neither successful nor had any luck in finding a weakness. The Susanoo was like an impenetrable wall that refused to be brought down. He growled in frustration and anger. It could be frustrating to anyone when you are trying to break someone's defense and find no luck. If he could not break through Naruto's defense, then he could not touch the blonde-haired shinobi. "It seems you are done," Naruto said. "Then allow me to take my dance," he stated. The Susanoo brought out its right blade and swung it towards Yugura. The attack was fast but not faster than Yugura. He disappeared from the path of the blade and appeared a distance away. The blade the ground, creating a large crater before being retrieved back to Naruto. Yugura sped towards Naruto. His opponent now was ready to attack him. As soon as Yugura appeared before Naruto, the Susanoo swung its blade at blinding speeds and crashed it at Yugura, sending him flying towards the ground like a bullet. Boom! Chunks of earth lifted when Yugura had hit the ground. It did not take a second for the three-tailed Yugura to stand up. He was still covered by the crimson-red chakra of the Sanbi. He did not look like he had suffered any damage from Naruto's attack. Without further ado, he charged at Naruto again. The blade of the Susanoo almost hit him as he appeared in front of Naruto. However, he disappeared at the last second to avoid being hit. He was forgetting that Naruto's Susanoo was holding two blades. The other blade that had not attacked him before crashed onto him and sent him rocketing towards the ground. The Susanoo crossed its blade in front of it. The blades began to glow bright silver before releasing an attack of wave energy towards the fallen Yugura. The attack sped towards Yugura in blinding speeds. The attack hit the ground with a boom and left an X mark on the ground. The attack hit Yugura dead on, compelling him to the ground. Yugura rose up from the ground grudgingly. He glared at Naruto and released a roar. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo. Despite the fact that Yugura did not seem to be hurt, Naruto knew he had dealt much damage to the Jinchuriki's body. It would be soon before his body would be unable to maintain his form. As soon as Naruto landed on the ground, Yugura was already running towards him at full speed. Naruto brought out his gunbai, knowing that he could not use any part of his body to block Yugura's attacks. Yugura appeared above him with his fist going straight to his face. Naruto positioned the gunbai in front of him. The punch crashed into his gunbai. The power behind the attack pushed Naruto back and caused chunks of earth to peel off where Naruto stood. Yugura attempted a kick on Naruto's left side. Again, Naruto brought his gunbai to his left side to block the attack. The power of the attack again pushed him sideways before he stopped. Naruto leaped backwards and strapped his gunbai before going through hand seals, fire release. Great fireball, he muttered and expelled a large fireball that rushed towards Yugura. Yugura did not attempt to dodge the attack. The flames collided with him and engulfed him. When the flames finally died down, Yugura was standing perfectly still without any damage. He tried to move but found out that he could not go away. He looked behind him and saw another Naruto kneeling behind him. His three tails were pinned to the ground by wooden sticks. The clone dispelled, having accomplished its goal. Yugura began to struggle to get loose. Naruto did not wait for Yugura to break loose. He went through hand seals, wood release. Wood serpent, he muttered as a wooden snake sprouted out from the ground and rushed at a struggling Yugura. The snake wrapped itself around Yugura, restricting his movements further. However, that was not the only thing the snake was doing. It was also draining Yugura of the Sanbi's chakra. Its jutsu was a recreation of Hashirama's wood dragon that was capable of eating a Bijuu's chakra. Naruto cancelled his jutsu, having seen that Yugura's body was now visible. The crimson red chakra was no longer with him. His body seemed broken and worn out. Yugura fell to the ground on his face. A few seconds passed and he tried to get up but failed miserably as his body was broken. Naruto took out his sword and took a few steps towards Yugura. His movements came to a halt when Yugura exploded in a burst of chakra, lifting up debris. When the debris cleared, the three-tailed turtle stood in front of him in all its glory. Before Naruto could even think of anything else, the Sanbi began to charge a Bijuu Muta. The Sanbi completed forming its Bijuu Muta and fired it towards Naruto. Naruto sped through hand seals, wood release. Wood locking wall. Naruto slammed both his hands to the ground. Wooden pillars appeared from left and right. The wooden pillars created a dome shape with Naruto in the center. The Bijuu Muta collided with Naruto's defense jutsu. The Bijuu Muta exploded in a loud boom and created large amounts of debris. Naruto was standing still perfectly fine. Naruto then noticed that the Sanbi began to charge another Bijuu Muta. Naruto outstretched his hand and a blue ball of chakra formed. This was his father's jutsu, but he wasn't done yet. He began to add wind style, lightning style, along with fire and earth. He hand pumped nature chakra into it. After it was completed, he quickly launched the destructive jutsu towards the Sanbi. Naruto noticed that the Sanbi was pooling much of its chakra to the Bijuu Muta, which would explain why it was taking long to complete. Upon the attack colliding with the Sanbi's Bijuu Muta, it exploded. Naruto was also counting on the fact that since the Sanbi was going to lose its concentration on the Bijuu Muta, it would become unstable, then bang. The explosion shook the entire battlefield. The large cloud of debris formed on where the explosion had set off. It took several minutes for the debris to clear, allowing everyone to see a rather large crater. It was large because it was also connected with the other two craters that were formed by Naruto's attacks. Now there was only one crater. Yugura was lying in the middle of the crater. Naruto's EMS was no longer active. He took a small huff. The battle took a bit out of him, but he was still fine. A large burst of blue chakra came out of Yugura, forming a pillar that kissed the skies. The pillar of chakra lasted for a few moments before it disappeared. Naruto smiled inwardly seeing this. He heard noises coming from behind him. He looked back and saw Yugao, Mei and her army running towards him. This is going to be annoying, he said to himself. The Warhawk of Konoha, Danzu Shimura, sat comfortably on his throne. He was inside his root hidden bases. His loyal Anbu were kneeling before him. They were presenting the old War Hawk with the latest news on the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Ever since Naruto had made his appearance known by attacking Orochimaru, he had sent his loyal Na to get as much information on the Kyuubi. Is this truly accurate? Danzu asked in a monotone voice. Yes, Danzu-sama, one of the men kneeling replied. Danzo frowned. The report was not what he was expecting. Naruto had become far stronger than he had anticipated. It would make things difficult for him to make the boy one of his agents. Looking at the report from Naruto's battle in Kiri, Danzo could not help but deepen his frown. If everything was indeed true, then the blonde would become difficult to control. He would only become a threat to his plans. He could not allow that. Back in Kiri, heroes are born and are men who have done good deeds for their homes. They live to protect people they call their precious. It is highly unlikely for one to become a hero for another country in the shinobi world. Every man fights for himself and every village for its own interest. Only a few kind people are willing to fight for another village, even if it is not their job to do so. Those people fall in the category of real heroes. Good deeds are done, but often not many are done because one does them willingly or so, because it is in their nature to do good things. Many in the shinobi world simply do good things because it is their job. Without doing good things they don't get paid, thus can't afford a living. Many ninjas, men and women alike, strive to become heroes. Not every weak and ordinary man can become a hero. But a strong and courageous man becomes a hero. So, many train hard, punishing their bodies so that they can be strong enough to be heroes for their villages. Heroes are admired at their homes for the good deeds that they do. Often some shinobi train for power simply to protect what is precious to them. That road also leads to one being a hero to those that one is precious to. Children and aspiring ninjas take heroes as their role models, shinobis to surpass. But to simply do good deeds for fame is not a mark of a hero. The life of heroship is the life of sacrifices. Real heroes sacrifice their strength, body and mind for those that are precious to them. Many live as heroes, but often than not, some die as heroes. The life of a real hero is paved with joy, but most often heroes endure heavy mental problems with the choices they have to make. Heroes sacrifice many. The problem with sacrificing is when one starts to question what to sacrifice, what not to sacrifice. Regardless, even in the face of death, heroes are always smiling because they are at peace with themselves. They know that they have lived their life to protect what is precious to them. The mark of a true hero is not to do good things for the fame it brings. Most heroes do things in the dark. Few know the fact that they are heroes, many see them as criminals. The Uchiha Itachi is a prime example of this. He massacred his own clan for the sake of Konohagakure. He killed his own clansmen so that his village would not be caught in a civil war that was to surely destroy the village. With his actions he saved so many lives, yet at the same time took so many lives. The same village he sacrificed for sees him as nothing more than a criminal and a traitor. Regardless of that, his village is still standing, not suffering or recovering from a civil war because of his sacrifice. This man is a true hero and a true shinobi. Many might not see him as such, but as long he knows it within his heart, he has no problems with how the world views him. Many people who become powerful and are admired in their villages tend to become corrupt seeds. When you are powerful and your village admires you, you live a famous life. A life of fame, seen as a hero. Things go your way, women throw themselves at you, simply because you are powerful and cool. Villagers respect you for your strength. People trust you because of the service you provide for your village. Whenever things go wrong you are never a suspect because people trust you. Nobody expects you to be doing wrong things. They expect you to be correcting wrong things. That is why when things go wrong your name is always far away from the suspect list. It is in the name of those investigating the matter. But mostly those who become corrupt are those who do good deeds for the sake of fame. It is because their hearts were never pure to begin with. They did not save people because they needed to be saved or because they cared, it was only because they wanted to be famous. Such people are two-faced. In the dark shadows, they lurk taking advantage of women who are unfortunate to be infatuated with them. They take advantage of the fact that people trust them. They abuse the power they have. Such corrupt seeds are not heroes. They are nothing but products of greed. The Sandaime Reikage made a brave sacrifice during the Third Shinobi World War. He stood against 10,000 enemy shinobi. He allowed his men to run away while blocking the path of the enemy. He knew that he would die fighting against 10,000 men. However, the safety of his people meant much more to him than his own life. Thus, he let them go so that they could not be killed. He was the Reikage, defender of his people, and he died that way. He fought for 3 days straight against 10,000 shinobi, all with the purpose of seeing his people survive. And indeed they did survive, but at the cost of his own life. His men viewed him as a true leader, a hero for his noble sacrifice. The village hidden in mist, one of the 5 great shinobi nations, was in a celebratory mood. Looking at the mist people, you could never say that just 2 weeks ago they had fought the last battle of the civil war that had been crippling the once great nation. The civilians and shinobi alike had become one ever since the final battle, the victory over Yugura and his men. They were happy and rejoicing because their village was finally free from the shackles of Yugura and his evil, blood-filled reign. They were now free to live within their village in peace. Truly, everyone was in good spirits after the civil war had settled. Of course, they have not forgotten those who died during the years of the war. Those who died were still remembered for their sacrifices. They had played their part in freeing the village from the tyrant Yugura. Living in happiness was one way they could honor their sacrifices. The village might be in good spirits, but they were still rebuilding. It had been just 2 weeks since the war ended. The day that followed the day of victory, the rebels marched back to their village and started to gather usable materials for rebuilding. Young and old, everyone was taking part in the rebuilding process of the village. The civil war had left the village on the brink of collapsing. The financial situation was not favorable, and Kiri had lost all of its allies because of the civil war. Rebuilding the village would be difficult because of the situation. Nevertheless, everyone was more than happy to do their share of duty in ensuring that the village was rebuilt. They had to rebuild their homes and all the facilities that would be needed. Shinobi used the jutsus over time to ensure that the process of rebuilding went at a fast pace. Mei Terumi was installed as the Godin Mizukage. She was their leader during the civil war. She was the true choice to become the Mizukage. Her men had no problems with the fact that she was a woman. Woman or not, they accepted her as she was because they knew she was a good leader and the strongest amongst them. No one was more suitable for the mantle of Mizukage than her. Of course, none of this would have been happening if it were not for Naruto. Kiri had gone on to hail him as their savior, hero of Kiri. Few have gone as far to give him the title of God for the strength he displayed during the final battle. He had shown them strength that they had never seen before. Because of him, Kiri had been freed. He basically won them the war by himself. A feat that was astonishing to say the least. Naruto within Kiri was treated like a king. Everyone was kissing his feet and praising the very ground he walked on. He received numerous gifts and thank yous every day from the whole village every day multiple. Women would come by his apartment to thank him in a special way. Naruto enjoyed himself for many nights. He felt that after saving them, he could be at least nice enough to accept their thank yous. Many women offered their hands in marriage by the hundreds, but Mei run them all off. Speaking of Mei, she and Naruto had been spending lots of time together. Along with Yugao, she had confessed her feeling and agreed to be one of Naruto's wives. She could no longer deny the fact that she was in love with the blonde. Naruto's deeds in Kiri spread all over the elemental nations about how he decimated over 5,000 shinobi, made the sky rain fire and rose up and pulled lightning out of the sky. They were calling him Kami, others called him strongest shinobi in the world, and some didn't want to believe it, thinking that Kiri was over-exaggerating his strength. Naruto was currently walking through the village to somewhere private. As he walked through the busy streets of Kiri, everyone greeted him with bows and warm smiles, along with good comments. Naruto gave them all waves and nods with his foxy smile that made women blush. He soon reached a private area in the village. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and muttered Kumui, and out came 50 of Yugura's ninja who surrendered to him. He was going to make good use of them. He undid the Jinjutsu he had them under, while in his Kamui dimension. Once they were free of the Jinjutsu, they began to shake in fear upon seeing Naruto. They all immediately kneeled with their heads bowed low. Naruto then began to speak. "You will be under my command. Am I clear?" "Hi," they all responded. "You will be a part of the Kiri village and give me daily reports on what goes on in Water Country. Am I clear?" "Hi," they all said in unison. "Good. Now raise your heads and look into my eye." They all looked into Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto then muttered one single word, Kotomatsukami. The ninja's eyes all flashed red before they regained their senses. "You are dismissed," Naruto said, and they all flashed away under his orders. Naruto wanted to create his own spy organization like Jiraiya. Had he realized it would be very useful, along with Zetsu. Those men had killed many good people, so making them work for him for a better cause would be better. Naruto was so impressed on how powerful he was in Jinjutsu. Shisui had the same ability, able to control people without them knowing. But if someone had a strong enough mind and will, they could fight it off. But this wasn't possible. If Naruto casted it once, it was absolute. It was no breaking it. Plus he received power from the Tsukuyomi god herself, the god of time and illusions. Naruto looked at Zetsu, who rose beside him. "I thought you might have been interested in keeping the Sanbi for yourself," Zetsu said, looking at Naruto. This was the first time they were speaking after the final battle. Zetsu had never appeared before Naruto. "No, I have no interest in the Three Tails. But, with the death of its Jinchuriki, it will take no less than 5 years for it to reform. With that much time, Akatsuki's plans will be put on hold till it reforms," Zetsu concluded, seeing now the reason Naruto did not extract the Sanbi from Yugura before he died. Yes, they have to seal the Biju in order. Without the Three Tails, they won't be able to move on to the Four Tails. Zetsu nodded. "What do you plan on doing with them? Are you going to hunt every member down?" "No," Naruto replied, shaking his head. You will continue watching their movements and report when they make a move for Shukaku and the Two Tails. You are going to allow them to take the Jinchurikis? No, I will intercept them before they do since you will be tracking their movements. Again, Zetsu nodded and smiled. Well, things are surely going to be interesting from now on, he said. I have something interesting you may want to know, Zetsu stated, making Naruto look at him. Jiraiya's spy network is really effective, he already knows that you are here and is on his way, Zetsu revealed. Jiraiya's spy network was indeed effective. He had more information in the Akatsuki than any other village and was able to find Naruto's location before anyone else could. Kiri had cut itself from the rest of the world, thus it was very difficult to get information from the village. Is he coming alone? Naruto asked. He was not surprised that the Sannin had decided to pay him a visit. Jiraiya would never miss the chance to chat with him. No, he is coming with Sasuke and Kakashi, Zetsu replied. Sasuke? Has he completed his training? Zetsu nodded. I guess I will see how little Sasuke has grown, Naruto said, not sounding like he was interested in what he was saying. What has Danzo been planning? He and the elders are planning to put you and Sasuke under the Clan Restoration Act. And some other things, Zetsu replied. Naruto knew that Danzo just wanted more Sharingans for Konoha. He's seen them as nothing but tools. Have you located Orochimaru? He asked to change the subject. Zetsu sighed. Yes, he is in the Stone Country. It appears that you did some damage to his body. Good. We will head there after Jiraiya arrives, Naruto replied. Zetsu nodded. I will be going back to the hideout. It will take a few days for Jiraiya to arrive here. I will return within a week, maybe before he arrives. Zetsu stated and sunk to the ground. Naruto did not even respond when Zetsu spoke. Naruto stayed still after Zetsu had left. There was Sasuke and then he would have to deal with Orochimaru. This time Orochimaru would not make it out alive. He decided it was time to start building his village, but he wanted to check on some things first. Later that night Naruto lay in his bed, eyes closed, and Yugao and Mei at his side. They had just finished their third round and was exhausted. Yugao then began to speak. When are we leaving here? Jiraiya will be arriving here in a few days, along with Kakashi and Sasuke. You will go back to Konoha with them. Yugao looked at Naruto. She was not going to ask him how he knew that Jiraiya was coming back to the village, along with her senpai and Sasuke. If anything, Naruto was resourceful and seemed to know about everything. You are staying here? She asked. No, Naruto replied. I have some other things that I have to attend to before returning to Konoha. Upon hearing that, Mei frowned slightly. She didn't want him to leave yet, nor did Yugao want to leave Naruto. The women were deeply in love with the blonde. They continued to talk a while until they fell asleep. The next morning, Naruto had already taken a bath and had breakfast with Mei and Yugao. Naruto was wearing his armor, but his gunbai was safely leaning against a wall. He liked wearing his armor, he felt comfortable wearing it. They walked out of the hotel room and walked within the streets of Kiri. The villagers were busy with their everyday activities. Others were just minding their own business. The village was lively, if one could say. Upon seeing Naruto walk with Mei by his side along with Yugao, Hei smiled brightly and waved their hands at them. That the three returned as they walked through the village that was being rebuilt. It's a lovely sight, isn't it? Mei said with a bright smile, looking around the village. Naruto just nodded. Silence was conceived again. Mei was the one to break the silence. When are you going to leave? In a few days. Mei's smile dropped for a second. She knew he was going to leave soon, but she did not expect him to be leaving so soon. Well, it had been a month since he came into the village. I was hoping that you would stay a bit longer. You will be returning to Konoha? No. Where are you going? Perhaps I can run away with you. Naruto looked at her and gave her a smile, saying you should stay here in Kiri. Your people need you here. I can always drop by time to time. Plus when I build my village we can all settle down and build our family. Mei nodded and smiled at that. I look forward to that. As she held Naruto's hand and continued to walk alongside him, Naruto then spoke. I will be heading to Stone Country and make a few more runs. Mei raised a brow looking at Naruto. What are you going to do there? I'm going to take care of some business, Naruto replied without giving info on what he was going to do at the Stone Country. Mei decided to nod, getting that Naruto was not going to tell her anything. Mei, Yugao and Naruto spent a couple days with each other and spending time with the villagers. Naruto even helped build a couple of wood houses for children and the eaterly to stay in while the village is being repaired. 2 days later, there is always a journey. A path which one has to take simply because we exist. Our existence and the impact of it is valued by the kind of life we live and the choices we make. One cannot be a great person if he does not make the choices that are to be made by a great person. Careless mistakes can lead a man to failure, humiliating failure for that matter. We make our own paths and choices. But often in the shinobi world, some people are not born with that luxury to make their own choices. Some people are born and restricted to follow certain principles. Without following the laws and principles, they are exposed to shame and dishonor. Some people are born to fate, become what they are chosen to become, whether they like it or not. Often there are always strings making us do things or influencing our choices. Some are seen, some are not. For Naruto, you could not say it was fate that brought him to the position he currently stood. It was a choice that made him where he was. Naruto did not believe that there was such a thing as fate. He believed that if such a thing existed, it was man-made, one created his or her own fate. Naruto stood with his armor worn and gunbai strapped on his back. Jiraiya, Sasuke and Kakashi had arrived in the village. With their arrival, it meant that Naruto could now leave the village. They had been inside the village for a few hours. Naruto figured they were sightseeing and gathering intel. He did not wait for long to go to the three men though. The three men stared at Naruto in wonder. He was a fearsome warrior in his gear. The Sharingan and the impassive look on his face only intensified that. Of course, they had also heard of his adventures that were nothing short of a miracle. They could not believe that he had become so powerful and fearless. Well, he was always fearless, but the power the eyewitnesses were saying he displayed was astounding. That was unless the eyewitnesses were exaggerating. But given that this was Naruto they were dealing with, one could never know. There were also his adventures at the Atagakure where he decimated Orochimaru's bases. The blonde was capable of anything. For Sasuke, he felt a tinge of jealousy for the other Uchiha. At the same time, he was a bit proud that there was another Uchiha that was powerful. He was part of the powerful clan. Someone has been busy, Kakashi stated, his eyes on his little orange book. He was the first to speak after the group had met. When they arrived they first looked around the village until Naruto appeared before them. Jiraiya was just staring at Naruto until he finally spoke. He does look a lot like him, doesn't he, Kakashi? Hi, Kakashi replied, his eyes narrowing at Naruto. Just imagine what would happen if he had black hair. The elders would probably freak out. Naruto looked at Sasuke. The Uchiha seemed different, and he could tell he had improved his strength. Kakashi has trained you well, Sasuke, he stated, ignoring Kakashi and Jiraiya's conversation. Sasuke just nodded. Kakashi this time had trained him with all his might, unlike when he was still a genin. And you have become strong, Sasuke stated. Yes, I have, Naruto replied. His eyes morphed into its EMS form. Tsukiyomi, he muttered. World of Tsukiyomi. Sasuke found himself in a familiar place, the same kind of place that gave him nightmares in his younger days. He looked around and saw Naruto looking at him with a calm expression on his face. It appeared that he was not going through another torture session. The thought made him sigh in relief. I see you remember this place, Naruto stated. It is not so different from what Itachi did to you. But I did not put you under this illusion to harm you. I figured that much, Sasuke stated, looking back at Naruto. You said before that you and I are like family. You are correct about that, I agree. That was why I even bothered to go talk to you after the Chunin exams, Sasuke stated. Naruto nodded, that is what I wanted to hear. I believe that you will be going back to Konoha when you leave here. What I want you to do when you go back is to go to Tsunade or the council and tell them to return every Uchiha property and money that was confiscated after the massacre. Do not take no for an answer, is that clear? Sasuke nodded with a smile. He liked how Naruto was thinking. Also make sure they give you back everything. Some scrolls were taken from the library to get them back. If they refuse to give me what is ours? Sasuke, since when do you take no for an answer? Naruto said with a small smile. Perhaps the first time he ever smiled at Sasuke. Sasuke smiled too and let loose of a chuckle. Naruto then told Sasuke on how he was going to build his own village and he was not going back to Konoha. Sasuke wanted to follow his fellow Uchiha. He would get all of the Uchiha property back and seal it in the scroll and would pack his things and leave. The village. Naruto nodded. End world of Tsukiyomi. The change in Naruto's eyes did not go unnoticed. However, no one was willing to ask anything about it. Before you leave, look for Yugao. She is somewhere in the village, Naruto stated, looking at Kakashi. She is here? Kakashi questioned. Naruto did not respond. He turned his back on them to leave only to be stopped by Jiraiya. Where are you going? Naruto turned around and looked at Jiraiya. Where I wish to go, he replied. Jiraiya was cut off by Kakashi. Aren't you going back to Konoha with us? Kakashi asked. He knew that that was Naruto's first answer to Jiraiya's question. It was not going to change. He had spent more time with the blonde than Jiraiya. So between the two of them, he knew him best. No, Naruto responded. I have other business to attend to. What business? Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. You are interrogating me, Jiraiya, Naruto stated. I don't like that. Jiraiya snorted. Listen here, Gaki, Harem and the elders gave me an order to make you return to Konoha. The fact that I still wear the leaf headband should be enough to make me understand that I'm still one of you. As for your orders, I don't care about them. You can always tell them that you failed. Jiraiya was about to yell something when Yugao appeared before the group. She smiled brightly upon seeing her senpai. She went on to hug him. Kakashi returned the hug with a smile. What are you doing here? Kakashi asked. Long story, senpai, Yugao replied. Jiraiya looked at Yugao for a moment. Yuzuki Yugao. You have been missing from Konoha for about a month now. He stated. Tsunade had given him a task to look for her and her squad, which had been out on a mission but never returned. What he was able to find were bodies of her comrades, nothing about her. Yes, that is true. I will explain about that later, she replied. I assume that you are trying to make him return to Konoha, she said, earning a nod. Don't bother, he won't budge. What? I am a Sannin, I will take him by force if I have to, Jiraiya stated confidently. With all due respect, Jiraiya-sama. The fact that you are a Sannin means nothing to him. He does not care if you are a Sannin or not. Believe me. Again, with all due respect, Jiraiya-sama, I don't think even you can force him to return to Konoha. Yugao said in her Anbu mode voice, trying to emphasize her point to the Sannin. Jiraiya mumbled something and looked away. How do you know that? A question came. I saw him fight during the Civil War, she said. Not bothering to go into details as to what occurred during the final battle. I have also spent about a month with him, so I know no one can make him do what he does not want. You have also spent much time with him during his genin days, you should know that. Yugao stated, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and nodded. She is right, he said. Fine, Jiraiya said. He took a serious look as he stared directly at Naruto's eyes. What is this thing I heard about the Kyuubi? Naruto raised a brow. What about it? Don't play stupid with me. News did travel fast. But only a select few knew of the Kyuubi's appearance during the Civil War. Well, it did not matter though. Naruto bid Sasuke and Yugao a farewell. He gave Yugao a kiss that shocked Jiraiya and Kakashi, who would surely be asking questions on their way back to Konoha. A few minutes later, Naruto was walking calmly on his way out of the Mist Village. Orochimaru was next on his agenda. He wanted to deal with the snake. I'm so hurt that you were leaving without even saying goodbye, the voice of Mei spoke from behind him. I had to hear from my men that you were leaving, she said, walking closer to Naruto. Mei walked closer to Naruto and stood an inch away from him. You were leaving without me giving you a goodbye kiss. Naruto grabbed Mei and wrapped her in a passionate kiss that lasted a while. I must be off now, Harem, I will see you soon. As he walked away from the village into the fog, the whole village and Mei stood and watched the retreating back of their hero and savior, and for Mei, her husband. Alright, that's it for Part 5. I'm so glad I'm done with this part.